Hello, 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 and welcome. And wow, that is too loud. Welcome, everyone. How is everyone doing today? We have a couple people in chat. We have Dave, McGill, JP. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We also have a couple other onlookers that are just looking back in the corner, whether it be avid viewers or watchers, someone interested in the viewing, or just hate watching. It does not matter. Welcome all. That was I Am Not the Brakeman by the Mangas. Yeah, the stream will be hit later on after I'm done. Don't care. I really don't care for monetization on this. JP Morgan. JP Morgan. Oh no, we're being audited, guys. Alright. Let's go ahead and cut the brass tacks here. There's a couple things I want to state at the very beginning of this video. That way I can just point back to the beginning of this video and just be done with it. I know I've said this multiple times, but people just don't listen. People don't listen, people want to assume, and people just do not use that second brain cell to rub together with the first one is just hanging out being stupid online. I am not a Sinder fan. I don't know how many more times I need to type that in a tweet, in a DM, in a fucking YouTube comment, in a video, on other people's streams. I do not know how many fucking times I have to say that. I am not a fucking Sinder fan. My take on Sinder is she is culpable for a couple things that she has done. She is not an innocent party in this by any means. I am not rooting for her side. I am not waiting patiently with bated breath for her comeback or whatever. I am interested if she comes back and starts lobbing grenades at people. I am real interested in that one. But I am not a fan. Even if she comes back and is welcomed back with open arms by her remaining fan base and gets new ones, I am not going to be watching the streams. I'm not going to be sending or donating to her or anything like that. I could care less. I just got to put that out there because there's too many fucking retards out there online. And yes, I said retards. A lot of fucking retards online that don't understand. And I'll quote Armchair's words verbatim. You can be critical of other people in a situation and not defend the person being accused. End quote. I can be highly critical of everyone in this and people covering this, which is what we're doing today. Is we're going over someone who is covered. They just dropped a banger hot video today on the Sinder issue, which is, spoilers, I've already watched it and listened to it. It is a dramatic retelling of the narratives combined from all the documents, not being critical of anything involved, narrative spinning. That is my charitable viewpoint of this video. But, you know, let me continue on to Sinder bashing here real quick. You know, gotta keep up looks and appearances. I'm not a fan. I'm not a simp. I don't want anything to fucking do with her. If she came up tomorrow and said, I'll offer you $10,000 while I was gonna pay an analyst explicitly to come on and, you know, show me and be a right knight, I'll tell her where to shove it up the other end. I'm not in this for money. I'm not in this for clout. I'm not in this for fame. I've had many of people ask me, why am I doing this? Why do I care so much? I care for the fucking truth. I care for the truth, and I don't like fucking narratives and lies being spun. I read through the documents. There is a narrative in the document that does not match any of the fucking screenshots. And it irritates the absolute fucking piss out of me. It irritates me to the point when this whole fucking drama, where it's Sinder and everyone else, this is my honest take.
That's it! Killing you both! Big bang attack!
Honestly. We got Tux in chat. The truth equals Sinder propaganda. I have no idea how many times I've been fucking tired on Twitter today. Just throughout the fucking weeks. I'm a Sinder sip, but it's like, no, I'm being highly critical of the fucking situation. Get it right. Sinder has a lot of things to atone for and to account for. However, I do not see manipulation. I do not see backstabbing. I see being very, very competitive with people who are quote-unquote her friends. And that's also another one of my criticisms with all these people. Nobody is your fucking friend online. Stop that goddamn bullshit. Go the Jim Medica route. You have no fucking friends online. Anyone who does this professionally, that has more than 100 fucking people watching them on stream, or can get over 1,000 views on a video within a day, is not doing this for the shits and giggles and friendships and fun. They are a content creator. They are making money from this. It is a fucking business. I do not know where this whole it's just business aspect came from, because egg in your face, it's all just fucking business. It irritates the absolute fuck out of me. But I don't want cancer. Yeah, I feel like I got cancer AIDS from this fucking bullshit. Oh, Jesus fuck. It's just been bad. Anyways, why am I doing this? Well, if you can read the thumbnail, and the thumbnail's very telling, journalistic integrity and ethics and reporting. I'm going the Jim Medica route here, guys. Look, I don't care if you want to be a VTuber journalist or a journalist of any kind. I don't care if you want to report on a situation. Fine, be it by me. If you want to grift off a fucking situation, fine. Fucking grift off of it. Don't portray yourself as a honest source of only the fucking facts while you're not being critical of a fucking subject. From what I know, this is the second time this person, this Rima Everstor, has had kind of a dog shit take on a video. So, I know of Rima. I know of Rima through Legal Mindset. I have not spoken to Rima. I've not had DMs or exchanges with Rima. People I know have. People I know have, recently had exchanges. I won't go into that. But if you're going to report on a situation, especially a fucking month after the fact, don't regurgitate the same old fucking bullshit of only going through the fucking narrative of the fucking documents. I think it's very clear at this point. Myself, Mizu, Tux in chat here, Akko, Armchair, definitely Armchair has made it explicitly fucking clear that there is holes in this so-called narrative that Nanoless is wanting to put out. So much so, Nano, in my book, is worse than Sinder. And the screenshots speak for themselves on that one. And the actions after the fact really scream out afterwards for that. I'm gonna bring something up. I hope it doesn't play it. Yeah. It plays it.
This is...
Nope. There we go. It's a queued up clip for later. $75%, Numi 75%. I don't even really have a take on Numi. The only people I've been very critical, highly critical of, are the people who dropped documents. Anyone else that bandwagoned after the fact, I really don't fucking care about. I really don't fucking care. Spite, I blow up to the wind. I don't care. Oh, the models look the same. That's the same fucking bullshit that Lily pulls all the fucking time whenever a model comes out close to hers. It's a way of clicking and grifting and shit like that. It's a fucking common tactic. Silvervale? Oh, it's, always being backstabbed, stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, maybe your experiences of Sojo could have taught you something. I mean, I can't feel sorry for any of these fucking people involved. Silver, Numi, Bao, White Girl Tales, and all. I cannot feel sorry for any of these fucking people. They know better. They got themselves in a situation with people, and they should all have fucking known that it could have fucking ended badly. Especially when you try to interact with anyone online. And after the fact, when you want to come out and talk about it, it's an issue now after the fact. It wasn't an issue like a year to 2 years after the fucking fact. Oh, I didn't know until after the fucking screenshots dropped. What, the ones Nanolist dropped? Wow, you got shit talked behind your back in fucking private DMs with someone. Guess what? It's the fucking internet. It happens to fucking everyone. Get over yourself. Tux, her Kev has some interesting DMs of Nano, but I don't know the extent of what's in them. I'll speak a little bit on that one. So, Akko was streaming today, covering a couple of things, and Akko covered a little bit of Rima's video today. KevXR stopped on by and made an interesting comment. And that interesting comment read as so. Lol, Nanolist wouldn't show the DMs between me, her, versus management. Because... And I think that's emphasizing they're... Maybe they're not as innocent as what they're trying to say. What is ethot? Ethot? But yeah, no, I thought that was really intriguing. I mean, someone tells me that Kevin's really not happy with the situation going on right now. Maybe because Kevin firsthand knows how fucking Nailus acts, and I've always said Nailus is a bad actor in this whole deal. But, yeah, this is about ethics, journalistic integrity, and so on and so forth. Look, there's certain things that fly by with me. That's fine. There's other things that really just kind of irk me really fucking bad. Rima kind of checked those boxes today because right now in my book, and like I promised someone I'm going to be as fair as I possibly can. I'm not gonna make any guarantees as I get through the video though. But I promise I was gonna be as fair as I can. But honestly, at this point, looking at it, I don't think Rima's any better than Kat or Alara or any of the other ones. Because to me, they just act like another fucking YouTuber. Clamoring on to the most popular views at all the bigger fucking creators and streamers, and that's Cinder's bad, everyone else is innocent, protect the old poor white bawling woman who wrote the Google document. And not being critical of anything at all. So, that's the popular narrative. There are a couple things here. And I do want to preference a lot of this before I start getting into Rima a little bit. One, I don't support harassment. If you have a critical view of Rima, express it in a creative manner that's not considered harassing. Either be critical, point out the flaws, or just state what she got wrong. Don't constantly badger her, DM her, tag her, comment on a video, anything like that. Don't do that shit. That's fucking gay. And 2, try to be polite. Like, I'm going to try and be polite. Rogue! What's up? I'm very critical. That's why you're not coming on this stream. Anyways. One of the first things I got to cover on this, and let me go ahead and get swapped over to my screen here. And it's going to be cut off in portions. Please bear with me on this one. Oh yeah, look, I got your video up, Tux. Because you got it so eloquently clipped out. But there's a couple things I'm going to be going over. First things first. I'm going to be making some connections and ties here that are not fully 100% absolute. These are fucking conspiracy theories. Actually, I'll just go ahead and play this clip right now.
You fucking conspiracy theorists. Stop it. Stop. Wake the fuck up.
I've discussed Rima Evenstar once on the channel before, but now she has reappeared because of the Sinder situation, in which she has a video here where she bobs her head constantly at what Shy Lily is saying with little to no protest whatsoever, whilst in the same video saying that nothing is going on, and if you doubt what Shy Lily is saying, that you could be a conspiracy theorist of some sort. Take a listen.
And she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird?
Like,
The ones?
these people, you guys have never fucking spoken to any of them. I'm saying you guys, but I'm only speaking to a handful of people here. You know who you are. You guys have never fucking met any of them. These girls have known each other for fucking years. And they're saying their own accounts of how they met them. And some people just are like, no, but I know the situation better than you. There's not some crazy orchestrating thing going on. This doesn't go all the way to the top, you fucking conspiracy theorists. Stop it. Stop. Wake the fuck up.
Well, no, Remo, I haven't met any of them. Have you? I don't think I know the situation better than Shy Lily does. I think Shy Lily knows what she is doing. I think that she knows the type of narrative that she wants to spin about this situation, and I think a lot of people have taken it, swallowed it, and accepted it. I'm sorry if I'm the first one who tells you this, Rima, but the situation is not as black and white as Shy Lily told you that it was. I've tried to reach out to you, and yet there has been no response, but you do have the time to look at this, which unfortunately leaves me thinking that you just don't care. But I do urge you to review the powder document hastily and in good faith, because if you turn tail the second that the tide starts changing, let's just say a few of my suspicions will be confirmed. I want you to prove me wrong, and I implore you to do so.
Shocker. This was 13 days ago. Tux, I know you're in chat. Conspiracy theorists are wild to me. And, Rogue, we're going over Rima's video covering the Sinder situation. It's basically going to be a rehash. I'm basically going to be critical of Rima. I'm going to point out where she's wrong. I'm going to point out where she missed. I'm going to point out a couple different things. You're not going to like this. So, I'm just telling you right now, you probably just want to click out of the chat. But, anyways. Shocker. 13 days ago. Tux wanted Rima to prove him wrong. Unfortunately, Rima did not prove him wrong. And let me go ahead and remove myself real quick so you can read this. This is from Rima server. I got this from Mizu. Mizu posted this. I believe this is in a section called All Rats, which is basically just, if I remember right, it's not really a video dump. It's more or less like a conglomeration of videos for her to cover on stream, which basically I believe Under the Tea has the same thing, which is like 10,000 fucking posts right now. A lot of fucking talk. The Sinder situation is just big all around, and it's not going away anytime soon. I know Arca wants to be done with it and move on with it. It's not gonna go anywhere anytime soon. But yeah, let's read this. This dump, and this is 5/17/2025. So let's compare this. So, Tux's video, May 15th, 2025. This post, May 17th, 2025. And there's 2 videos get posted here. I don't have the other screenshot, but I have this one. The other screenshot was your video, Tux. It was yours. Your video was one of the ones in this. And then armchairs get put in this. And here's what Rima had to respond to. This dump is to make my videos and live streams easier to navigate. And honestly, there's just so much I can't even use this anymore. For photo threads, I'd only add videos that add something to the narrative from now on. Avoid smaller channels commentary. Large creators commenting on it can use like Asmongold or Most Critical. This topic is pretty over now, over anyway for now. And then fast forward 9 days later, she drops the video. So, yeah. The powder document was in this. She didn't care for it. Your video was in this, Tux. She didn't care for it. Armchair's video was in this. She didn't care for it. She's been DM'd by people. She has been asked publicly and privately. She's got a mindset. She's not changing it. And it's what it is. So, there's that. But what also doesn't sit right with me is a couple different things. Right before yeah, I have this somewhere. Let me bring my VTuber model back up. I have this somewhere. I don't know where the fuck I put it. Here it is. So, this was posted today. Nana Bananas posted this 11 hours ago. She retweeted this today. Here's where a lot of this kind of sits bad in my mouth. You know, this is after the fact. Actually, no, I believe this was before the video even aired. Yeah, this aired at like 11 a.m. for me is when this aired. And she posted this 8:41 a.m. before the video even aired. And you can look at this and go, ah, she's in a collab. She's in a collab. It's who she's in a collab with. And this is where it just kind of sits wrong with me. If you're going to cover a situation and you're portraying yourself as someone that's fair and impartial, you do investigations, you go through and you dig through and you get to the truth. And you make a slanted video that is not critical in the slightest of anyone involved in this whole deal, because everyone has some sort of culpability. Everyone. Even the people who thinks they're just, might be a victim, still got to be a little bit critical of them. And whenever you drop this and saying, hey, yeah, I'm going to be in a collab, and bows within it, it's supposed to be in June 14th is when this is happening. You're covering a situation that where Bow's a victim in this. You made a video is supposed to be putting the facts and truth out there. And you not put out there any kind of, biases you might have. But it's out there for the public, for people to find. So it just kind of sits wrong with me. Yeah, I'm going to retweet this deal right before this video comes out while I'm defending this other person. not being critical at all of the entire thing. I've dismissed it outright, actually. I don't care about what other smaller creators think. I only care about what the bigger creators thinks. And you drop, oh yeah, I'm collaborating with Bao right before this. That's bias. Not only that, we do have another one. So the whole instigator of this, and the instigator of this whole deal is Shy Lily. Because the point of contact with this going out is Nana's contacting Shy, giving her screenshots, Shy and Nano talking, and then from there being distributed out. Shy is the overall instigator in this. Also within that the fact, we can also go into this. And look, I struggled a lot with writing this document. I wasn't sure if I felt like I was experienced working with real or just burnout. But I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years with Sinder. English not being my first language, and language barrier, bullshit. You speak pretty good English and you type it pretty good too. I discussed the situation and feelings and thoughts with native speaking English speakers to help me put my words and everything clearly without misunderstandings. So here's the one thing that I don't like about this. Who are the native English speaking speakers? Who are they? Who are these people you contacted? Is it Shy Lily? Is there any of the people in the documents? Is there any of the people listed? Was it them telling you this stuff? See, these are the questions that are never getting asked. Who is it? Who was it? Is there a narrative here? Is there something else going on? We don't know. But with everything that happened after the fact, especially with Bao basically blooding on stream that, yeah, Shy Lily knew this a week beforehand. Actually, probably a lot longer than that. But with Shy Lily knowing this like a week beforehand, and then trying to get a hold of Bao. Who are the people that helped Nano write this document? So, to me, automatically, Lily gets put in that category because she's one first one. Yeah, generally, Lily's German, Norwegian, whatever country she's from. She's not, quote-unquote, native English speaking. She speaks it pretty good, though. And there's a lot of other people in that group that does, too. It makes me wonder, who helped her write this? See, that's a question no one asks. Who did that? So, Lily, if you don't know, and I can go back to this one. Lily, that we don't know, is a part of Mythic Talents. I thought this was an interesting screenshot that I posted unbeknownstly just the other day. But yeah, VTuber of the year for most bits, and this is a screenshot that's been going around about how many bits that between Sinder and Lily's came about. Now this doesn't prove anything. It's just highly suspect. So yeah, you can probably say I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist. I also look at everything that's being put out there and don't fucking gloss over it either. And here's what I find really suspect. Also, we know Lily's a part of Mythic. We also know she's part owner of GamerSups. Was not really told or announced to in that video in this whole thing. Rima is also in Mythic. So, there's another one too. So, not only she dropped a hint that she's going to be doing a collab with Bao right before this video spun off, and one of the supposed victims is Bao. We also have her being the same talent, well, management. You could call it management. I've seen the contracts for them. Basically, you give over your IP and your rights over to Mythic, and they can basically dictate to you how stuff goes. That's basically how I read it from the fucking contract that was shown, and I've shared around on Twitter. So, it's essentially a kind of agency, because they refer to all the members as a group. You are part of the group now. So, I'm sorry. You're dropping this video also, and one of the biggest VTubers within this group is also someone in the same group with you. Yeah, again, unbiased, not much. Yeah, she is. We don't know if Nano is contracted yet. It's not shown anywhere within it. It's highly likely it could happen, but we don't know that for a fact yet. So, we have those two instances now. And then we also have, going along the narrative, not being critical. Don't want to see anything from smaller creators. Let's see. Sparky, did you see the tweet that highlighted the messages from Bao and Nano's doc? Shows that Bao messaging the group about her model cancellation 5 months before Redactus message to Nano. Yeah, no, I seen it. That's another thing too. Mighty Friedman, I don't have that actually. Actually, that might be in the screenshots that I have. Yeah, that might be in the screenshots I have. And I will look for those whenever it comes up. Actually, if you don't mind, if you can find me on Twitter, at me, send me a link, DM it to me, something like that. That way I can go in there and look at it. Because I'm kind of in the middle of this. I don't have that pulled up. They're collaborating with Nanny, not each other. It's still highly fucking suspect. That's the problem. Because 90, if what I read is correct here, Nani is fuck, what was I just had it. Where? If I remember right, she has some sort of relation to Bao anyways. I can be perceived that she is connected. Is that through Sparky? Is it? I don't know. I can perceive she's connected too. I don't have any physical proof. That's the problem. I can suspect and speculate that she is somehow, especially since she's not taking commissions. I guarantee she's not just dozing off of that, hype train she was on getting commissions and shit. So, Nyana is a mythic too? I don't know. There is a way to find out. I mean, Nyana's is. Nani isn't. But yeah, it's if you got cover stuff, put this out there. If you're not gonna be unbiased, definitely fucking put it out there, because it does skew the view. Like with Tectone's brigading people like Mizu. He's with Mythic also. Also really close friends with Lily. How so? Also, it's also been noted, I don't know if it's public or not, but I'm gonna say it. It sounds like Rima's actually talked to Lily about this. So I'm not entirely for sure. I don't have proof of that, but it sounds like it. So, I don't know. Yeah, I know Mythic was founded by Asmongold. I know that. I know the whole backstory on Mythic. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into this. We've been going for 40 minutes now. We're gonna be using Nanolith's document and going along with this. Is there anything else I want to add to that? No, that's pretty much all I want to preempt that with. Alright, let's go.
There was a time, not that long ago, when this group of indie VTubers felt like the beating heart of the scene. Cozy, chaotic, ridiculously talented. There were some of the biggest names in indie VTubing. Bao, Shy Lily, Vienna, Yuzu, Trickywi, Nimune, Cottontail VA, and, of course, at the center of it all.
Hang on. Hang on a minute. I'll bring this. I'll find it real quick. This is what I'm looking at when I go for this. Mythic Talent Management Representation. This later agreement shall confirm that you, the client, have authorized Mythic Talent Management to act as client solely and exclusive agent during the team throughout the world. On the terms set with this agreement, client and Mythic may individually and collectively be referred to as herons as a parties. You're welcome to Mythic and looking forward to working with you. So once they join in, they can join other talent agencies and stuff like that. And there's more to this that wasn't shown. That's kind of what I'm basing my my assessment on that on. Until I see more of the contract, I have no idea. But the way it's worded, they're basically giving a lot of the creator is basically giving a lot of leeway to Mythic. So video's too loud. Compared to me, it probably is. Alright, let's go. Go on video.
Sinder. These weren't just popular streamers. They were huge, and they were known to fans as the Girly Pops, a tight-knit group of indie VTubers known for their chemistry, energy, and ride-or-die friendships. They shared emotional moments together, collaborated on music videos, supported each other's debut, and met up at conventions IRL. To fans, and even to themselves, this felt like the ultimate friend group. But behind the scenes, something darker was slowly unraveling. Sinder was one of the biggest indie VTubers out there. Cool, chaotic, metal-loving,
That should be good.
Iconic for her hellhound aesthetic. But as it turns out, behind the flames was something far colder. Because while everybody else was focused on creating content, building friendships, and cheering each other on, Sinder was quietly sabotaging other VTubers' projects, blacklisting her own friends, and manipulating the artists at the center of their community to cut off future commissions from people she didn't like. This is the full timeline. Every document, every message, every betrayal that took the internet's favorite VTuber friend group and tore it apart.
Yep. Sounds like an agent contract. You give them the ability to negotiate to for your behalf solely. Yeah, solely. Only them. No one else. That's kind of my issue with it. And there's more to that that wasn't shown. So, I'm always throwing up in the air that there's more to that. I'm not saying it is. But what I'm saying is highly suspect. So, Scotty, I got you down. I know. The way it's worded, I don't like it.
This is the story of how Sinder, a beloved VTuber, set her own reputation on fire and became the Regina George of VTubing. On April 25th, 2025, the cracks in Sinder's reputation shattered completely. Nonetheless, one of the most well-known and respected VTuber model artists in the community released a 5,000-word Google document that changed everything. What she revealed was more than just behind-the-scenes drama. It was a methodical breakdown of how Sinder and her then manager, Red, aka Redacted, spent years manipulating her, trying to control who she worked with, guilt-tripping her into silence, and even pushing her to sabotage her own clients. I struggled a lot with writing.
Now, here's the first problem with this whole deal. The screenshots, in order, with the context of the conversations and what happened, does not state that. The narrative states it, which the narrative, remember, was made by Nanolith and possibly Lily and all the other collaborators in this document. And remember, when this document first dropped, I guarantee it was not supposed to be known that all these other people were involved. I guarantee it. That was not supposed to be known to the public. And Bao opened her mouth, and it was. So, all of Rima's videos basically going off the narrative set forth within the document, not categorizing or putting in order everything that's happened. Yes, it was a drama farming video. Pretty much. That, in Rima's own words, took 10 days to make because she wanted the quality to be superb. Yes, there's a lot of VTubers with Mythic. So, I mean, within Mythic, you get a lot of benefits. And that's kind of where I raise my eyes from. Because you also get a lot of insider stuff. She quit. Yeah. Also to that note, Sinder did quit in 2024. Actually, let me go ahead and look this up real quick. I don't know if I might be able to find this. But I'm going to give it a try. And if you hear a baby cry, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I don't have a link to it. If she was on, I don't know exactly when. I can't find anything of it. If people do find stuff, you're more welcome to send it to me. I'll archive that and I'll stick it in a corner for all my little collection that I'm collecting. Yeah, it's not a conventional agency. So I look at it as like a multi-social network, the way Mythic is. That's kind of how they operate from what it looks like. And those type of networks did a lot of skeevy shit way back in the day. And they acted like the talent agencies you have now. So, look, I know what they are. They are a management agency. They give you resources. They give you legal support. They give you a bunch of stuff that you can use. However, I just can't get off the fact that there's more to it. Because it also gives you insider stuff. You got access to things and people that you want to have access to if you want involved. It's not a big hit. And I'm not saying that, oh my god, it's the nail in the coffin. I'm just saying, it doesn't look good. That's all I'm saying. So, if she quit, then it would be seen as a betrayal? Maybe, I don't know. And there isn't more to it. Yeah. I know. It's just one of those things that I feel it's important to bring up. Just like, just like this. Just like with Linus Tech Tips and whenever he's reviewing stuff, he has to make note whenever he's reviewing a laptop if he is sponsored or signed up with anything else revolving like laptops or other things that company might sell. It's required you have to put it out there. Now, there's no requirement for, YouTubers or streamers to put that out there. It just looks shady whenever it does get uncovered because it's like, well, you wasn't very biased. You didn't let people know in this any kind of connections you had. You just put this out there as the gospel truth, and it's very slanted. Oh, they're also with this company. Oh, they're also doing this collab. Well, I'm saying it's the optics of it that does not look good, and that will be used because it really puts into question now how much, was this intentionally slanted? Did she truly believe this? Was there other motivations? We'll never know these answers. But it really puts into doubt, can we fully believe and be 100% accurate for this video? That's the point. I would pull you in, but I'm not gonna do that right now. We're gonna continue on with this, but go ahead and say in chat, Rogue. I know you're going to.
Writing this document, she writes, and wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout. But I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Sinder. Based on her experience working with Redacted and Sinder over the years, she's sure that they speak for each other. There's no reason to believe Red was acting without Sinder's consent or knowledge, she goes on. Whenever I use they...
Why? Why is there no reason to believe? Why? Why? Because they told you to? I want to pull this up. I want to pull this up just because. Oh, fuck. Where is this at? There we go. I want to pull this up. Oh, come on. Oh, I gotta get in documents pulling up. Okay, that's fine. There we go. So this was today in Akko's chat. Quebec came in. Now let's want to show the DMs between me, her, and versus the manager because that's all he put. It's kind of just alluding to stuff. And it doesn't mean anything. But versus management? Who's management? Nanos? I mean, what are we supposed to believe? Yeah. Sinder and Redacted know what each other are doing. Look, and I'll state this one right now, because there's a lot of people who kind of miss this fact. Look, Sinder and Redacted might be in a relationship. I don't for 100% believe that they're living with each other. Sinder states on video, on stream, a week before this document dropped, she's living with her parents right now in a basement because her house is being built. She's not with anyone. Yeah, she's with a person in an online relationship. It's not like it's a personal, physical fucking relationship. So no, I don't think she knew. Is she legally culpable? Yeah, she is. So is Nanolis. That gets left out later on in this video. But yeah, based on personal experiences, I think Nanolis is a liar.
or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. The document begins with allegations that Red and Sinder were bad-mouthing other creators and spreading false rumors. Their first major target? Bao.
Do I remember the MCN days of YouTube? Yeah, I do remember them. I remember their dog shit also.
They complained Bao was overusing their editor. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago, and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better, being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her, which in this case is Nonetheless. Fred then adds, also, one of Bao's MV editors is the one that did the Boss Rush music video, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us.
If I remember right,
He continues to add on to the Boss Rush music video situation. Let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor, and the songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the Boss Rush MV between his work with Bao. He says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next music project. Boss Rush songs blow up and he's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project.
it's empower. I'll look at it. Well, I guess I know what I said about Bao's message. I don't have a Twitter, and the screenshot, I guess, was debunked. No, I remember something about that, but like I said, I don't have that. I don't have that current information with me right now.
project, and all of a sudden he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. Here's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically, we don't have an MV editor now for our next Boss Rush project. We think that Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song music video for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original songs last year, that she locked him up so no one else could work with him, and then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, like a literal announcement tweet. And now she's been barking up the tree of our LTD animators and you and a nano model. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. This all seems to be building up for what comes next, asking Nano to cancel Bao's model.
So the thing is with that, I know I have this. I need to do a better job at sorting some of this stuff out. But yeah, basically what ended up happening was, yeah, they asked the whole deal with the fucking editor. Man, it pissed me off. I can't find that fucking deal. Alright, continue on.
Model that was already in progress, which is wild considering Bao was one of Cinder's closest friends at the time. Red even checks up on Nano again later to confirm. Did you cancel the models? Nano replies, I did not. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Red tries.
Alright, hang on. I just noticed something here. Time out. Let's go back. I actually just noticed something here. Rima, this is why you're a fucking idiot. Okay? Look at the screenshots. 1/15/2025.
To get her way. This all seems to be building up for what comes next. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. This all seems to be building up for what comes next, asking Nano to cancel Bao's model, a model that was already in progress, which is wild considering Bao was one of Cinder's closest friends at the time. Red even checks up on Nano again later to confirm.
Later at 8/5/2024. Explain that one to me, Rima. Is that a miscite? You spent 10 days making this video. Is that a fucking misstep? Is that a miscite? Did you not do your research? Does Sinder and Red own the fucking Back to the Future DeLorean? Did they use the flux capacitor to go back in time to ask that? I can't believe that. I gotta make sure I'm reading this right. Let's slow this down. Oh, I gotta be here forever, guys.
With her going forward, like a literal announcement tweet. And now she's been barking up the tree of our L2D animators and you and a nano model. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. This all seems to be building up for what comes. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way.
1/15/2025.
It's so annoying. I don't know, man. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. This all seems to be building up for what comes next, asking Nano to cancel Bao's model, a model that was already in progress. Which is wild considering Bao was one of Cinder's closest friends at the time. Red even checks up on Nano again later to confirm.
Checks up on Red later to confirm. What's next? From 1/15/2025 all the way back to 8/5/2024. Jesus fucking Christ, Rima! Oh my fucking god! "10 fucking days! You better fire your fucking editor, Rima." Jesus fucking Christ. You're just going word for word verbatim on the fucking narrative from the fucking documents.
Did you cancel the models? Nano replies, I did not. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Red tries to ease the situation. She has many connections, she'll be fine. As if canceling a friend's to ease the situation. She has many connections, she'll be
So
fine.
we need
As
to
if
pay
canceling
attention
a
to
friend's
timestamps,
project
guys.
mid-development could ever be harmless. From there, things start to spiral. Nano describes how Red and Sinder began pushing for a kind of exclusive arrangement, but without a real contract or even proper compensation. They wanted her to only work with Sinder, and
So after that, they start pushing for exclusive. So we fast forward back up to 1/15/2025. What in the fuck? This is why people told you to go through the powder document. You cannot go through the goddamn fucking narrative. It makes no fucking sense the way it's narrated because the timestamps and the messaging doesn't fucking match.
in exchange, they just keep her booked with outfit commissions. But there were
Oh no! What pisses me off is she later on in this video she references legal mindset and legal mindset stream to get a quote that what was the quote? The quote was Sinder is legally culpable for the actions of a manager, which duh, we all knew that. But legal mindset is also using the fucking document I made with the arranged fucking screenshots. She watched that fucking stream. I know she did. She had to. She was in chat fucking watching it. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Hang on. It would have been better if Rima just left these fucking screenshots out. It would have been way fucking better if Rima just left these screenshots out. Okay. What got to be back up? Okay, let's go.
strings attached. The main things we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and to not make any new model/outfit with VTuber 1 again. Basically, if any other VTuber they didn't like came asking for art, Nano was expected to say no. When Nano asked for a fee for this exclusivity, Red responded, "We could do it like when VTuber 1 asks for art."
There's a way for a fee for exclusivity. What are you... Alright, I don't trust this. What are you removing from this? What are you removing from this, Rima? 1/15/2025 7. So here's what I don't like about this. Because so it's been theorized. Let's go here. And I've got to showcase this. It's been theorized that at some point after 4/12 is when the DMs were released. It's been theorized because that's the only time that makes sense. Because what has been claimed is after this conversation, that's when Nanolas went to Lily. However, with Lily's own fucking statements on stream, she has put forth that she went to the dentist and had a couple other collabs that she went that she bonked on Sinder with. That dentist visit was in the beginning of March. So she went to the dentist, bunked 3 collabs, and then it was either on the 3rd one or the 4th one, she refused another collab because at that point she knew. And I highly think, and this is speculation on my part, because we don't have a concise fucking timeline, and we'll never get it because none of these people will put it out there, probably because they'll fucking incriminate them. But I highly think that Nellis was already talking to Lily before this point. And here's the reason why I say that. Because at the beginning of this, and Armchair pointed this out too, I mean, like, if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity... Oh, no, not this. It was... Alright, never mind. Don't pay attention to that. We'll come back to that whenever it's 4/12/2025. 4/12/2025. I got my screenshots wrong. But, yeah. I'm thinking that, 4/12. I'm actually interested she showcases that because... Hey, Nano, do you have more plans for Lily besides just the model, like outfits or merch or anything like that? It's like, hey, Nano, do you have more plans for Lily? It's just out of the blue. I want to know what the conversation was beforehand. But, yeah. Well, I think the main thing... that is halfway down that listing. And then asking for more of a fee. Does that one. Does that one. Does that one. No. Where's it at? Is it this one? When the fuck is that screenshot at? Oh, it's right here. It's the last fucking screenshot. So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screenshots in the middle of this whole fucking deal. She cut out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She cut out 6 screenshots within that timeline to get from here.
Such outfit with VTuber 1 again. Basically, if any other VTuber they didn't like came asking for art, Nano was expected to say no. When Nano asked for a fee for this...
So 902, 758. 902, 758.
This exclusivity,
In
I
902.
responded, we could do it like when VTuber 1 asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. But that's not exactly how exclusivity deals work. They wanted all the control, without any of the downsides. And their justification? More nano babies mean nano models don't have the same value.
Okay. Where's that one at? What in the fuck? This is why I hate that this is so fucking all over the place. 805. 805. So it wasn't that one. It was this one. Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So you went back and forth. Okay. So you went to the first screenshot, to the last screenshot of that day, back to the first screenshot, Rima.
values anymore. In their eyes, the more models Nano made, the less special Cinders would be. Then came the blacklist. They gave Nano a list of VTubers she wasn't supposed to work with anymore, either for
And that block list was back to the beginning of it. And again, she shows a screenshot. It's like all over the
models or
fucking
art.
place.
The psychological effect on Nanoless was real. It's hard to say how much this messed up with my mind as an artist, that by working with other people, I was somehow making my existence
Yeah, okay.
models less special. But it didn't stop with Bao. After Red noticed Nano had started working with Shy Lily, they became suspicious and started digging. They said it made their
Now we're going back to 412. So, do you see the issue I have with just going with the narrative?
anymore, either for models or
They
art.
did
The
this.
psychological effect on Nanoless
And
was
then
real.
went
It's
to
hard say
this.
how much this messed up with my mind as an artist, that by working with other people, I was somehow making my existing models less special. But it didn't stop with Bao. After Red noticed Nano had started working with Shy Lily, they became suspicious and started digging. They said it made their antenna go up. Red began asking Nano more questions. What was Lily planning? Who else was she working with? Why hadn't she acknowledged a raid from Sinder? They even claimed Shy Lily had ghosted messages and backed out of a collab last minute. And the worst part, she hadn't shout out Sinder by name on stream.
Okay. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Hello! Oh! Hello, raiders!
Now, I'm gonna put it like this. Is this just petty bitching in DMs? If Cinder made these statements publicly, okay, fine. Lambaster. She made these statements to a private DM with someone. I don't care. It's not a big fucking deal. Someone bitched about it. This reminds me of a time of when one of the VTubers were around Legal Mindset was bad mouthing other VTubers selling Legal Mindset not to put these other VTubers on. It's like people do this. People shit talk each other in fucking DMs all the goddamn time. Oh my god. It's not even a big fucking deal.
Hello! The Pyropop raid! Hello, Pyropops! What did you guys do?
If I ever raid you, you better make sure to call me Rima.
The Pyropop raid!
Now, and here's the other deal with this whole thing too. This was just its own one-off thing. Be like, okay, whatever. Yeah, she's a fuck person for doing this, and all that good stuff. How's the thing? Actively afterwards, Lily and all the other fucking VTubers involved began trying to scout Pyro Pups, trying to basically garnish Cinder's fan base to come over to their side. And afterwards, anyone that was left actively started going at, attacking. How you can even see in the comments of Rima's video. So, yeah, acknowledge the fan base. You want the fans, you don't want the creators. I can see both sides of this whole fucking deal. But again, I'm gonna say it like this. It's fucking stupid and petty.
Hello, Pyropops! What did you guys do?
If I ever raid you, you better make sure to call me Rima Evenstar part-time supervillain full-time extraordinaire, or it doesn't count. Red ends the convo with another complaint. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama. Nano summarizes it best. The competition they were referring to were people I thought they considered friends. When she tried to set boundaries, they didn't stop. Instead, Red doubled down with more gossip, more complaints, and more obsession with staying informed. Just gotta stay informed, especially when—
Now, again, gotta reiterate on this one. I have a feeling Nano was already talking to Lily before this point. And I feel like that this was a gotcha question because I think this is the only time that Lily's even brought up. I have a stinking suspicion. I mean, unless Lily and Nano wants to drop the damn DMs that showcase when Nano first dropped these DMs on Lily. That'll clear it up. But I have a feeling that this happened before 4/12/2025, not after. Where was Nano setting these boundaries, though? Did she do that in any of these? Yeah, she has. She refused the exclusivity deal a month later.
when it comes to our top artist, never a break. It all just came off as petty. When Nano gently tells them that too much competition causes stress, Red responds, "We aren't the ones getting a model from the Artist of the Gamer sub owner out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. Geez, no one gave me the memo that I needed to gatekeep my artists and editors." Later, Nano reaches out to Sinder directly, bypassing Red.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god, you did it again, Rima. Jesus Christ. Yeah. 4/12/2025. Oh yeah, they did this. And then later,
From the Artist of the Gamer sub owner out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. Geez, no one gave me the memo that I needed to gatekeep my artists and editors. Later, Nano reaches out to Sinder directly.
yeah, later, once again, the fucking time machine go back, 2 fucking months. Oh my fucking god. I can't. I was listening to this and I was not watching the screen at work whenever this was being premiered. I listened to this live. This is the bad thing about doing narrative-based shit. And, I showcased the evidence on screen out of order. Listening to this fucking video, if you're not looking at the fucking screenshots paying attention, you feel like that these are in order events that happen one after another, after another, after another. And you don't know when this happened. For all we know, friends for years, this was the beginning and start of it. And this was just being led on. No. This was a week before the fucking documents dropped. A week before the fucking docs dropped. And you're sitting here listening along, you feel like that these are continuously fucking one after another chain of events, when they're not. We were in we were in March, January, February, no, April. We were in April, and now we went back to February. April then February, but that's the next step forward. This is highly deceptive. I'm sorry. Mighty Freedom, that is the reason why the thumbnail on this video is exactly the same.
Directly bypassing Red. She apologizes for pulling back from the exclusivity talk and says she doesn't want to be caught in drama. She writes, "But I'll understand if things don't work out because of VTuber 1. Cinder responds kindly at first and seems supportive even, but then adds, "When you said I'll understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay."
Hang on a minute. I gotta look at something real quick. Okay, nothing's removed. All right.
Okay with not working with me anymore. Nano then reassures her, "There's no point in comparing yourself to VTuber 1. You've grown so much already. I would never give VTuber 1 priority over you."
So, did you see the connection between Night Inc. and Mythic? You told me about it, but you talk about within this document? I don't know. Or in this video? Are you talking about in this video or just in general? Because I remember you talking to me a little bit in general about it.
Also, there's not even any model for her being discussed. "I just want to sleep clear-minded." Cinder insists it's not coming from her. She just doesn't want to get dragged into drama or comparisons anymore. In another older set of messages dating from 2023, Nano brings up a line Red said that stuck with her. Not to discredit any—
Oh! Now we're bringing up all the... And I'm sorry if you hear a kid in the background. Now we state we're going back to older messages. Now I'm starting to think that this was intentional. Now I'm really starting to think that this is actually intentional and not just incompetence.
Cinder insists it's not coming from her. She just doesn't want to get dragged into drama or comparisons anymore. In another older set of messages dating from 2023, Nano brings up a line Red said that stuck with her. Not to discredit any of your—
And Nano state messages in 2023. Yes, these messages go from 2023 on up to 2025. The problem is they're spread out messages from all over in all the documents, and they're out of order. And they are out of order to paint a narrative and a context that does not match the fucking messages. This has been the entire fucking issue and why people have been pushing back on this. So did you want to figure out who is the connective tissue on this? Go ahead and tell me, Rogue. Anyways, but yeah, for the fact that we went through back and forth, you know, to last year, to this year, and then back and forth a couple months on this, painting a narrative on a chain of events the way you fucking listen to it feels like it's in consecutive fucking order with one another. Now at this point you state, yeah, we're going back now to these older messages in 2023. Yeah, this tells me right now that it is purposefully done. Asmongold, yeah, it is what it is. Okay. I think we knew that.
Work, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one. Kind of been getting the same feeling from gamer subs lately too. Nano admits I thought about canceling some models because of it, but then realized it's not really fair to me. Sinder replies with what might be her most infamous line in this entire ordeal. I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients...
That is not how that... And if you were to watch Armchair's fucking stream, you would get the whole fucking deal. Rima, you had an editor. Okay? You had an editor edit this video. Did this editor do this video out of the courtesy and kindness of friendship for you? Did you pay absolutely nothing to have this video edited? Or was it just business and you gave him clips of you doing this, screenshots, gave them to the editor and said, please assemble this. How much? This much? Okay. Transactions happen. He does work for you. You get a video back. Just business. Welcome to the world of streaming, hun. It is just business. It is just business. Do you do your YouTube content for free or do you get paid for it? You get paid for it. It's just business. And that's not even the context of what this is going into. They even state later on it's not. And they even state that Nano doesn't have to do this.
Instead of me, I know it's for a reason for you to help bro and not because you don't like me. Sinder then starts reminiscing about how she was there from the very start and how she had helped Nano improve her life to decutting by finding someone to assist her, which comes across as a subtle way of saying, you owe me. She ends with, but yeah, just let me know if you don't have time for me.
Okay. I'm gonna let her read through this. But remember, if this is manipulation, why didn't Nano catch on to this back in 2023? And it's an issue now. We've got a clip to watch after this from Sinder.
Me to be an exclusive Nano art baby anymore. Nano pushes back. It's important for my job to reach far, and I like working with different projects and people. I never said I don't want to work with you anymore. She reassures her that she'll always get priority. Sinder agrees. I also think it's important for you to work on projects you're excited about. I'll go through my plans with Fred and send them to see if they work with your schedule. I know he can be a little bit pushy sometimes, but it's just because he's doing business for me to grow, and he absolutely loves your work as much as I do. Then Nonetheless showcases another set of messages where Red asks, grow, and he absolutely loves your work as much as I do. Then Nonetheless showcases another...
Wait, Nonetheless showcases another set of messages. A day later. Yes, I'm going to showcase these set of messages a day later. What the fuck? Anyways.
Just because he's doing business for me to grow, and he absolutely loves your work as much as I do. Then Nonetheless showcases another set of messages where Red asks, you didn't tell VTuber when you cancelled because of Sinder, did you? Nano replies, no, I told all of them it was health issues. The earliest screenshots in this document are from 2023, the latest from 2025. This wasn't a moment, it was a pattern, and they were getting pushier as...
Yeah, you can't fucking put the pieces together to save your fucking life. Buy a fucking calendar. Jesus Christ. We're coming back to here on this one. So that whole line about seems like an...
comes across as a subtle way of... and how she had helped Nano improve her life to decutting by finding someone to assist her, which comes across as a subtle way of saying, you owe me. She ends with...
Okay. This is why I hate people that don't do fucking research. Now, here's the thing. This video says it's from 1 month ago. April 15th is when the VOD got put up on this channel. The stream happened April 13th. Okay? So, let me go through here and find the timestamp because I know it's not accurate.
To tackle my project, and because Nano was very new at making models. She had only done stupid enough to slot fire.
Alright, so
Trying to get people. But yeah, so
there we go.
My design was finalized pretty early on, and trying to get a commission.
Oh wait, hang on. Very important, because this comes up in the spite stuff. I need to go back a little bit further.
Bass trombone.
That I'd ever done within the 2-year time period, like, and I was already an anime girl on the internet with
Come on.
around
I've been feeling
people
very
like that.
lost in life for years, but thank you for the encouragement, Sinder 6 Heart.
Yeah, never give up. Like I was saying earlier, I almost quit being a VTuber because you know, there was a lot that had happened because I knew that I wanted to try it and try streaming and get like a cool anime girl model, because I just thought it looked so cool and fun, and I was already an anime girl on the internet with Tashi doing ASMR stuff. So I was like, you know, and I had done a couple streams on YouTube as Tashi. I think there was like three that I'd ever done within the 2-year time period. And so I was like, I could probably get more used to it, you know, and have like an actual animated avatar. That'd be really awesome. And so my character design was finalized at the end of the year in 2020.
In addition to tuber, I also play bass drum.
Okay, so for anyone out there on the whole spite bullshit, her model was finalized at the end of 2020. The whole concept art thing, bickering happened around, I think, end of 2021, beginning of 2022, or middle of 2022. That's where that whole thing happened. Anyways, let's continue on.
Currently,
finalized pretty early on, and trying to get a commission for model art and rig was near impossible for me. It took me 1.5 years to actually debut and get a live 2D model because of how complicated the fire was. The fire was a very big roadblock because I wanted a character design that would stand out and be unique. Because, you know, the VTuber scene was growing, and I wanted to do something really
up
cool
just a little bit.
creative. And I was like, well, surely nobody's stupid enough to slot fire on their model. And I literally could not find anybody that was willing to tackle a crazy project like that, because the VTuber technology was still very new, and people were still learning how to implement different things with it. And within that 1.5 years from concept art to debut, I had so many artists fall through, rig artists fall through and apply to get in with other rig artists, and they didn't have availability, or they weren't able to tackle my project. And because Nano was very new at making models, she had only done one other model when I commissioned her, so she was still very new to learning.
Now, I theorized this in a video I put out, about 14-minute video about 3 weeks ago, that Nano and Sinder have known each other for a while. And yeah, Cinder helped make Nano, and I was right. And no, people can't go through and go, well, Cinder's just lying out her ass, just covering for stuff. Remember, and this is very important that you've got to remember. This message was 11/26/2023. This stream, I know it says April 15th, but on Twitch it was April 13th. It was on a Sunday. A week before the documents dropped. That is... The last message we got was between Nano and Redacted, and that was 4/12. So this is a day after Redacted had these messages. I'll tell you right now, Cinder didn't know anything about this. There's been no proof that Cinder knew anything. There's no proof that Redacted knew anything. They had no idea these docs were coming. They had no idea these people were talking. This was just a fucking yap stream. And Cinder basically quotes verbatim that message. Quotes verbatim this. Here.
Learning how to properly draw live 2D models, and I'm glad I was able to help her improve her live 2D cutting, but we actually had to hire somebody else to go through my entire Photoshop file and tell Nano exactly what pieces to separate, like even further, which is way more complicated than you would expect. So I don't have any on this model, but a common feature on a lot of my other outfits are the spiked bracelets, like the spiky necklaces, you know? It's like the black band with a bunch of silver spikes on it. So the black band has to be its separate layer, but in order for the widest range of movement possible, you have to have all the spikes on their own separate layers. So if there's 6 spikes on one bracelet and you have 5 of them, that's a lot of layer separation. And that's just one element, you know? Then there's the hair, then there's all the arm versions, then there's all the layers of fire that had to be drawn. So it was a huge, long process. But it was eventually done. My first model had frame-by-frame animation. It was 12 frames that looped that Nano drew herself. And then I actually had to find a bunch of references. I downloaded so many GIFs of frame-by-frame hand-drawn fire animations for Nano to reference. And she did a great job, and it looked amazing. And so it was just frame-by-frame animation that was just sort of slapped on my VTuber model. And then my 2.0 model has live 2D rigging, because then we worked with Twin, and she was able to actually manipulate the layers to look like fire. So it's like, oh, things are improving, the technology's getting better. And then, you know, now we have After Effects fire. But during that time period where I kept getting denied and turned away and canceled on, I was actually in with a couple different people that were actively working on my stuff, and then they had dropped my project because they were like, yeah, no, I actually don't think I can take this on. And I was so discouraged, and I felt like the universe was against me, and you know, maybe it was a sign that I shouldn't pursue this path and hobby and try to do it. But then, you know, the clouds parted and there was a silver lining, and things ended up working out, and and I'm very, very fortunate and glad that they did. But you know, it's like, even, and I know, you know, being a streamer is such like a...
Alright, there's that, and there's one other portion. One other portion on this I need to... need transcripts. Control find. Home. House. Thousands. Warehouse. There you go.
Find success with what you want to do.
Content soon?
Yeah,
Or will that be
just keep
after moving
going.
to the new house? Keep up
Yeah, I
the
haven't been
awesome
able to do 3D
content,
stuff
Sinder.
because of my
I
housemate's
love
dog
being part of
barking and
this
my PC
awesome
fans being
community
loud,
yachts I
and
love.
the room that I have to stream in because I stream in a basement. But once this new house is built, you betcha things are gonna be so fucking awesome. It's gonna be so much better. 3DO streams, maybe even cooking streams, maybe a house tour. I gotta show you guys cool stuff. Thank you for believing in yourself. You know, I always try to do my best with everything I do. I feel like that's all you can do is your best. Yeah. So never give up. Never give.
Anyways, she talks about the house and a couple other things like that. No, she's laddering Nano up. You can't tell me that she's preempting this. She has no idea any of this is coming. You can probably make an argument, oh yeah, this proves she's two-faced. Well, I've not seen any even DMs that she's two-faced. I see that there's a split dynamic between the way Redacted does stuff and Sinder does stuff. And I've not seen any strong evidence that actually indicates that they know exactly verbatim what they're doing. I've not seen that. But yeah, that explains that whole fucking portion. So yeah, Sinder was Nano's second model she ever done. Along with that, if you look down here at the bottom, don't have time for me to be an exclusive Nano Art baby anymore. Nano at this point was already looking at Sinder and was exclusively doing art with just her. That's how I take that. Did she have ASMR streams before that point? I have no idea. And frankly, it's kind of irrelevant to me. Even after she debuted, she still did stuff as Toshi. She still posted stuff up. So, there is that. Anyways, let's get back to this.
But yeah, just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive Nano art baby anymore. Nano pushes back. It's important for my job to reach far, and I like working with different projects and people. I never said I don't want to work with you anymore. She reassures her that she'll always get priority. Cinder agrees. I also think it's important for you to work on projects you're excited about. I'll go through my plans with Red and send them to see if they work with your schedule. I know he can be a little bit pushy sometimes.
You always have priority. You will always be my special baby. Why is Cinder her special baby? Why is that left out? Oh, maybe because it kind of destroys the narrative that it's all just manipulation. Alright, let's continue on.
But it's just because he's doing business for me to grow, and he absolutely loves your work as much as I do. Then Nonetheless showcases another set of messages where Red asks, you didn't tell VTuber1 you cancelled because of Cinder, did you? Nano replies, no, I told all of them it was health issues. The earliest screenshots in this document are from 2023, the latest from 2025. This wasn't a moment, it was a pattern, and they were getting pushier as time went by. Additionally, Nano says that VTuber1 was constantly being framed as jealous or trying to copy Cinder, and Red knew how bad it looked because he spoiler tagged messages to hide them. I think it's more like wanting her to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition.
Again, we're doing this fucking moving. I don't know if she's just trying to frame narrative shift of, oh, well, that's this year, and then, oh, we're going back to 2023 and this year. But you didn't do that with the first set of messages for Bao because you went back to 2024. You know, we're going from 11/25, 2023. Then, you said then, and then going to this, like 7/19, 2023. So we go back again. Okay.
Competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because VTuber1 can't get along. But I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people say looks, sound, and acts like you becomes just as successful as you in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's endorsing her copy, or like I've seen some people say, her replacement. They share a lot of the same audience too. Like at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merits, just like you did. Get along. And the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up. I just know anything we do, she's watching and will take from or try to outdo. Oh my god, you know the spinning figure we have on stream? VTuber1 figure was announced on Wednesday. No spinning figure. Cinder debut Saturday, everyone hears about it. Figure announced, spinning figure on screen with exclamation mark figure right next to it. VTuber1 streams yesterday, first stream since Cinder debut. Guess what? Spinning figure with exclamation mark figure next to it. But it seems VTuber1 wasn't the only VTuber this duo kept tabs on. In another set of messages, Redacted complains about another girl. Then like month later unfollowed her on Twitter.
Ah!
Spinning figure with exclamation mark figure next to it. But it seems VTuber1 wasn't the only VTuber this duo kept tabs on. In another set of messages, Redacted complains about another girl.
I'll excuse that one because in another set because she's explaining. Alright, these are them complaining. And another set of messages, another set of messages. It's not. I get annoyed when it was like then and then after and then right after this and then it shows a DM way back in fucking time, or not even the same fucking time frame. That's a pass for me.
Then like month later unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like the flames, and now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus, using fire emojis all the time, shaking my head. Never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her, and now uses Cerberus or Cerberpup or whatever her lore says she is. Yeah, so it's like there was also unprovoked tweets from her like, I didn't copy anyone else for my design is all me, this is who I am. Like, huh? The intention behind the badmouthing here is clear. It was about framing these other creators as unjust or unfair towards Cinder. In Bao's case, she was accused of hijacking multiple members of their team.
So, we're talking about a span. I want to see if I... Alright, hang on a minute. I'm going back to just me, because I want to try something. Okay, I can't do that. Alright, oh yes. That works very well for me. Okay. Because I'm gonna give you a visual representation here. Okay. Here's a visual representation. We have a couple messages here. Couple messages here. Not January. So we have a couple messages in June. Like one message in June, one message in August, a couple messages in November, some in December, I believe. They're spotted throughout here, and they're days at a time. This is 2023 to 2025. So years of manipulation within months and days within the years of conversations ranging from this order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. 5 days in 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days in 2024. And 1, 2, 3. 3 days in 2025. So in total, 13 days worth of messages. We have 13 days worth of messages, not all fucking day, sparsed throughout the day, equating to months and years of manipulation. I don't see it. Especially with it being put out of context and out of order. Because now you're conglomerating a bunch of things from, yeah, it happened within the span of years. It was not all one fucking evil, dramatic thing what everyone's fucking making out to this. Why this is so fucking disingenuous.
VTuber 1 and VTuber 2, they were painted as if they were the ones sliding Cinder, not the other way around. Cinder is a large VTuber, and her words carry weight, especially when spoken privately to someone like Nanoles, who trusted her deeply. And once that trust was influenced, it became easier to justify. Well, she did it to us, so it's okay.
You know who else is bigger? Way bigger? Lily. I believe Bao? Remind me, is Bao bigger or smaller than Sinder? I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of disingenuous because Sinder is 2 times smaller than Bao. Sinder is around 300, was around 300k on Twitch. Bao is around 600k on Twitch. Along with that, Shy Lily's above 1 million on Twitch. So you're telling me a 300,000 sub VTuber, that wasn't even 300 subs back when she started out. She started out new from the ground up. With a platform influencing, was able to influence Nano over 1 million plus follower and a 600k plus follower. Basically, I don't know, quadrupling her size. You're telling me that Sinder had that? Again, I've not seen that. Again, this is the narrative from Nano's document. Nothing in the fucking evidence provided states this. Seriously? If you're talking about the Twitch sizes, yes, here. Twitch. Let's look at Sinder. And let's look at Shy Lily. Shy Lily. And hell, for shits and giggles, let's go ahead and do Twitch Silvervale. Alright, so you gotta tell me. I don't want that. I don't want that either. I don't want that either. Stop playing music. So you're telling me a 307k follower channel outperformed or outranked or out-influenced a 500k channel. Come on, mouse, walk. A 600k channel. And oh, I was wrong on Lily. I was way wrong on Lily. A 1.5 million follower channel. Are you telling me that Sinder out-influenced 1.5 million, 6k, 5k, with our 307k? Are you serious right now? Okay. I don't see it. Out-influence, that's funny.
Okay to do it to her. And throughout all of it, they insisted. It's just business. And maybe the most damning part, Sinder wasn't passive in this. She knew, and she was involved. When
No, she didn't. Nothing's been proven. But I'm sure she's gonna tell us. Also funny how,
Bao read the document and saw what had been happening behind her back, she couldn't stay silent. And what she shared next made it clear. This wasn't just about art. This was about the betrayal of a friend. Not long after the Nanolist document went public, the community was already in shock. If Nanolist document was the match, Bao's response was the moment the flame hit the fuse. Bao's document was much more personal. It didn't read like a takedown, but more so a heartbreak, and was filled with sadness. Her goal wasn't to stir up hate. Her goal was simple, to defend herself and tell the truth about what had actually happened, and most of all, to clear up the things that Red and Sinder had said about her. She begins by explaining that back in March 2024, she announced one of her Sabaton goals would be a brand new Life 2D model. Nanoless was originally set to be the illustrator for that model. After she finished both the design and base sketch, there was a sudden back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue with the model, and in the end, the design was cancelled. Bao had grown attached to the design. She'd shown it to her friends and even shared it in
so 8/6/2024.
Private group chat that Sinder was also a part of. She opened up about how devastated she was about the model being cancelled, and strangely, while others in the chat offered comfort and support, Sinder stayed completely silent. Now, with the screenshots revealed,
Hang on, and also let's put on this. Do we know that Sinder stayed silent? Have we seen the chat logs? No, we haven't. Also, 8/6/2024. Let's see. Let's go. Because I want to check something real quick. 8/6. Bow, sack, bow. That's... So in 2024, we don't see any messages. 2024, we don't see any messages from Nano and Redacted. We don't show any messages for that. Howdy, I hope you're all doing good. I've got a fucking headache. So, okay. So it's 2025. I need to find this. If I remember right, this was the message shown that she was canceling models. Or stated to cancel models. Explain to me this. If she asked in 1/15/2025 to cancel the model, and we see this in 8/6/2024, was Redacted asking Sinder, was Redacted asking Nano to drop the model? I see, because I've got these set up in order. That's 2025. Okay. So, I've got in the name, right here in the name, what documents these came from. Because I took these screenshots from multiple documents. And I arranged them. The only screenshot we have between Nanolus and Redacted is this one. And here's the thing. Check 8.5. Yeah, I got it. 8.5. It's the only message. I need more context to this. This is a problem. Did you cancel models? I did not. Nano on delay 2026. I'm scared to cancel a bow. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing us to us at WeebCon. Yee, I can give her a design for free as an apology gift. So, here's what I want to know. What was the exact moment that Redacted asked Nano to cancel for bow? Where is that conversation? Where is that conversation? This reads, did you cancel models? I did not. Why would it be, did you cancel models? This is in the middle of the year. We have nothing before that. What prompted this? Why are none of these fucking VTubers, these fucking journalists, asking these goddamn questions? It pisses me the fuck off. Again, it's not here. We have no messages in 2024 before 8/5/2024. We have nothing. There is nothing else. That is it. And that is the only conversation before or after between Nano and Redacted. Because that's from the Nano document. All these other ones are between, like, Redacted and Sack and a couple other people. What prompted that? What was asked? Why is it all being thrown on Redacted and server? Because they asked the question. Where is it them going? Oh, well, I want you to cancel a bow. What is that? I only see, did you cancel any models? And not even with anyone. It's Nanolith that brings up bow. It's Nanolith that brings up bow. I'm still going. Why is Nanolith bringing up bow? Where's the conversation beforehand? What is that? Oh, did you cancel? Oh, did you cancel? Oh, so you missed that. I see it. Yes, we should have messages saying that. It's such a damning thing. It's so there. Where is it? We don't have it. Again. I'll showcase again for the fucking class. I will helmet his home. That is the first message in that year. Of 2024. This is the only message between Redacted and Analyst. We have nothing before and after. Nothing. Where is it? Where's the proof? We should have it. We don't have that. I don't know why my computer did that. I'm getting animated. I'm getting animated because I'm getting irritated. Does text amended? I know. Jumps to 17, 20. If you're talking about in the video, I don't know what exactly you're talking about. It says jumps 17 to 23. I don't see that. $17.20. Yeah. There's something omitted here. These are not. I kind of want to run these through an analyzer. See if they've been tampered with. I really want to run these through an analyzer to see if they've been tampered with. But yeah, I see that. 1723. Again, we have 417, 423. I don't know what could have been said that, and by not been said. It just might have been. It just might have taken Redacted that long to respond. That much within the messages, I can see that. But I'm questioning beforehand and after. Alright, let's get into this again.
She opened up about how devastated she was about the model being cancelled, and strangely, while others in the chat offered comfort and support, Sinder stayed completely silent. Now, with the screenshots revealed and multiple documents coming to light, Bao realized why Sinder had stayed silent back then. It was because she and Redacted were actively sabotaging on—
Again! We jumped from 8/5/2024 to 1/15/2025! Oh my god, buy a fucking calendar, Rima! Buy a fucking calendar, please! Oh! Now we see why it canceled. Oh, because of these messages in 2025. That does not indicate that anything was said to cancel from them to Bao. Why? I hate this goddamn fucking narrative. Because it's got so many goddamn holes in it. If it's so cut fucking dry and simple, showcase it. Why isn't it not being showcased? Probably because Nanolis is the one that fucking dropped it for other reasons. Oh.
Ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers, such as herself, from having access to art from Nanoless. In one instance, Nano explains to Red that she had finally cancelled the model on Bao. I can give her the design for free as an apology gift, she says. Yet Redacted responds, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free. Maybe half.
Ah! Wah! Hang on. Hang on. I feel better now. There's a den.
She had finally cancelled the model on Bao. I can give her the design for free as an apology gift, she says. Yet Redacted responds, don't sell yourself short.
Redacted response. How? How does the Redacted respond? From messages in 2025 to 2024. Ugh. I can't. Listening to this fucking video was bad enough. Watching the video is 20 times fucking worse. Sinder, give me a fucking message. I want your time machine. I want to use it. I'll pay any amount. Please. I know you got the DeLorean. These people in these documents in Rima right now are stating you got this fucking DeLorean. You gotta have it to go back and forth in time to do all this fucking nefarious and manipulative fucking things. Can I please borrow it for a day? I promise I won't do anything nefarious with it. I'm gonna have a fucking stroke.
I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding.
And we're 15 minutes in.
Someone else, I wouldn't offer it for free. Maybe half price if she starts shit. Wow. Making sure your friend pays on a project you schemed to have cancelled is wild. And so, Bao begins her response, going,
There was no scheme. There was no scheme. That stuff happened 2025. We've seen nothing in fucking 2024. Why are you mixing screenshots up? Why are you mixing dates up? I thought you were better than this. Yes, we're only 15 minutes in.
point by point and carefully debunking the lies that had been spreading behind her back for months, maybe even years. In the leaked screenshots, Red claimed she hijacked our YouTube editor. Bao responds with clarity. Kaiser had worked with both Bao and Sinder. She and debunking the lies that had been spreading behind her back for months, maybe even years. In the leaked screenshots,
So Ba's been getting on her nose for a while. She's hijacked a YouTube editor a while ago, and is constantly picking up artists. The problem I have with this oh yeah, that's right. So now I remember what I was gonna go into. I'll continue on.
Screenshots. Red claimed she hijacked our YouTube editor. Bao responds with clarity. Kaiser had worked with both Bao and
Okay. Here's the problem I have with this. They're not talking about Kaiser. They're talking about Sack. They're talking about Sack, not Kaiser. Because they're talking about the Boss Rush video. Sack edited the Boss Rush run. Again, this is what happens when you combine all the documents together with NES, because they talk about different things, and they interpret different things. Because a Sack document, it shows that. Yeah, same here.
Sinder. She and her manager, Jun Mitsui, only asked for 1 video per month and made sure not to overwhelm his workload. But here's where it matters most. On March 20th, I started a group Discord call that lasted 5 hours to hang out with my editors. In this group call, Kaiser shared with us that he was afraid to ask Sinder for a raise
Here's the problem.
because he initially turned down an exclusive deal. As a friend of both Sinder and Kaiser, I encouraged him to take the deal and reassured him that it would not change our friendship, as I would never want somebody I care about to miss an opportunity.
Here's the thing. This is 3/20/25. Thank you, Rima, for darkening that out too. But this is 3/20/2025. Three 2025 to him on March 20th. But you don't stay here. The bitching happened. And let's go in your own video and look again. 1/15/2025. So here's my question. Why? I think Bao kind of totaled us up a little bit here too. Because if nothing was given out, if they knew nothing about this until Shy Lily shared the stuff in April, and redacted in them a bitch to analyst back at the beginning of the year in January, and they have a call about it, which only shows Bao. We have no idea who the fuck the other people are in the fucking document, in the call. So it says, Bao started a call that lasted 5 hours How did they know? How did they know? Kaiser shared with us that he was afraid to ask Sinder for a raise because he initially turned down an exclusive deal. And again, this is hearsay. Kaiser, okay, backs it. We have no fucking screenshots of this. We have no way of knowing that that's exactly what was fucking said in this call. And this is 2 months after the initial bitching. Initially, a month before Nano shared all this stuff. And they're not even talking about Kaiser, they're talking about Sack.
Call, Kaiser shared with us that he was afraid to ask Sinder for a raise because he initially turned down an exclusive deal. As a friend of both Sinder and Kaiser, I encouraged him to take the deal and reassured him that it would not change our friendship, as I would never want somebody I care about to miss an opportunity, even if it meant I would lose him as an editor. The other editors who were in the call can corroborate this. That call was witnessed by multiple people. And
you know who else showed that? I'm glad you brought that up. That's a very good point. That is a very good point, Rima. You know, bravo. You know who else said stuff like that? Sinder did. Sinder did the same thing. But yet, everyone misses that. And they paint more charity to one side than the other side, instead of splitting it down the middle and giving it to all.
would lose him as an editor. The other editors who were in the call can corroborate this. That call was witnessed by multiple people. In June, Bao's channel manager confirmed it publicly. Hello, I am Bao's channel manager, and yes, I was there in the call with Kaiser, Bao, and Sack. And Bao encouraged Kaiser to take the race. It was definitely
Call with Kaiser, Bao, and Sack. Bao encouraged Sack to take the raise. But they're not talking about Kaiser. They're talking about the bitching was from Sack.
something she thought would be best for him. Bao supported any opportunity or anything that Kaiser would choose to go. And Sack, the music video animator we will talk about in a sec, also came out and backed the validity of the call mentioned by Bao. Kaiser also came out adding to the situation. I generally try to put as much effort as I can with everyone that I've worked with. For the past 2 years, I've sacrificed so much of myself to make sure that I did the best job that I could for.
And these are statements after the fact. I don't really fucking care, especially. So here's the problem. The writers of the Google Doc are the ones that are setting the narrative, the tone, and the push. So far, what we've seen so far to this point, the narrative doesn't match the screenshots. The story being told does not portray the screenshot, and everything else. The documents don't match each other, one for one. You have whatever this is. The bitch was about Sack. Kaiser's being brought into this because of whatever. It wasn't originally being brought about Kaiser. It's being talked about with Sack. I don't understand why this is being added in. If these were after the fact, or screenshots privately beforehand, I'd have more validity in them. But after the fact, you're pushing a narrative. Anything after the fact, you're pushing a narrative. That's why I take so much stock in the video that Sinder uploaded about talking about Nanalis, because it was before the fact. It was before the fucking documents dropped. You can't claim that she was just trying to save her ass. That was before everything happened. She didn't know. And with these people, anything before April 12th, I really don't have much stock in. Because who all was working together in this? Because we know now from the call, everyone got together. This is the issue, especially with hearsay. We are relying on these people to tell us exactly how the call went. And yes, that's what happened. Are we sure that's what happened? Or they wasn't just talking about another project they got going on? I have a hard time believing this, especially with how the fucking narrative and the fucking screenshots come together. I cannot fucking believe any of this. And it's crazy to me that so many people are fucking believing this shit.
For them. Finding out how much toxicity was behind the scenes truly broke my heart. Then Bao moves on to accusation number 2. Red also claimed that Bao must have influenced Sacramore, Sinder's former motion editor, into going exclusive with her. Again, the truth was very different.
Yeah, also something I want to showcase in this. Because that is 1/2025. So here's another thing that a lot of people didn't catch. So all these screenshots, and like I said, I have the name below of where they came from. Nano, Bao, Nano, all these are Nano. All these screenshots are from Nanolist's document, except for one screenshot. All these screenshots are from Nano's document, except for one. Guess which one that is? The one showcasing the tweet from SAC. Actually stating who it is that they were bitching about. That was left out of Nano's document. And if I remember right, if I look here, artwork. More artwork, if I remember right. Where's it at? Because the narrative doesn't match what's being said. Right here. Red asking to cancel Bao. Blacklisting the creators. Trying stuff. I know I'm missing it. Sending her work. Simply business. Damage control. VTuber 1, VTuber 2. Bitching. Yeah, all that was, you know, maybe if I just did this, control fine. Oh, there. Sharing creators. I will start with my screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators, spreading rumors while manipulating me and thinking on the interest. In addition, spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in their editor not having time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below show their affection and appreciation immediately following spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic and manipulate me regarding further commissions. Remember that. So, right now, it's just redacted bitching and endless. This is one of the problem I had with this. It's just redacted bitching the endless. And it's rumors and lies. So, 1/15/2025. 1/15/2025. 8:49. 8:50 is when that happened. This is 8:29. Guess what screenshot's missing from this? Guess what screenshot's missing from Nano's doc? The one that confirms it's not rumors and lies. The one that actually gives evidence that, hey, yeah, this is why I'm saying this. Rumors and lies. In fact, they post this up. In fact, I think I'll do one better. I'll do this live. At Sacramore. More comms for peeps. Go to latest. And editing. Okay. There we go. This is what I wanted to find. Sorry, chat. After I finish up 2 more comms for peeps, I'll be shutting down my comms forever and editing anonymously in-house for Bao. Now, locking my boy up in the basement as per request, for real. Here's why I find this interesting. He asked for it, get the old moldy piss buckets from Bao. Alrighty, June, alright, Kaiser, time to fill up them buckets for me. Is it rumors and lies when it happened? I mean, there's that. But yeah, that's missing from Nano's document. Funny to do the rumors and lies thing. And then Bao comes in with her document and just kind of throws shit all over it. Also, they're probably thinking that, oh, nobody's got to be dumb enough to put this all together and see what things were missing. Yeah, they wanted Red to do that. That comes up later on in this video too. But, yeah. No, that was missing from Nano's document. How convenient. How convenient to remove the part that actually proves that they're not just spouting shit out of thin air. And actually, you know, there's a validity to the bitching. Yeah, very unprofessional to bitch to an artist about other things that doesn't involve them. Yeah, 100%, I'll say that. But I don't see the rumors and lies. I actually see it happening. And actually, also, Sack has done this twice. I've got screenshots somewhere. They're on my Twitter. I've already showcased them. But, yeah, no. Sack has went exclusive twice with Bao. And like I said, what's being talked about in Nano's document wasn't Kaiser. They're talking about the music video editor, which is Sack. So I don't even know why Sack got brought up. Again, this is why you can't go off the fucking narrative. Things get twisted too fucking easily. And you go off fucking pure facts alone. That's it. And if you're not for sure, you say, I think, or I speculate, or I theorize. Not, it's a fact.
In 2024, Sack asked me if he could go completely exclusive for me and work for me in-house with no credit in order for him to be able to quietly work on his personal projects and brand without having VTuber ask him for more commission work. I was happy to accept. I want to reiterate that this was Sack's decision and no one else's. And it wasn't just Bao saying that. Sack himself confirmed in a Google Doc he released shortly after Bao's.
Okay, Sack's decision. Alright, here's another thing too. There's nothing in there that indicates this conversation. And there's nothing to indicate that it wasn't Bao asking or Sack. I can't trust any of these people. Again. What's the proof? It happened. If Sack asked, which we do see in that tweet, oh, you asked for it. We do see that. I will give that. He asked for it. Get the moldy piss buckets. So we can see, okay, yeah, she asked. He asked. Regardless, you know what that's called? Going exclusive. It doesn't matter who fucking asked. It's a two-party system. It's not like, I want you to go exclusive and it's solely on them. It's a give and take. You ask and the other person does. It's a mutual binding fucking agreement between two people. Going exclusive. There's nothing wrong with Sinder asking to go exclusive with Nanalis or anyone else. Because, oh my god, if we got to throw this much of a fucking shit hissy fit over Sinder, we need to go over Bao. But fortunate enough, oh no, Sax the one to ask. No, it doesn't matter. Sax still agreed. And you still agreed. It's a two-way party. Just like, fucking and getting pregnant. It's a two-horse band. You just don't fucking get pregnant. It takes two fucking people to tango. Same thing with this. Again, are we holding double standards here, or are we gonna hold everyone to the same standard? Because again, everything I've seen with wanting to go exclusive, yeah, I don't work with these people. Guess what? That usually happens with exclusives. Yeah, we don't want you to do these things with these people. Is it kind of fucked up? Yeah, it is kind of fucked up. But you know what? It happens all the fucking time. It happens all the fucking time in business. Again, and I'll say this again. YouTubing is a fucking business.
And it wasn't just Bao saying that. Sack himself confirmed in a Google Doc he released shortly after Bao's. I asked Bao to go anonymous and in-house because I had been wanting to focus on my own projects for 2025 since I had spent pretty much all of 2023 and 2024 doing videos for others and was having a lot of people/companies reach out asking me to work with them. And I'm not good at saying no to work opportunities. He asked that he just wanted to be left alone this year and to focus on other
Again. I asked, what's screenshot? Did you ask in VC? Why didn't you notate you asked in VC? You asked in DMs? Screenshot the fucking DMs. You're just telling a story, showcase it. Not that hard. When you make a Google Doc, put evidence out there that matches the story that you're trying to put out there. If you are unable to fucking codify anything, even with a 2 fucking person agreement, yeah, we both agreed to this. You're also making a document alongside of this. What's the proof? Either notated that this was a VC, or if it was in DM, showed a fucking DM. You've always showed other DMs between each other. He said in DMs. Which he might have.
with them, and I'm not good at saying no to work opportunities. He adds that he just wanted to be left alone this year and to focus on other projects beyond editing for others, which is completely fair, and why he chose to go anonymous and in-house.
And with that, let me go back here and find that. Since I said that, I probably need to look anyways. Redacted, bow, redacted, 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 Redacted. 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 Google Drive. Google Drive. Okay, it's right here. Here's the problem. I'd rather just be more in-house type of thing for Bao after this. And this is for beeps. Okay. This is not Sack asking Bao. Beeps is what? Bao's manager? This is the one? Screenshots match up then. I'd rather just be more in-house type of thing for Bao after this blank thing. After this thing is done. It's the last commission I ever do for anyone besides Bao. And you want to make a name for myself through my own content and not really my work for others next year. Isn't that the argument that Redacted was making the Nano? I swear that was the fucking argument Redacted was making the Nano. Okay. And remember, it probably does show it within the video.
Cutting out the hassle of juggling multiple clients and deciding to stick exclusively with Bao. On top of that, he refutes another lie spread by the Redacted/Sinder duo. In his conversation with Nano, Red says her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to squeeze in the Bus Rush music video between his work with Bao. But Sack, the editor in question, makes it very clear that the truth was far from that. They had asked me a significant amount of times trying to get me to work with them after I told them no multiple times, and I only said yes because they offered double pay. So no, he wasn't chasing them for work, they hounded him until he agreed.
And he took it because money talks. He who pays more earns more. That's business! Sack was just doing business. You know, if Sack really stood up to his principles and believed all this, he wouldn't have fucking took the comms.
And only after they threw money at it. In the screenshot Sack attached, you can clearly see that Redacted reached out to him 3 separate times asking for an MV edit. Each time, Sack responded that he was completely booked for the dates they were requesting. Then finally, Red messaged again, this time claiming they could be more flexible with the timeline. It was only then that Sack...
Oh! She did it again! Why?
...for times asking for an MV edit. Each time, Sack responded that he was completely booked for the dates
10/23/2024
they were requesting. Then finally, Red messaged again.
Ten 10/23/2024.
Each time, Sack responded that he was completely booked for the dates they were requesting.
November 9th is my... Oh, and I hate this fucking framing. I was completely booked. November 9th is my last MV for Bao until the first week of December, I think. When is Sinder coming out now? To be had, I probably saw on it a day or two after I wrap up Bao's MV. Asking a question, gets an answer. Wasn't hounded. Sack gives them a date. Two-way conversation.
Then finally, Red messaged again, this time claiming they could be more flexible with the time.
Red message again at the date stated. November 9th, 10th, 11th. Okay, Rima, count with me now. 1, ha ha ha. 2, Ha ha ha. What comes out to, what is 9 plus 2, Rima? 9, 10, 11. November 9th is my last video. 2 days after.
Booked for the dates they were requesting. Then finally, Red messaged again, this time claiming they could be more flexible with the time.
They could be more flexible. They contacted back. When did they contact back, Rima? When did they contact back, Rima? 11/12/2024. A day after. It's probably before. Actually, no. It was then. Because 11/12/2024. What if you pay UW? Double. So, this is how disingenuous this shit is.
Timeline. It was
We see clearly that there's a conversation here. Conversation is, hey, are you free? Yeah, last video is November 9th. Okay, when it's ready? It'll probably be 2 days after the fact. Now, read how she frames this.
and I only said yes because they offered double pay. So no, he wasn't chasing them for work, they hounded him until he agreed, and only after they threw money at it. In the screenshot Sack attached, you can clearly see that Redacted reached out to him 3 separate times asking for an MV edit. Each time, Sack responded that he was completely booked for the dates they were requesting. Then finally, Red messaged again, this time claiming they could be—
But he gave a date. He gave a fucking date. Contact back at this date. Guess what? They contacted back at that date. This is very manipulative and fucking shitty ass fucking framing, Rima.
be more flexible with the timeline. It was only then that Sack agreed after repeated asks and a promise of double.
So 11/12/2024.
Be more flexible with the timeline. It was only then that Sack agreed.
5/27.
Finally, Red messaged again, this time claiming they could be more flexible with the timeline.
Right.
It was only
She got in
then
order
that
that
Sack
time.
agreed after repeated asks and a promise of double pay. He also refutes Red's claim that they thought Bao got pissed that her editor did an original music video for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original song. As Sack literally had asked Bao with Sinder and Redacted standing right next to him at TwitchCon if it was fine, and she had no problems with it at all. But the part that—
Hearsay conversation. Hearsay fucking conversation. Guys, when you're doing shit like this, please get it down in writing. Does she not prefer watch her over it? She doesn't fucking care.
that left him the most sour about the entire situation was how he was passively blamed in public for delivering the video late, which was used as a reason for Sinder's stream delay. In reality, he had delivered everything on time, despite working under a tight deadline, making extra revisions, and dealing with both Red and Sinder sending him key assets very late in the process. For Sack, it felt like a direct attack on his professionalism,
That is not what happened in those screenshots.
blamed in public for delivering the video late, which was used as a reason for Sinder's situation was how he was passively blamed in public for delivering the video late, which was used as a reason for Sinder's stream delay. In reality, he had delivered everything on time, despite working under a tight deadline, making extra revisions, and dealing with both Red and Sinder sending him key assets very late in the process. For Sack, it felt like a direct attack on his
So, here's another manipulative thing that's happening right now, and very fucking shifty. Because the video was supposed to be out way before Sack was able to fucking do it. We see that in messages with Sack. But it depends on complexity, length, and optimal. Would be a little over 2 weekish for a rush walk. How would you feel about giving everything for MV now? How would you feel about me giving you everything for the MV now, working on in between your projects, and having it to me by October? I really would love to be able to squeeze y'all into absolutely if I could, but I generally don't have days free until November 9th. And then later on, then asking the dates. Should be a good job. 11, 12. They come back and ask, can you pay double? So that's the thing. They come back and ask at the date that Sack asked, can we pay double? And he takes it. I think I got those screwed up. Yeah, I got those dates screwed up. So it goes here. Does that. I'm down. Would you pay double? You can send invoice whenever. I screwed that date up. Yep, I screwed that date up. 9. And then it sends a Google document. I come bearing gifts. 11/29. Where is it that they didn't send materials? Because it seems like 10/3/2024. How would you feel about me giving you everything for the music video now, working on it between your other projects, and having it ready by the end of October? Where is the conversation at that, hey, I need the materials, you need to give me the materials, I don't have the materials? Because if we want to go in context, I believe the video was being promised out at a certain date, and they had to push it back. And SAC being blamed for it being pushed back, it's really not inaccurate. Because SAC did push it back, because he didn't have any times available. That's an editor issue. Yeah, sorry that the video couldn't come out. Our editor had time to get to it. In fact, funny thing about that whole deal. Yeah, funny thing about that whole freaking deal. Let me pull this up too. This be real funny, guys. Just give me a second. I gotta scroll through all the fucking bullshit. Because I know I posted this last night. Did you ask about the VODs? What VODs? So here's what I find funny about this. Rima states that. Thanks guys. Sorry it took so long, but I decided I would just take my time for a topic from now on. The video has longer production time now. I feel like the quality has been going up. I mean, didn't you just do the same thing? You said your ass. I'm not done it yet. I will in bit. I'll do that after stream. Sorry. But yeah, you pretty much did the same thing. I don't see what that was a thing, Rima. I don't see where all the stuff was given late. It looks like it was actually given early because he pushed it back to November. And bitching about because, oh, well, it's late because the editor couldn't get to it on time. Sounds pretty reasonable. I hate this fucking narrative framing.
Professionalism, something he clearly takes a lot of pride in. And with that, Sackramore completely debunked redacted lies about him. Now back to the Bao document.
It hasn't debunked shit. We just went through all the fucking screenshots. Nothing there. And we see Sack clearly pushing back on the fucking dates.
Bao continues addressing and debunking the jealousy narrative. One of the ugliest part in the leaked DMs from Red was Bao had original songs that...
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's funny. That's also another thing. Qualities went way up, guys. Yeah. How many misaligned screenshots and shit like that did we find? How many holes has this video gotten so far? Is it still afloat, guys? I don't know. Tell me. She's adding in shit to say at this rate. Yes, she is. That's the problem I have. Well, it's also the narrative that Sack put into the document. That is a narrative that they said. Which, again, screenshots don't fucking support.
That flopped, insinuating that she convinced Sack to work exclusively with her because she's jealous that Sinder's music project Boss Rush blew up. This wasn't business, it was just mean-spirited. I'm in shock and disbelief that this is the narrative they decided I deserved. Saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs flopped made me feel sick to my stomach. In late 2024, I was suffering from debilitating TMJ pain. I had to have a fluid drain from my jaw just to open my mouth. They both knew this. I have always wanted my friends to succeed alongside me, and I don't know how they could say these things while simultaneously weaponizing my most vulnerable moments against me. No one watching that unfold could deny how cruel that was. Instead of supporting her while she was at her lowest, they decided to stab her in the back. And still...
Well, I hate to say this, Rima. This video is also a flop. See, something like that. Happens all the goddamn time. It just happened to you. This is petty. Let's move on to something more.
Still, Bao held back. She only addressed the screenshots, she didn't escalate, she didn't attack Sinder personally, she didn't even release private DMs other than the ones that had already been showcased in Nanoless document. She ends up by saying that some of these messages date back years ago, yet she only found out 48 hours ago. They never gave her the common courtesy.
Oh wait, time out. Listen to that again.
By saying that some of these messages date back years ago, yet she only found out 48 hours ago. They never gave her the common courtesy of talking that she didn't even release private DMs back. She only addressed the screenshots, she didn't escalate, she didn't attack Sinder personally, she didn't even release private DMs other than the ones that had already been showcased in Nanoless doc.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie, we know it. That's a lie, we know it, because that screenshot right now was not in Nanoless's document.
She ends up by saying that some of these messages date back years ago, yet she only found out 48 hours ago. They never gave her the common courtesy of talking about this privately over those years. My thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence with people I thought would be by my side years and years for feeling.
That's another thing too.
She didn't escalate, she didn't attack Sinder personally, she didn't even release private DMs other than the ones that had already been showcased in Nanoless document. She ends up by saying that some of these messages date back years ago, yet she only found out 48 hours ago. They never gave her the common.
That's a lie. Now the story is Lily told her about it 48 hours beforehand. But Bao also know that Lily has something important to talk to her about. How in the fuck do we know that wasn't the case? How in the fuck do we know that Lily didn't say, hey, we got some dough on Sinder? Or, hey, Sinder said some shit behind your back. Whenever she first fucking DM'd. We've not seen those messages. How do we know that? Again, you want to showcase screenshots for everything that you're putting out, even when it's with one another. I don't care if you two are backing each other. You guys are collaborating on a document, trying to go at someone, pushing a fucking narrative. It is on you to provide a burden of proof of what's going on. Because Bao said two things. She knew a week ago, and she didn't actually know until 48 hours beforehand. How do we know that? We don't.
Courtesy of talking about this privately over those years. My thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence with people I thought would be by my side years and years from now may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same Vtuber model as someone I thought was my friend, and I don't know how I can ever be the same after this.
Again, how does... We've not seen... Again, we don't debunk that earlier in the video.
And just when the pattern of manipulation seemed limited to a few select creators, another name surfaced. Cottontail VA, a fellow VTuber and former friend of Sinder's, comes out and reveals on Twitter that she was one of the redacted names in the nanolist document that Red had tried to blacklist. This made my stomach drop to read. It makes me very sad to have things come out like this, sending Nano and Bao so much love. With that tweet, she attached a screenshot where Red asks Nanoless, you don't work with Bao, Cotton, or VTuber1 at all again. Models or art? I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton before. Revealing Cottontail was targeted, just like Bao. And the worst part, she was Cinder's friend too. Another person who had trusted her, and another name quietly crossed off the list because she was viewed as competition. As more creators spoke up, as more documents dropped, more screenshots were shared, and more patterns emerged. The pressure on Cinder became unbearable. Everyone was waiting to see what she'd say.
The only pattern that's emerged is everyone's been collaborating to try to get rid of Cinder. The screenshots and what's being said about the screenshots don't fucking match up. And the documents sure as hell don't fucking match up to one another either. It only matches up if you want to go, trust me bro, and believe white woman too's.
Would she own up to it? Would she admit her part? Would she explain the years of behind-the-scenes sabotage? Then she finally posted a statement, and it said exactly what many people feared, but also what many people expected. She threw her manager Redacted under the bus, saying, effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents...
So, threw Redacted under the bus. Again, what is... So, at this point, Cinder is against the wall. She has nowhere to go. I'll agree with Armchair that legally, in legal mindset, legally, that Cinder is responsible for Redacted. What's one of the things you can do to take responsibility? Termination. That's a form of responsibility. Yet, it's throwing Redacted under the bus. Even though Redacted is one of the ones that mostly did all this stuff. Even though we have not seen any kind of proof of evidence that Cinder knew 100% exactly what was going on. Again, that has not been proven to this point. Yet.
Me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry everyone, I will make a larger response when I'm able. This wasn't an apology, and it wasn't an explanation. It was a disassociation, a deflection. To many, it felt like she was trying to distance herself from the fire she helped start. But by now it was too late, because as the documents showed, Red wasn't acting alone. But just minutes after Cinder tried to distance herself from the fallout, a bombshell comment dropped that completely dismantled the narrative she was trying to spin. VTuber Vampeaches, a former friend, replied directly under her post, saying, I remember playing Phasmophobia with you and hearing Red chat away next to you before you first debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend. Then, before TwitchCon, you switched it up and said, just so you know, my manager is coming with me on this trip. As if I didn't know who he was. It's even ickier reading this.
So, again, I want to showcase this. I'm never going to get through this fucking... I'm never going to get through this fucking video.
How many times? No. How many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter No matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in.
So, why is no one talking about that? Oh my god, yeah, this one VTuber came out. Bombshell. No one knew about this. But it seems like all the doc writers knew about it and then put it in. It looks like they tried to force Bao to put it in. And she'd be stupid if she didn't do it. And she got told multiple times by multiple people. What's multiple times? And who is multiple people? And why would she be stupid? And how do they know? And now, even after that, it still came out. Shocker. Nobody's asking the big questions. Why? How? How did this come about? Why are these things being stated? Yeah, for us, the viewer, oh my god, it's a bombshell revelation. But the Google Doc writers, they knew this stuff weeks beforehand. I really don't care if they live together or not. They're in a relationship. That's confirmed. It's a long-distance relationship in my book. But I'm sitting here going, it's like, that's manipulation tactics. You're stupid if you don't put this in. Come on, everyone. Everyone, join with me. Yeah, you need to put Redacted and Cinder in a relationship in your document. Even though 24 hours, 48 hours beforehand, you just had a major surgery and procedure. But we're shoving this onto you because we got to get this out right now. There's multiple people. No, Lily's one of them. Who are the others? Why were they calling you stupid for not putting this in the document? Why?
This tweet knowing he's your significant other and that you're probably going to try to avoid taking responsibility by nuking the Red side of this duo. This one reply blew the lid off Cinder's PR move. It confirmed that Red wasn't just a manager, he was her longtime boyfriend. Cinder had deliberately downplayed the relationship, and her sudden disassociation, not accountability, just damage control. What felt like a carefully crafted exit strategy was now...
It wasn't a capital crafted. It's like her back was... There's nothing she could have done. I've seen Redacted did nothing wrong, I'm not doing anything. Oh my gosh, she's not taking accountability for it, and she's not doing any punishments. I'm removing Redacted from everything because his actions were not legit. Oh my god, she's throwing Redacted under the bus. Hey, I'm just not gonna say anything at all. Oh my gosh, she's not responding to the drama. Or best yet, Shy Lily going, oh yeah. Here's what Cinder should have done. She should have made an apology like this, checking off boxes A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or would you believe her even if she did all that? Oh, what are you talking about? No, I'm never gonna fucking believe her. Deceiver, manipulator. Nothing she could have done was gonna change any kind of outcome. She was effectively boxed into a fucking corner. The only thing she could have done is remove Redacted. And is it possible she didn't know? Yes, it's possible. Does she still need to take accountability? Yes. Redacted was her manager. But in that form, that comes legally. That's out of court public opinion. I'm not saying anything filed, as far as I know. Could it be legal repercussions that Cinder does against Redacted? That's possible. Could these other VTubers do it? It's possible. Is it going to be? Probably not. And if it's not going to be legally remedied, the Cinder is responsible for Redacted's actions kind of go out the window. Because that's the only time that is actually held legally. Not in fucking court of public opinion. When it's in this court, How in the fuck do we know that she even knew what was going on? This is what I mean by fucking deceptive.
Now being seen for what it was, a blatant lie, and almost instantly public sentiment turned against her. While the community was still reeling from the recent revelations, another document then surfaced. This one from Rain Does Stuff, a creator who knew Sinder back before she was even Sinder. Back then, she went by tachi.mp3 and made GFE-style ASMR content. While she was already rumored to have caused issues in the ASMR space, like using other creators' scripts without credit, Rain's document isn't about plagiarism. It's about something much more personal. A long-running, emotionally charged, and sexually suggestive relationship with Sinder that, according to him, was built on manipulation. Rain
Now, I want, again, I've said this before, and on emphasis. This was dropped about 7 hours. This was dropped 7 hours after the initial doc drops that morning. In the middle of the fucking night. How the fuck was he able to get all this stuff together so fast? Anyone ask that? How the fuck do you scramble up screenshots from like 5 years ago in a Google drop? Whenever a Google drop was done that morning, like midnight. You really telling me Ryan Does Stuff is, you know, fan of Lily on them and watches their Twitter in the middle of the fucking night? Okay, let's give that possibility. Just maybe. Just maybe. That's the case. That's really fucking quick to pull shit together and make a document and write it out. And then post it 7 hours later. Anyone ask that question? You know, the same question as like, oh, well, nuts because Shy Lily immediately posted on Nano's and Bao's doc drops, and so did Bao immediately posted. Like, they didn't even read the fucking document, like they knew what was happening going on beforehand. Oh, that's nuts. You're just looking too much into stuff. Shocker, they knew a week beforehand. Is anyone asking about the validity of how many people are involved in this, and these people are actually involved or not? Are we sure that they didn't get reached out to and asked to do this beforehand? It looks well too fucking orchestrated for me. Especially for me, like in the middle of the night. Because this happened middle of the night for us. Nobody's asked that question? Oh my god. Shocker. Nobody has. Because nobody's been fucking critical.
Large and sexually suggestive relationship with Sinder that, according to him, was built on manipulation. Rain describes how their conversation started when he was already a known ASMR creator. At the time, his ASMR channel was bigger than her, and she was thrilled to work with someone as talented as him. He says Tashi/Sinder quickly turned things flirty, even though she had a boyfriend at the time, strongly implied to be redacted. Pretty much immediately she was flirting with me despite, as you can see here, having
Strongly to be redacted. But do we know? Do we not know? So, 10/5/2022. Let's see how long this goes.
to work with someone as talented as him. He says Tashi/Sinder quickly turned things flirty, even though she had a boyfriend at the time, strongly implied to be redacted.
10/5. So, we go 10/5/36.
He says Tashi/Sinder quickly turned things flirty her, and she was thrilled to work with
10/5/2020.
someone as talented as him. He says Tashi/Sinder quickly
3/6/2020.
turned things flirty, even though she had a boyfriend at the time, strongly implied to be redacted. Pretty much immediately she was flirting with me despite, as you can see here, having a boyfriend, and both of us knowing she had a boyfriend, including regularly talking shit about him to me while telling me how great it would be where I...
Okay. You both knew. You still engaged. You both knew. You still engaged.
to replace him. He describes months of emotionally loaded interactions, including voice calls, manipulative mixed signals, and explicit sexting, not shown in the doc as Rain found it unnecessary. Although Rain
Alleged sexting. Unnecessary. This document was unnecessary.
does include a few sexually suggestive examples. One particularly weird moment is when Tachi tries to justify their entire relationship by explaining that her boyfriend bought a fleshlight instead of giving her attention when she was feeling needy. He sent me a screenshot a couple weeks ago telling me he was getting one and had the nerve to use it in front of me to show me how great it was. This leads Rain to respond. I'm very slowly and had the nerve to use it in for attention when she was feeling needy. He sent me a screenshot a couple weeks ago telling me
He sent me a screenshot a couple weeks ago telling me he was getting one and had the nerve to use it in front of me. Is that kind of stating that this is a long distance relationship also? So if this was redacted, is this also stating that this was also a long distance relationship at this point? Have these two ever lived together or been together with one another?
me he was getting one and had the nerve to use it in front of me to show me how great it was. This leads Rain to respond. I'm very slowly not feeling as bad for him about all of this, because it did honestly leave a bad taste in my mouth that all of this was happening while you were taken. But then, yeah, it's an awkward and bizarre exchange, one that adds another layer of discomfort to this whole situation.
Yeah, also adds to why send a screenshot? Oh, live together. Here, right here in person. Here, let me use this in front of you. I don't have to take a screenshot if it's in front of you, in the same place. Yeah! Again, allegedly, possibly redacted, we don't know. Could be an X. Don't know.
Situation. The rest of the discussion is mostly Tachi venting her frustrations and unhappiness with her current relationship, and ends this conversation saying things like, I don't know what I'd do without you, and I love you so much, I don't know how to thank you. However, as Cinder's content and brand begun to grow, and Rain's own channel activity slowed,
Exactly, maybe because she has an ASMR channel. Have you seen some... Oh my god, I gotta bring this up again. I thought I was never gonna have to go to this person's channel again, but I have to, because I gotta bring this up all the time. I've always gotta come back to this channel, and it's so fucking cringe. Guess what's going on when this is happening? You got videos like this. Meeting a cute girl on the bus. ASMR roleplay. Strangers to love. April 3rd, 2022. April 3rd, 2022. Let's look at this. Let's go over the list here. This is all in the same time frame. All 5 years ago. So we'll go to here. Let's see it. Let's see what some of the ASMR content that they're doing. Meeting a girl on a bus. You got mail. Best friend's a succubus. Bath with your girlfriend. Wounded by a werewolf. Classmate confession to you. Yandere kidnaps you. 7 minutes in heaven. Are we sure that whole exchange wasn't some sort of like Patreon exclusive one-on-one role play that the guy could get? Are we sure that wasn't something like that? Because with the type of content's coming out, there's more risque shit in the fucking content on the ASMR channel than there is in those fucking DMs.
he says the messages gradually stopped. In his own words, Sinder no longer felt she could ladder climb from me. Eventually, she stopped using that account altogether and committed fully to Sinder. I never heard from her again. Rain closes by saying he's not traumatized by what happened. He just wanted to provide context, but ends his document with his final judgment. She's an opportunist wherever she can find a way to be, and she does not care what happens to the people she springboards off from. At this point, the entire VTuber community is in full-blown reaction mode. Commentary is erupting from every corner, shock, confusion, disbelief, epic memes are made, even creators who usually stay far away from drama are speaking up. People start revisiting their own past interactions with Sinder, wondering if they missed red flags, and out of nowhere, even V Shoujo's General Giga.
So, explain to this. Why is it okay for people to go back and look at past interactions with Sinder? But I'm labeled someone trying to cancel someone or digging into something personal, looking back into past reactions or interactions with these other people involved in this document. Double standard much, guys? Yeah, I thought so. And by my reign of looking at this, the latest screenshot we got is 2020. So for me, anything with any of these creators back to 2020 is fair game to look at, scrutinize, look at, you know, what was that term that they used in the documents? A noticeable set of actions. Something can't just be coincidental. It's happened more than once. I believe that's terms used. I can't do it for any of these other people involved because, oh my god, we can't do that with these people. But everyone else can do it with Sinder. Yeah. No. Again, why I'm not crying about this, why I'm calling everyone fucking retards that fucking just believing in a fucking narrative, not being critical about this, and why I'm whipping this fucking video to shreds right now.
Post this tweet. Just realized why an art project of mine was suddenly cancelled. Insane. Then, another Google Doc dropped, and with it, a redacted name from the nanoless screenshots was finally revealed. Spite. Up until now, she had never even been part of the conversation publicly, but as it turns out, she was one of the VTubers Red had been badmouthing in private. In the leaked messages, Red describes a creator who had rebranded to a fire Cerberus and accused her of taking Cinder's visual ideas. She's the one being referred to in this screenshot. Then, like a month later, unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's idea, like the flames, and now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus, using fire emojis all the time, shaking my head. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her, and now uses Cerberus or Cerberpup or whatever her lore says she is, I don't know. He even pointed out to Spite's tweet defending her design. I didn't copy anyone else for my design. My design is all
I don't like this because dates are removed.
me. Spite immediately recognized the lines. They were about her, and that's what pushed her to speak out. Her document lays out a calm, detailed timeline showing how her designs, outfit choices, and lore came first, often debuting months before similar elements showed up on Cinder. From the beginning, Spite's lore was clear. Since the beginning of my VTuber journey, it has been written in my backstory and lore that I am the daughter of Cerberus. But that didn't stop the comparisons. From day one, Spite was constantly told she was a Cinder knockoff. People called her off-brand, mocked her for only having one head, and flooded her streams with jokes and harassment. And the timing didn't.
I remember there was a VTuber having the same shit done to her by Lily and Lily's fans. You got their video on that one? Oh wait, you did. You sided with Lily.
And help. On May 14, 2022, I debuted my 2.0 Live 2D model.
I debuted my 2.0 Live 2D model May 14th, 2022. On the same day, she decided to post her debut for a 1.0 Live model. Do I need to go back here? Because I think I've already proven this. I've proven this. And I clicked out of the video. What was I thinking? Yeah.
Dreams. Maybe a house tour. I gotta show you guys cool stuff. And get like a cool anime girl model because I just thought it looks so too because you know, there was a lot. I mean, drums.
School, I did Bari sax. Also
Hell
was on the
yeah.
drum.
Saxophone for the way.
Thank you so much, Phil Travis.
What was it?
Wow. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying what I observed from my own experiences around that. So
No,
like,
it's not.
You know, and I had done a couple streams on YouTube within the 2-year time period. And so I was like, I could probably get more used to it, you know, and have like an actual animated avatar. That'd be really awesome. And so my character design was finalized at the end of the year in 2020.
In addition to tuber,
Character design finalized in the year 2020. Again, I'm taking this for credibility because this was done a week before the fucking Google Drives even dropped. So you can't claim that she's going back and covering her ass on this. So again, the Spite shit I don't care about. It's stupid. Spite's just jumping on a clout train. I'll put that to the side because I don't want to exit out again if I have to come back.
But that very same day, Cinder posted her debut announcement for her 1.0 model. Spite says she hadn't even heard of Cinder at the time, but the comments and comparisons started rolling in almost immediately. People accused her of cloud chasing, so she rebranded, publicly shifting from Hellhound to Cerberus to distance herself. Still,
yeah, people accuse her of clout chasing. Maybe because she was, I don't know. I know she's clout chasing on this one. I mean, we clearly got fucking proof. This is why I say I don't give the fucking Spite claims any kind of fucking validity. Because we have no idea how long Nanolith worked on Cinder's model. Because it was a complicated fucking model. So we have no fucking clue.
Still, the overlap didn't stop. In July 2022, Spites debuted a goth-inspired outfit. Spiked choker, ripped t-shirt, shorts, and
Yeah, I know the reference model, reference sheet was out before Spike. I know that. I don't have that pulled up, but that's beforehand. And we don't know if any of these people had the model copyrighted. So even then, it's a bullshit take anyways. It's a bullshit claim to have. Yeah, they're bitching about, oh, they look similar. Well, they do look similar. So, kind of a legitimate bitch in my book.
sharp accessories. A few weeks later, Sinder posts a very similar look. In April 2024, on stream, Spite designs a Greek goddess outfit fitting her Cerberus lore. But a few months later, in December, Sinder debuted a white and gold Heaven Okami-inspired look, complete with Greek columns in the background. Spite says this made her feel like no idea she came up with could truly be her own. Then, in April 2024, Spite teases a casual new model, hoodie, choker cleavage, and bangs covering one eye. And in April 2025, Sinder reveals a nearly identical look.
Zane, if you could, can you send that to me on Twitter? If you know what my Twitter is, it's at Sparky's Tech on Twitter. Or if you got me in a Discord somewhere, it's at Sparky's Tech in Discord. Hit me up. If you can find that stuff and link it, please. Thank you. I know I found it once before. I just don't have it right now. And I know I don't have it saved. I know it's been posted somewhere in other Discords. I'm not going to take... There's 10,000 fucking posts in the thread. I'm not looking for it right now.
Not a perfect match, of course, but close enough that Spite's critics blew up with accusations. Again. Then Sinder drops merch with a character featuring grey blue skin, teal hair, and long ears. Multiple fans DM'd Spite thinking the merch was based on her, until they realized it wasn't. No matter what Spite did, people constantly compared her to someone she'd never even interacted with. Then came the message that made everything click. In January 2023, another VTuber reached out saying she too had been—
So, wait a second. Wasn't it VTuber1, Silverville, that Cinder was bitching that she was getting compared to? But bitching bad. We don't want to bitch about Silverville. Bitching's bad. We don't want to do that. But yeah, it's okay to bitch because there was bitching on Twitter, and we did see it, and it was in the documents. Of Spite doing the same thing. Bitching bad. We give a pass to Spite. Spite's fine. We'll give a pass. We won't hold the same standards. Send it bad. See why I say that this is a slanted fucking document? All these documents, all this fucking narrative, it's slanted one way. All these people have equal share and blame in everything. But everything's just thrown off onto Cinder.
Had been bullied by Cinder and parts of her community, just for having flames in her ears. They claim Cinder had accused them of copying her design, despite no real overlap beyond that one detail. Spite never replied to that message. At the time, she didn't want to get involved in drama. But after seeing the screenshots, she realized this wasn't just her. Knowing that I was being watched and talked poorly about really hurts, especially when they never attempted to interact with me. I just wanted to be left alone and be happy in my own space. Because this wasn't just being ignored, this was being monitored, watched, and mocked by a creator significantly larger who shouldn't have had no reason to punch down. And again, Spite never accuses Cinder of stealing from her in the document. She simply wanted to show that she didn't steal from Cinder, that her work, her lore, and her identity were her own and always had been. In the wake of everything going down,
I don't think anything was said. Hang on. I gotta go back and look here. I don't think the claim of stealing See, that's VTuber 1. That's VTuber 1. This is Spite. I don't think any claim of stealing happened. Where's that coming from? Bitching. And we know for a fact that Cinder's model came first, 2020. Again, where's the lie?
down, Cinder's Discord server, home to over 35,000 members, was then put on full lockdown. Channels were closed, permissions restricted, and the community went silent. But the silence didn't last long. Under the same tweet, another creator stepped in, Neon Tales ASMR. She shared that months ago,
Zane, I will Knight D with wrench. Well, D9 you once you drop your link. Because with a wrench, you can drop a link. Wait, fuck. Okay. I'm continuing on. Let me just post it from the PC. The timestamps are on.
Ago, she had posted an ASMR roleplay featuring her original Hellhound OC, and almost immediately, Cinder's fans began harassing her. She writes, "Do we remember when she sent her entire following to attack me because I made an ASMR roleplay with this Hellhound?"
1:32:90. Is it in the Sinder video? 1.
Let me pull up a chart.
I don't know where you want that. Could be 1:32. Hour 32, 9 seconds in. She references the sheet. Oh yeah, that's right. My reference sheet was created by Hansi way back in 2020. I'm so happy it was finally finalized and brought to life. Okay. Look here. June, yeah. Before she's a goddamn yeah, well. Talking about spite, yeah. I'm taking that as hour 32:90.
Yeah, Wyvern has the wings as its arms. Yeah. Yeah, dragons have arms and legs. Wyverns only have legs, and dragons have... With what past DNA? And it's a good boy. Yes, a good boy is a good boy. They should make dragons now. With what past DNA, Kaiser? We're gonna have to find a dragon fossil.
Oh. Hang on. I'm gonna continue on with this. You're wrenched.
Hellhound OC, and that was copying
You
her.
can't-
or
you
how
can't
she was
put links
actively
in
liking
without
tweets
being
calling me
lynched.
names. Of course we don't remember because she made me delete every tweet regarding it after it happened. This mean girl behavior is not new. Smaller creators like myself were just intimidated into silence and pretending like it never happened. Neantails also includes a screenshot showing Cinder herself had liked a tweet mocking her, specifically one calling Neantails cringe. I feel like if Twitter still showed public likes by default, a lot of creators would be getting exposed right now. But things would take a far darker turn as someone else, one of the most respected VTubers in the entire space, finally...
Me kind of like how you're with Mythic. So is Lily and them. And how you're collaborating with Bao and you're making this video. Yeah, I've been poking holes in it all goddamn night.
broke her silence. One more name that had been redacted earlier finally stepped forward and was revealed: Silvervale. The document is literally titled "I am VTuber 1, referring to the redacted names in the initial Nanolist document. That means she was
Okay.
the creator who had their birthday model sabotaged by Cinder and redacted, without ever knowing it was happening. Throughout the entire document, Silvervale makes a point to stress that...
Hang on, I thought I... Oh, that's why. Try it now. Try it now. You have a wrench. Try it now.
She and Sinder weren't even friends. They barely spoke, and she made a conscious decision not to associate with her professionally or socially, which made Sinder's jealousy and hostility feel entirely one-sided. I didn't know Sinder, we weren't friends, and we have barely talked.
I love flashlights. I know what it is now thanks to Sinder.
Oh?
Well, not the one that Cinder showed me that one time.
No. It was not me. That was Red.
You're blaming your manager.
Yeah, he thought it would be funny to buy a fucking Tenga at the beauty store, and it was the last one on the display shelf. And then you didn't know what it was.
Meow meows.
So you like opened it and stuck your finger inside.
I don't have a flashlight. Do I look like your meow meow right now?
You look dead.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's all those 28 days getting to you, Numi. You don't look so good.
Cinder, life is so difficult. It's
Yeah. Okay. This is not reference Ryan stuff. This was during the trip with Numi and the others, and redacted. That's a tingle from the Anime Expo read before TwitchCon ports. Yeah, it's not the story, but it does kind of showcase that redacted was open with stuff. Looks like Floody like. I wonder what else happened there.
Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. One of the few direct contact they ever had, a surprise photo at TwitchCon 2023 where Sinder allegedly approached her meet and greet, posed for a picture without asking, and then posted it on Twitter, framing it in a way that made them seem closer than they actually were. After that, Sinder reached out through Silvervale's manager at Mythic asking to set up a collab. Silvervale declined, telling her manager that she preferred not to do collabs. But then Sinder followed up by asking to set up for few direct contact they ever had, a surprise photo at TwitchCon 2023 where Sinder allegedly approached her meet and greet, posed for a picture without asking, and then posted it on Twitter.
Pose with a picture without asking. Who cares? You at TwitchCon. You're at TwitchCon. You're in the middle of a fucking con. That's like the equivalent of, they posed in front of a poster and they didn't ask my permission first. What the fuck? Wasn't an actual fucking meet and greet? Did she actually talk to her there? Or is that just one of the screen boards there? Huh? The fuck? What kind of framing is that?
Framing it in a way that made them seem closer than they actually were. After that, Cinder reached out through Silvervale's manager at Mythic asking to set up a collab. Silvervale declined, telling her manager that she preferred not to do collabs. But then Cinder followed up by DMing her directly, and this time suggesting a merch collaboration and insisting they could make tons of money from it. Silvervale politely declined again. I'm really flattered by their persistence, but I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand. I will always prioritize my mental health and peace over any potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. This, coupled with screenshots from Redacted, sounds so much crazier in hindsight. Knowing that all the shit talking, the collab requests, and even the photo at the meet and greet, all of that happened before Silvervale had ever even turned them down. In one message, Red says, like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her, we just want her to be recognized.
Time out. Time out. October 20th, 2023. October 10th, 2023. 22nd, 24th. 23. Okay. So, me at TwitchCon asked for a collab by manager and then DMs explicitly. So, I'm curious about the meet and greet. Did Sinder actually get to talk to Silvervale? Or not? Or was that just a light up board? Which, boo-hoo, you put much out. People can take pictures with it. I don't see why that's a big deal. Yeah, the manager wanted to collab, yeah. Otherwise, the manager went out and pushed for it. That's what managers do, and Silver declined later. So, yeah, okay. Did Silva know exactly what her manager was doing? Did Silva know that her manager was gonna put her in grave jeopardy? Oh my god, the humanity! That's so fun when you use with the same standards on other people. How about you use a fair standard and not this contradicting one?
Over any potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. This, coupled with screenshots from Redacted, sounds so much crazier in hindsight. Knowing that all the shit talking, the collab requests, and even the photo at the meet and greet, all of that happened before Silvervale had ever even turned them down. In one message, Red says, like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her, we just want her to be recognized. Hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too, she got there on her own merits, just like you did. Get along. And the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up. I just know anything we do, she's watching, and will take from or try to outdo. Their insistence on being acknowledged by someone they clearly despised in private reads less like professional frustration and more like insecurity masked as entitlement. It's not just petty, it's pathetic. Silvervale also explains that she had worked with Nanoless for years.
Yeah, it is. Insecurities.
And considered her a friend. The two had been planning a new birthday model together, something personal, something special, and something Nano herself had been genuinely excited about. But then Nano suddenly backed out. At the time, she told Silvervale it was due to health issues and stress, and Silver accepted that without question. But
yeah, and another clarifying thing, yes. I need to figure out who it is. But Nano's only done one other model before Cinder's. Cinder's model was Nano's second model she ever made. The thing she done for you, again, it's not referenced in the time frame. This is not fucking referenced in the goddamn time frame. It's not referenced in the time frame because it's kind of bad. So, let me pull this up. And I know this is dragging on, guys. Well, a little over an hour, under an hour left to do on this. To Sparky. So, what I want to do is like Nano's first model debuted June 25th, 2022, made by Nanoless. So we know Sinder and Nano, including with the complexity of the model, had to have been a while. And I theorize the longest time, maybe the beginning of the year. Maybe the beginning of the year. That's like the maximum I allow. So the beginning of 2022 is when Sinder started working with Nano. Sinder was Nano's second VTuber model. Who was the first? Could have been Silver. Silver's, we see Kevin rigging that model August of 2022 for Silver's model, made by Nanoless. So, if it's being rigged, showcasing, August 2022, I'm going to assume it's not out yet. So, I don't know who Nano's first model was, unless it was her own. Unless Nano's own model was her own model she made before Cinder's. And that's the case, Cinder's model is Nano's first commercial model ever made. So really, at the end, Sinder knew Nano before Silver. Again, why you guys need to fucking pay attention? Why you guys need to look into the shit?
After seeing the screenshots where Redacted specifically asked Nano not to make any new model or outfits with Silver again, the truth hit differently. And then Redacted checked again with Nano just to make sure.
Is there a place where I can find this because it's interesting to see? If you're talking about the documents, there's the documents if you want them. That's Powder's document. Powder's document has all the subsequent documents attached to it.
Sure she hadn't told Silvervale that the cancellation was because of Sinder, because they knew if that ever came out, it would open one hell of a Pandora's box. Silver writes, I'm now aware that the actual reason for her declining to work with me was external pressure from Redacted and Sinder. Words cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. What's even more insane is that the duo was actively putting pressure on Nano to cancel Silvervale's model just a mere month after the TwitchCon meet and greet. On the outside, they wanted everyone to believe they were on good terms, and in that same breath, they were working behind the scenes to sabotage her project. Silvervale then echoes a sentiment many others have since shared. They were working with even with open one external pressure hell of a Pandora's box. Silver writes, I'm not because of Sinder, because they knew
So here's the thing with this right here, and this also pisses me off along with everything else. So if we look at the screenshots here, that screenshot 1125. So here's 1125. What was that? 1130. $11.25, 23, 11:30. I'll try to be as transparent as possible. Okay, so let's look here. So that's talking about. Here's the problem.
if that ever came out, it would open one hell of a Pandora's box. Silver writes, I'm now aware that the actual reason for her declining to work with me was external pressure from Redacted and Sinder.
That's not what
Words
happened.
cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. What's even more insane is that the duo was actively putting pressure on Nano to cancel Silvervale's model just a mere month after the TwitchCon meet and greet. On the outside, they wanted everyone to believe they were on good terms, and in that same breath, they were working behind the scenes to sabotage her project. Silvervale then echoes a sentiment many others have since shared. I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent in which he had represented her publicly and professionally. And what's most chilling, right before Nano canceled the model, Cinder sent her a Discord message celebrating the fact that they shared art. And all while fully aware that she and Redacted were pressuring Nano behind the scenes to walk away. She ends the document with Cinder.
Okay, let's put this down the crab because it's very easy to do. Okay. When did Nanolis cancel with Silver? When did it happen? 11/24/2023. No. I wasn't that. The fuck was it? So, here's the timeline. Nanolis canceled on Silver, 11/17/2023. That's when Nanolis canceled on Silver. That conversation happened before the cancellation. There's another thing too, and here's the out of context screenshots we see. So, we see here, this is the cancellation. Because of health reasons, a manager told her to. Well, let's see if Blaine wants a nano model or not. I hope blank finds someone else. 11/19/2023. Completely random, out of fucking context, out of fucking place, nowhere. So the 17th, Nano cancels. Here's what we don't see in that whole deal. We see 7/19, 7/19, 8/29, 10/22, which is this here. It's a conversation between manager and server, server's manager herself, Sinder, nano canceling, and then 17, 18, 19, 3 days later, a random message completely out of fucking context. Well, let's see if blank wants a nano model or not. Hopefully, server finds someone else. What's missing from that? Was redacted or Sinder asking Nanoless to cancel server's model? Where is that? Where is that? We have a conversation on 11/25. That's at the fact. There's that one. There's that one. 11/25. I don't want to take sides in drama in a situation. This is about blank model nano. Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Sinder. Why does Nanoless have to disrespect Sinder? Business is business. Nano, you're a freelance artist, and server is a long time. Sinder, server is a long time client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. I really appreciate you understanding my side. I do understand your side too. Sadly, it's something between you two, not me. I shouldn't get involved. We have this message here. Well, let's see. Hopefully, Sinder can find someone else. What's preempting that? What is the request from Redacted to cancel server's model? I refuse to believe that they're talking in code, and now it's just all of a sudden knows what they're talking about when we don't even see what's going on. What's the request to cancel server's model? Where is it? It's not here. Again, another fucking lie and twisting narratives.
And Redacted have spent years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I have never done anything to warrant this other than just existing as Silvervale. It's hard to express how crushing a feeling it is to be talked about so cruelly and maliciously without my knowing, and to know opportunities and friendships were taken away. Now, all of that had happened in the span of a single day, and you would think that things would start to calm down from that point onward, but no. In fact, things got so much worse. Day 2 got kickstarted with Sinder finally releasing her long-awaited response, in the form of her own Google Docie. She starts by confirming what many already suspected. Redacted has been my co-content creator since I began making content, and we've been in a relationship since the beginning. She explained she kept her personal relationship private, but now that it's public, she has no reason to hide it anymore. As of now, Red no longer works with her, and she says their personal situation will be handled privately. Then comes her attempt to explain the bigger picture. After years of working on everything together, his hyper-businesses-oriented outlook warped my view. I lost sight of the point. She admits the behavior wasn't healthy, but this is one of the few places where she accepts any personal accountability. Sinder says Red handled most communications with Nano through DMs. She shared a project server with her, but only for work-related updates. She claims she wasn't aware of how controlling Red had become over Nano's commissions, and says, I should have been more
Yes, and everyone else claims a lot of other fucking things too, that we've seen no fucking evidence for. Tick for tack. We got a whole standard to this standard. I'm holding everyone else to this other standard. I'm not seeing any fucking proof. I'm not seeing anything except for fucking hearsay and just people going, oh yeah, no, this happened. Well, here's Sinder going, yeah, no, this happened. It's he said, she said. Where's the fucking proof? And not hearsay. And not trust me, bro.
Diligent in my oversight. From her point of view, Nano always seemed eager and happy to take on work. Sinder says she never pushed for exclusivity, only that Red
Minor freedom. Everyone fucking did it. Why I don't look at anyone in this whole fucking situation as a victim. There is no victim in this for me. There is no victim.
And she now sees how unfair that was. She also insists she was only aware of one creator being blacklisted, implied to be Silverveil here, not Bao or Cotton. If she'd known, she says she would have stepped in. Her early DMs to Nano, she calls them very guilt-trippy, but says she ultimately tried to respect her boundaries. Sinder also says she has no idea about recent Red Nano conversations involving Shy Lily, and that while she had expressed concerns about Lily's silence, Red had acted on his own for this. She denies knowing anything about Gary's model project either. Cinder also attempts to clarify the now infamous "it's just business" screenshot, which sparked widespread backlash. She claims it wasn't about canceling any model, but her acceptance of Nano working with other clients. Me saying it's just business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decision. But was it really? Let's take a look at the actual exchange. Nano says, "I fought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me." And Cinder responds, "I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason for you to help grow and not because you don't like me." Listen, either I'm horrible at picking up context clues or
my computer is being slow.
For a reason for you to help grow and not because you don't like me. Listen, either I'm horrible at picking up context clues or something, but if Cinder really meant it's just business in a chill, supportive way, that vibe did not make it through the screen.
There's a lot of things that make it through to the screen to you like a clock and a calendar. Along with context clues. I think you need Blue's Clues. There's a lot. So let's look at this exchange right here. 11/26/2023. Let's bring this up. Let's go back to 2023. So, 11/26. Again, this is the only interaction between Nano and Cinder that's shown in 2023. The only interaction that we see. Now, let's go to that infamous line. I need to move this over here. That's Silvers. Again, we don't have that. So, we're going back to the first conversation here. Within the timeline of the Silverveil story. So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop working on the model, so I do more of Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a freelance artist, and you should do what I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama situations. I still don't want anything to happen. Slots Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. I agree. You're a freelance artist, and you should do what you want. But I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you wanted to do. I don't think it was like we're making you do that. Yes, I guess we got a misunderstanding on both sides. It's more about this. References that screenshot. Now, what do we not have in this whole fucking deal? We don't have the before and after conversation of this screenshot, which happened. Is it in this one I can see? Oh, fuck, I did it again. What is it? I dropped everything down there. I shouldn't have done that. Where? It was this one. So here's what I don't like. We can't see the date. We don't know when that conversation took place. So let's say that was on the 19th. let's say that this was on the 19th, okay? That's on the 19th. Again, I've got too many fucking screenshots up. Let's say that was on the 19th. 11/19/2023. I can assume that's the 19th. It looks like 19th. It could also be a 10. I have no idea. The screenshot's so fucking blurred I can't see it. Not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is top of the line, incredible. But with everyone, and when everyone's a nana book, baby, it feels less special and makes sense. Kind of being. I have that screenshot somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is. Been kind of getting the same feel the game accepts drop. I thought of canceling models because of this, and then I realized it's not really fair to them. 11/17? Then I don't have that one. When the fuck did I get that one at? Because I screenshotted all of these. (11/17) Okay. 11/17. No, she canceled Silver on the 17th. My question is, no one has? That's what I thought. What is the start of this conversation here? What is the ending of this conversation here? What is it? You mean the ones in the reply? Yeah, this one. This one right here. What led to that conversation? And why did Nano think she had to cancel what? What is that? It has no other content? Can I get that screenshot because it looks questionable? Sure, Rogue. There you go. But my point is we don't know the before and after conversation. We don't know what the conversation was. We don't know what was asked or not. We do get well, hopefully Sinder can find another model. Oh, not Sinder, Silver. What does that mean? It means absolutely fucking nothing. It doesn't mean that a fucking cancellation happened.
For you to help grow, and not because you don't like me. Listen, either I'm horrible at picking up context clues or something, but if Sinder really meant it's just business in a chill...
All of them's in the Google documents. That was probably an analyst's document. There's the overall document. You can link on the side to find them. Because it's cut out. Yes, of course it's cut out. Why is it cut out? That's my question. Why is it cut out? What kind of implications are left out of that? Or is it there's a conversation that's going on between Silver and everyone else. Nano just took it on upon herself to cancel. Either because she wanted to, didn't feel like it, or whatever like that. It's not Cinder's fault, and it's not Redacted's fault. I've not seen that. Where is it? You can't use a 2025 screenshot to say this happened in 2023. Nobody has a fucking time machine in this, and you need to learn to get a fucking clock and a calendar.
Chill, supportive way, that vibe did not make it through the screen. Now, to understand what happened with Silvervale, Cinder...
Yeah, I know there's artifacting. There's artifacting a lot of these, and there's also just one screenshot fucking messages. See right here? Like this one right here. The only screenshot. Hey, why is that one highlighted? I don't know. I don't know. But this is the proof that they want you to fucking believe. Feeling pleased and asking for a cancellation is two different things. I'll agree with you. Yeah, he probably seems pleased. Yeah, okay. Hey, the artist I like is not doing a commission. I can now commission. Yeah, he probably seems pleased. That does not equate to Redacted or Sinder asked for the cancellation. Those are two completely isolated, different things, and you cannot attribute one to the other.
Sinder says you have to go back. Before becoming Sinder, she was Tachi, a cherry blossom themed ASMR creator, and in 2020 she and Red began designing her VTuber persona, a pink and white wolf girl. Then Silverveil debuted her Sakura wolf redesign, and they decided to pivot. We knew we had to pivot before we were stuck with a design that would just be a copy. That pivot became the Hellhound version of Sinder. Mixing Okami with metal, Red coined the name Sinder, combining Sin plus Sinder. She says the similarity to Silver was coincidental, and that she genuinely wanted to be friends, even drawing fanarts of the—
Well, we know that the model was made around 2020. We know that one.
two together. But behind the scenes, comparisons to Silver begun to eat away at her confidence. It really felt
During the Alicia Depp situation, she had zero. Yeah, I know. I know. This is why I'm so hard on Rima right now. I know she knows better. This is narrative driven. For what reason? I don't know. I can only think of two reasons. Mythic and collabing with Bao. Or Bao sister, or whatever you want to call her. Along with trying to gain good gracious of bigger VTubers. You know, 1.5 million follower Shy Lily. That's the only thing I can think of. So many fucking missteps in this. And it's just, it's sickening and it's saddening. Because I know Rima can do a lot fucking better in this.
Like she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Eventually, she brought up the idea of no longer letting Nano design for Silverveil, admitting it was rooted in insecurity and completely undeserved. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment. I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. Now, on spite and her design overlap, Sinder claims she had no idea.
Hang on.
Towards her due to no direct action.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like she took accountability there for that too.
Of her own. Now, on Spite and her design overlap, Sinder claims she had no idea Red was bad-mouthing Spite in DMs with Nano, saying, "My only personal involvement with excluding someone was Silver." She explains that her own model sheet, including the ripped shirt and shorts, was finished in early 2021, when she saw Spite's later designs incorporating
2022. Not 2022. 2020. 2020. Well, you're talking about clothes design.
Fire Elements sheet, including the ripped shirt and shorts, was finished in early 2021, when she including someone was Silver. She explains that her own model sheet, including the ripped shirt and shorts, was finished in early 2021. When she saw Spite's later designs incorporating fire elements, she assumed it was copying, but now realizes she jumped to conclusions. She insists she never acted on those assumptions beyond venting privately to Red. As for other similarities, the blue flame merch art and sleepy outfit, she says all of them were either long planned or coincidental, or in the case of the waifu cup, a choice made by the artist. As for the angel outfit, the angel design had been planned since 2023, and she intentionally leaned away from religious imagery to focus on a Greek Valkyrie aesthetic, which, as a history buff, personally offends me because the Greeks did not have Valkyries. In the end, she concludes Spite never should have received a hate comment.
Who cares?
And I never advocated for anyone to do so. Sinder also addresses the story mentioned by Spite, a smaller ASMR creator she assumed was Neon Tails, who said she was harassed for using.
Is that references? Look, as far as character design, ripping, styling, I don't care about that. Petty bullshit on all sides for that. All of them's done it. I don't fucking care. It's stupid. It has no validity in the at-hand conversation. It just adds more Cinder shit, Cinder shit, Cinder shit. I can care fucking less.
Using a Hellhound OC. Cinder admits she overreacted. It was undoubtedly created using me as a reference, and I overreacted. She apologized, the creator adjusted the design, and Cinder believed it was resolved. In the final section of the document, Cinder opens up, taking responsibility for her actions and issuing direct apologies to nearly everyone involved. She admits she cheated on her boyfriend years ago with Rain, using him for emotional support and escapism during her ASMR career. I was immature, vulnerable, and emotionally distant in real life.
Hang on.
Emotional support and escapism during her ASMR career. I was immature.
You were the first person as ASMR's during a time while I was immature and vulnerable. I ended up being consumed by the content I was making and led to me making awful Yep. Do I need to bring the YouTube videos out again? Bath with your girlfriend? Alright, so that goes my idea. But it was related to the ASMR stuff, like I thought.
Mature, vulnerable, and emotionally distant in real life. She also addresses her growing distance from friends.
Sinder's might have had just more one coincidences. Well, I don't care. A flaming fox VTuber with another flaming wolf or fox, whatever VTuber. There's only so many things you can fucking do. Flames, when it comes to outfits on a fucking VTuber, I don't fucking care. You can't patent, copyright, or claim a fucking idea for a fucking outfit. You can't do it. You can't claim, patent a fucking idea for a fucking animal type VTuber. You can't claim, copy, patent an idea for any kind of statics on it. Can it be similar? Yes, they could probably be similar. There's also plenty of fucking plain Jane fucking VTubers out there that look exactly identical. I do not care. I think that is the only blur version of it. Rogue.
Like Peaches, attributing it to burnout and a poor work-life balance. I've always had a low social battery. I rarely had the energy to keep up. To her community, she says she knows she failed them, especially those who looked up to her. And in her final statement, she pins much of the damage on Red's influence. The harm Red had caused with the way he viewed things is irreparable. I'm devastated that a friendship so special to me may, understandably, never be mended again. I love my job and I love all the friends I've had. Thank you for reading. Sinder.
So, everyone's pissed because Sinder did this. Now, let's put the shoe on the other foot. What if Sinder actually did not know? This is legitimate. We don't know that. So yeah, we can go at this as a hearsay claim. However, I think one hearsay claim on the top of what, 20 of them so far? Multiple hearsay claims? I think I can allow it. If we want to use the same standards here. So again, I still have not found any connection of what they are actually speaking for one another. I have not seen that. And if she truly legitimately didn't know, this is the only course of action she could do, get rid of them. Not really throwing anyone under the bus. Manager did shit things, manager got fired. It was after the fact. But it was also after the fact when Sinder possibly knew. Why is that being discounted? And every other fucking hearsay claim is being this is the gospel fucking truth. This is such a shit thing. This whole fucking situation's shit. What did I miss? You know what? Don't worry, I'll catch the replay. Yeah, you'll probably have to catch the replay.
And how was this apology received? With outrage. Not just disappointment, full-blown backlash. Rather than putting out the fire, Sinder's response poured gasoline on it. What was meant to be a heartfelt reckoning ended up fanning the flames even further. The biggest
Yeah, because that's not the response they wanted, because they wanted to tear Sinder down. It's apparent with how everyone's acted.
issue was her constant emphasis on redacted, painting him as the mastermind behind her actions while she stood by unaware. To many, it sounded like a carefully constructed cop-out, a narrative where her manager/boyfriend just happened to be manipulating everything behind the scenes, building her brand like some Machiavellian puppet master, while she conveniently claimed ignorance. And the public, they just weren't buying it. And from a legal standpoint, it could have also qualified as tortuous interference, convincing an artist to drop clients behind the scenes, that's sabotaging business relationships. Even if Fred was the one pulling strings, Sinder could still be held
Now, I think this is one of the most egregious fuck-ups I think Rima's done so far. And I'll point out why after it goes through it.
accountable under vicarious liability since he was acting on her behalf. Ignorance doesn't excuse responsibility, as Legal Mindset, a lawyer, commented.
Here's what I've been saying in the VTuber community for over a year. And here's the thing that nobody's been listening to me on, and I'm going to call it out right now because this is the reason why Sinder is 100% implicated. Because this is the manager. And when you call somebody a manager, you are giving them agency and authority. So any action a manager takes is as if it is an extension of the VTuber. The manager is your agent. That is your action. You are responsible for that. So everything Redacted does, Sinder is 100% legally on the line for. 100% legally through, somebody said in the chat, vicarious liability. They are a representation of you. Legally, this is why people are idiots for calling these people managers. I'm sorry, they're on the fucking line. Under US law.
People were hoping for...
True. Couple things there. There's a lot more to that conversation that Legal Mindset went into and beforehand. Legally speaking, yes, and no one's disputed this one. Sinder is responsible legally for Redacted's actions. You know who else is responsible legally? Nanolis. Nanolis is also responsible legally because they're the ones that actually committed the actions, if they even did. And that's another thing too. The action had to have happened. We don't know that. That was in 2024. Nanolis is also responsible.
I'm sorry, they're on the fucking line. Under US law.
People were hoping for true...
Now, here's another thing too. One. Legal Mindset's using a document. Whose document is Legal Mindset using? Legal Mindset is using my document. Ava gave Legal Mindset my document to use. Why? Because the screenshots were arranged in a order to take out any kind of a narrative-driven thing that was happening. That's why Legal Mindset used my document. Rima, why didn't you use my document? Or better yet, why didn't you use Powder's document? Why are these screenshots out of order? Why are you retelling the narrative that Nano fucking stated? Know for a fact that you watch Legal Mindset. We just seen it right there. Also, we know for a fact that Legal Mindset also watched Armchair Lawyer's stream. You know how I know Legal Mindset watched Armchair Lawyer's stream? Well, I'm glad you asked. Because Legal Mindset actually commented in Armchair's stream and stated this whenever they were going through the whole thing. Redacted and Sinder should have just been honest from the start that they wanted Nano as a blanket exclusive artist, which isn't illegal or necessarily immoral. Also, Nano certainly had agency. Again, it can't just be all pinned on Redacted and Sinder. Do better, Rima. I was sitting there watching whenever he posted this. Why? Because I've actually done research on this. I'm not just regurgitating a fucking narrative.
True accountability, a direct acknowledgement of what she had done and how deeply it had hurt those around her, not her hiding behind...
Now, if anything illegal happened, well, we don't know. So, and here's why I'm going to come up with this, too. So, here's the problem. Here's the problem with this whole thing so far. We got 2 dates here, ranging from 1/15/2025 to 2/11/2025. Last message from Nanolis to Redacted, 1/15/2025. Last thing we see from Nanalis. Is there any way to add a little bit more since Blank is still asking for artwork every now and then? Redacted. We could do it like when Blank asks art or tell her no, and then tell us to buy another piece of art just so you still get a job from it. Nanalis posted this as, oh, well, they're trying to give me double the walk. No, the thing is trying to be exclusive. A weird, odd way about it. This person asked for art. You denied them. But still get the commission. You ask Sinder for that same piece of art. So you're not being overwrought. Unless you got a shit ton of people just asking you for art. And you have to deny and then go to them. You're not being overwrought. That was lie 1. Here's lie 2. I do think exclusivity did happen between Redacted and Nano. At least for a time. We don't know what the conversation entailed after this. After this, it's gone. So last thing we see in this whole deal is Nanalis asking for more money. From there, we go to 2/11/2025. A month later. Sinder, I just want to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about it with Red. But I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Blank's still a client, and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. So, riddle me this. If the last thing talked about on January 15th, 2025, is Nanalis asking for more money, and then Redacted throwing back a deal, but we got nothing else after that. And then the next message in order we get is 2/11/2025. Sorry, stepping away from the deal. And the way the Nando's going is they got asked and they didn't take it. But from this, it looks like they did. Riddle me this. Why is that not linked or talked about? Oh, right. Following the narrative. Not looking at actual evidence. Not seeing how the conversation took place. Not reconstructing a crime scene to see what actually happened. Got it. Right. Narrative. Sinder Redacted bad. Sinder takes up for Redacted. Anything Redacted does, Cinder's bad. Cinder's bad. Throw under the bus. Right. Got it. Wow, actually adds up, right? No shit. That's what happens when you own a fucking calendar. So what do I this? Did Nano take the exclusive deal? She says she didn't. I think she did. I think there's a lot more going on there too. I think Nano was exclusive. I think it was on mutual terms. And I don't think Redacted them asked them to cancel. I think they canceled on their own to get more money from Redacted and Sinder. But again, we don't have those conversations, so we can only speculate. But by no means did fucking Nano get manipulated into this. Nano knew what she was doing. Just like Sack. It is business. They're in it to make money. They just don't fucking make artwork for the hell of it. They get $10,000 a commission on live 2D models. Don't forget that. You open your fucking eyes now? Well, welcome. I've had my eyes open to that since 4 days after the documents dropped. And still, people are fucking blind to it.
Behind her manager's back, and now people were furious. Bao responded, How? How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both.
Yeah, it's your idea too. You came up with it also. I also had the same idea. You spoke it first live on stream. I didn't get to that point yet. Virgil. Don't worry. She hit 150k on Twitter. She's proud to continue. Oh no. She deleted that tweet. She got so much fucking pushback on Twitter. She deleted it and then started acting stupid like, oh, I don't know how to use this app. I'm so stupid. I'm such a white girl.
Both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin in life.
Again, we don't see any of us. We don't see the fucking group chat. We see her posting in the group chat. We don't see any other fucking messages in that group chat. We pretty much know who's in it. Dump the fucking logs. You want me to take you guys more seriously? Dump the fucking logs. How the fuck do we know she didn't fucking respond?
Life 2D and rigging, and to now find out that just the day before I shared my sadness, this is a conversation that happened that ruined months of debut prep, planning, and merch preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind red. And then Shy Lily came in the replies with the steel chair. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity.
This is not a steel chair. This is a beach well on the beach.
The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting, reading, and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your men, but also your very own messages while having to sit here and...
No. I want to add this. Again, we do not know when Shy Lily and Analyst started talking to one another. Okay, again, note. Very important, note. We come into the conversation, hey Nano, do you have any more plans for Lily besides just the model? What were they talking about? Just the model. How did that come up? How did they know about just the model? 4/12/2025. Like outfits and merch and stuff? That's the start of that conversation. And I believe this is the only time that Lily's brought up. 4/12/2025. The only time Lily's brought up, really. And they're going to, well, ever since Recall launch. So, not a lot's been said before this. Not a lot's been talked about before this. 4/12/2025. We're assuming that after this date, that Shy Lily received the screenshots from Nano. But Shy Lily also said that she dodged collabs, basically admitted to everything that Redactor was saying DMs on stream live. Along with that, gave us kind of a comprehensive timeline. She dodged a collab because of a dentist. That was a month before this. And then dodged like a collab or two after that. And then the next one, well, she didn't collab because she knew. She knew. So, if somebody could figure out what collabs were dodged and what dates, I believe it's the second and third one. I guarantee this conversation that Nano is having with Redacted right now started out, and this is a theory, 10-4 out on, this is a theory. I guarantee at this point, Lily had already been talking to Lily had already been talking to Nano at this point, I believe. Why? Because one single thing leaked. One thing leaked. If that didn't leak, we wouldn't have known about it. What leaked? Well, we don't know. When did it leak? We have no idea. But we do know Nano went to Lily. So was it before this date? Because here's the implications of if Nanolist talked to Lily before 4/12/2025, this is a baited conversation then. Because Nanolist knows that she could probably ask, and Redactor would just tell. And this will give Lily all the information that she needs. A 1.5 million follower VTuber. All the ammunition she needs to throw back at Sinder. Nano's safe. Oh, come here, little Nanolist. I'll protect you. I need to know. And my VTuber model. Oh, there it is. And I need to know. I need to know when those screenshots were shared. I need to know when Nanolist told Lily. Because that will prove if this conversation was baited or not. I have a hunch This fucking conversation was baited. Check my DMs in a moment. Okay. Again, that's a theory, because we're assuming that the ship date happened after the 12th. I think it happened before the 12th. I think it happened before this conversation when Nano started talking to Lily about this. I really have a strong hunch. I wish I could prove it. These are screenshots of Sinder canceling or posting collabs on the 15th and 21st. Well, that was after the fact. That was after the fact. That's the, after I knew. She said that. But when did Nanolis give Lily those screenshots? It had to have been a collab she dodged before that. Yep, I see them. This was added. Okay. Alright, Rogue. I'm hopping in DMs, Okay. Alright, Discord PC is open. If you want to hop in, hop in.
And read through these bullshit lies you
Okay. Because I don't know exactly how I'm looking. I see the black line right there. I see what you're talking about right in there. That thing. Black, different from the other colors. That's added. I see what you mean by that one. But we didn't do that with a screenshot because that's what that was. It was a screenshot in that message. Hello?
Hello, I'm a rogue.
What's up, Rogue? Alright, let me showcase this and alright, well, scroll us a little bit on AI stuff then.
So this isn't far from AI. This is something that minor detectors or people like myself used to do way back before people decided to do creative editing. So we had to find different ways to filter out different things. So this kind of goes through a couple of different systems. You can put it like through Frodo, Forensic, whatever. There's some free apps that are out there that does exactly the same thing. So what this does is create noise, and it also kind of changes certain tinting for things that may have been added or altered or whatever. And as you can see in just the black background itself, do you see a change in a color tone?
Right in the 1, 2, 3 big blocks below the third big block.
Okay, so you know where that big block is?
Let me guess.
That is where the analyst responds, and you have that blurry section from redacted. That blurry section has been added to the conversation.
Okay.
Which means that if it was part of Discord, they generally don't do that. You would have the same continuity of color throughout.
Yeah, I can see it right now. Hang on. Okay, you see side by side? That black box is where that screenshot's added. And if you look, it is the same color that we see by eye, but the computer shades it differently.
Well, I saw it kind of differently as well. Because if you actually kind of zoom into it a little bit, you can see that there's some questionables around where, just under where I thought on canceling. Do you see there's like a little film that sits right on top of that wordplay?
Yeah.
That indicated to me there was an issue. Because have you ever seen where somebody kind of does a follow up for a conversational bit on Discord?
Yeah.
It actually separates the two quite nicely. It doesn't leave that kind of hazy film on top of the actual words. It's just a separate divisional by itself, and it keeps with the same format, generally speaking. So,
You're
me
right.
personally, I want to say that this has been heavily doctored. For what reason? Not 100% sure. As well as we all know that Discord can be manipulated to say anything that we want it to say.
For edits and stuff like that.
Oh, you just have to go through your sidebar and you can edit it there.
Can we do it forward or a message for the same thing?
Pretty much.
Do that with... Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna type a bunch of gibberish in.
Yeah. I would have to look at the Discord and... But yeah, your end of it will see it, my end won't. You would have to take a screenshot of your end of the changes that you made. Because it's only effective at one side.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll screenshot that.
Yep. No, when you okay, let me pull this up the sidebar. Let me see if I can do this.
We're doing scientific shit here, guys.
Trying to do scientific shit.
Okay.
All right.
So,
let's see if I remember how to do this.
while
I've
Rogue's...
done it a couple of times.
Yeah, while Rogue's pulling that up, I'll show what I sent. A bunch of gibberish and a screenshot. Now, it will be different on my end, because if you look at my end, I've got a different color of the screenshot than what's on Discord.
Oh, I know what I need to do. I don't need to be in this version of it. I need to be in a different version of it. Bear with me while I pull up a different... Let me quit out the game that I was in. So I can pull this up in... What I'm going to pull it up in. I guess I'll put it up in Windows.
Artifacting says consistent when sent, but changes when modified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. So while you're doing that, I'm going...
Yeah, I will... I will showcase it in a moment. Just like I said, I've got to go through the process, continue what you're doing, ignore me.
Okay.
Until I'm ready. No, I want you to go away.
Actually, hang on. I got a different way of doing this.
Okay.
That way it's the same color background.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter in my mind. Let me type it right. Okay.
Okay. So we'll do that. Maybe I don't know why I keep exiting out of that.
I don't know. You're being weird. Just weird.
I'm being rude.
Yeah, you're just being weird. It's fine. It's all good. I've accepted it a long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away.
Okay.
Cool, thank you.
Does that with the same color background, and I'll screenshot it on my end, and we'll use the same screenshot.
Okay. Have to, No, I don't want to cast. I want to get into its, But you can see that it does look kind of fishy, right?
There we go.
Ooh, pretty.
So I recreated it by taking a screenshot of our own DMs here. So I put in a response up here at the top. Law might have to catch up. That is a screenshot right there. You can't tell what the screenshot is because it's the same color as the background.
Correct.
But that's me responding. So
there we go. Thank you.
There's that.
Save the image for. Wait, no. Okay, so that is the screenshot. Say.
Can you ask Rogue how this works again briefly?
What?
All right, so I can explain this. I have to actually save this image so I can zoom into it. So
okay.
Save that as a PNG. Okay. So here's what we're looking at. Right here is this contrast layer. So it's the garbled stuff is basically it's seeing words and letters. What we're looking here is this contrast between these two colors right here. This is the screenshot of the message. This is the background Discord. It's seeing a contrast difference.
Weird color.
Yeah, that's
seeing... red. Sorry.
Well, black, red. It looks black to me.
I don't. But for you, it's red. For you, it's black. But the main background is a blackish hue. But the one that's we just zoomed into is a red tint. It's almost like a brownie red.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm using the wrong mic. Give me a moment.
Now,
if it sounds like I might be under what?
Now here's the other one. We're gonna zoom in the same spot. You can actually see it here. You can almost see it's a different color. Right in the same area. That's what the computer's picking up, is that difference in hue and contrast right there.
Well, that is where our analysts are picking up, yes. And I'm going to show you our other one, and I'm going to fix my mic. There we go. I want to make sure it's going to the right spot.
So, here's the comparison. I don't know why I got rid of that.
I don't know. Did I get rid of it?
I did.
Okay, cool. Do I have to send it again?
No. So that's what we're talking about. So you see, you can't really tell in this screenshot, but the computer picks it up. So if I go through here...
Actually, you can pick it up with any Photoshop.
Yeah. Here's what I sent. And you can't really tell that's a screenshot. But what you sent me, it doesn't pick that hue up. So that screenshot was edited from another photo.
Yes. And it dropped in.
And
so it's covering something else. It's covering something else.
It's just compression if it was CNG, but that's the problem is.
Not true.
We just did the same test live. We see a contrast difference in this. We don't see a contrast difference in mine. We don't see a contrast difference. This one we're seeing. It just means that this screenshot is highly suspect. Whether if it's actually tampered with or not, we'll frame that off as speculation, but it's highly suspect. That's what we're going off of that one.
Yeah, but for me, I'm going to say it's been tampered until they can prove otherwise.
It's been tampered until they can prove otherwise. So that means, unfortunately, we'll have to see Sinder screenshots.
Correct. And if that's the only one that exists, screw it. We won't be able to.
Yeah. So it's kind of up in air and limbo. Again, why we check stuff. Anyways, let's continue on with this. We got like 40 fucking minutes left.
Spin makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given. Even when talking about your friends is sickening. I have experienced your own actions with Hobred, in a situation where in your own screenshotted words you expressed a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning, just because you consistently
What it says, hold on. How the fuck can you see it was tampered? We just showed you.
You can change the actual color in your any form of editor that you have, and once you create some noise and then kind of invert it, you actually find out that there's some tampering.
Even though is that because Rogue got alright, so I think what they're wondering is how did you notice it could have been tampered with when it doesn't look like it had been tampered with?
For me, it's very easy because I have a weird artist eye, which is I can pick up a lot of weird discrepancies. I actually noticed it the first time when that blurry portion showed up that you showed me. And I've been kind of bugging at it for a while, trying to figure out exactly why it keeps... It doesn't fit. Everything about this doesn't... like the entire conversation looks correct until you get to that blurry spot. I don't care about what the words are saying. It's just the way how that presentation is. And I've seen how Discord uses things. Because if you've used Discord for enough times, or for a good amount of length of time, and all the different features that it has, and there's been a lot of different new added features in that, you'll notice that there's a consistency with it. Regardless of how much of a crappy version of computer that you have, there's a consistency. Where that page there, that screenshot shows an inconsistency, so that threw up a red flag.
Hang on.
So
time out. I see what you're talking about. Let's see if I can do this. White.
No, you can see it right there. Do you see the shadowing?
You see it right here.
Yes. On screen, can you guys see what can you see the shadowing?
I can do it with paint.
No, you just zoomed in. They could see it. They should be able to see it right there. There's
well,
two colors.
I'm doing it with paint right now. I've just changed the background.
Yeah. But even before you even get to do that, yeah, see? You got two separate colors here to a degree. So this means it was pulled out. Now, this was... Usually there's a consistency. Now...
There was something else there.
It feels like there was something else there. I'm not 100% sure, but like I said before, until there's further proof or evidence, it just feels inconsistent to a lot of... I'm not going to say it is or can't be, but it's inconsistent. There feels like there's been tampering.
Yeah.
That is my conclusion. It feels like there's been a tampering to it.
Yeah. And where does that other screenshot come from? Well, and that's the thing. We don't have the context for that screenshot either. We don't know. We don't have the beginning, and we don't have the ending of it.
Correct. So when you look at the actual screenshots in general, there's usually something. Like for example, Sparky just pulled up something that is a good indication right here. So let me Sparky, you've already put it in there the first time. The one that you had the JKDS blah blah blah, the jarble that you sent me the first time with the what is it, Silverdale High and that kind of thing. You could see where it's blurry and there's an inconsistency.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a screenshot.
Mm-hmm. You talking about this one?
Probably. I'm looking at mine on my end, so let me look at yours on your end. Give me a moment. I got a box here. Do you want me to send it back to you?
Yeah, sure.
Give me a moment.
Oh, it's on screen right now.
Yours or mine?
The YouTube.
No, not that one. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'll send it to you.
Does Rogue read chat? Rogue does a lot of things, but sometimes he reads chat.
I will check chat in a moment. I'm kind of paying attention to other things. Seems like the strangers at. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Let me forward this back to you. No. Let me see if I.
Yeah, crazy. It should be easy for Sinder to debunk this. Whether Cinder is going to, or even knows how to, or even knows to really go down. You gotta remember, they threw a lot of shit at Cinder. There's a lot of things that's on Cinder's plate. I think this one screenshot is not on her radar.
Okay, I've just I've kind of linked it to you.
Yeah, that
Discord.
one.
Yeah. So you could see that one where it showcases the different shading.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one. So you see how you have so compare that to the other one. Do you see similarity? So where I said click to see the attachment, and it should go directly to
yeah, I've got it up.
Okay, so do you see the similarity to that and the other screen?
It's the same. One's the same color. One's not. Hang on, I've got that one. That one is.
Now I'm gonna save that just to be on the safe side.
Yeah,
We're gonna do this in real time. Now I could be completely wrong, which is highly possible. I mean,
this one. Yeah.
Sorry, I just give me a moment while I put it through a.
Yeah, you haven't put this one through a filter yet.
No, I haven't put that one through a filter yet.
Yeah, my bad. I'm busy already.
I was right. I am goddamn good at what I do.
What? Let me guess. It's all the same color?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my god.
You'll see it. You'll see it. Give me a moment.
It's the same color.
Photo. Let's see if let me see if I get the right
who's with me is Rogue, TC Rogue. He's my co-host.
I'm just an idiot with a microphone. Okay. Pop. There you go.
Oh my god.
Do you see what I see?
Hang on. Oh my god.
So,
because it didn't do the same thing as the other image.
Correct. And do you see the separation where the words are from your gibberish to where the actual screenshot is? There's a clear line separation.
Yeah.
And if you actually look at the other one that was posted by Nanolis, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
It's a reddish-brown hue. It overlays on two separate areas. It clearly indicates to me it's been tampered with.
Yeah, it's been tampered with.
Yako.
Oh my god. We just discovered something. Akko.
This has been pissing me off for a while. Every time that you guys cover it, I kind of look at it and kind of go, it's been tampered with. This is about the first time I've actually proved to you guys that this has been tampered with. Or has telling of being tampered with. So until I can get proper information, a receipt, the original, I'm under the impression that this has been tampered with.
Yep. And just to showcase, here's what we're looking at again. Here is the screenshot that's been through the program. And here is the screenshot that has not been through the program. So you can see the contrast. It blows in. The one we did, even if it has a different background, it's still contrasted.
It's got continuity.
And it's still got continuity.
Yeah, as well as you can see the white outlining of where that placement was borrowed from.
This screenshot is edited. 100 fucking %.
So
wait, you guys had this? No, it's software that's available. Nobody's fucking did this.
Hell, let me send you guys the link. Give me a moment. You can do it yourself at your leisure. It's free fucking software. You can play with it yourself for everything. Bear with me. I'll put it in the link in a few moments.
Except around the time, and yeah, you can't fucking see it. That's one of the hints that gave her away to Rogue.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been doing what I've been doing for quite a long time. So I'm good and bad at the same time, but like I said, for me, I looked at it and said there was something wrong with it the first time and just left it alone because this isn't my fish. This isn't my battle. But since I've been looking at this for too long, I've got to come to the conclusion that yeah, this doesn't feel right and it looks tampered.
What's the
so down there, guys? There's a link that that is a free piece of software that's available on that you can do it to anything that you want. It's photo forensic. There's others that are out there. You could use your paint, your canvas or whatever. They all do exactly the same thing. They can make noise, they can invert, and that just makes a lot of different things questionable. Yeah, I try to stay hydrated.
Yeah, I'll put this in UTT. I'll test file all the test files and the ones we just did. I'll put them in UTT after the stream.
Yeah. So there you go.
Anyways. Yeah, we found a fake screenshot. You're us.
I know, right? Jeez.
Why do you care so much, Sparky? Why are you so obsessed with this, Sparky? Why are you pulling every thread on this, Sparky? I don't know why. It seems like every fucking time I do, I find something fucking different.
Well, for me, this is all kind of highly suspect. If these people were members of Mythic at one time, and we're going to say that Sinder was dropped from Mythic just, say, April 25th, unbeknownst to anybody else. All of those other things dropped just the next day. All of it drops.
Well, Mythic's been... Sinder's been gone from Mythic for over a year.
Again. We're just saying that this has been an ongoing thing.
This just got fun. Oh, we haven't got to the funny part yet. We have not got to... Oh my... There's so much shit. This isn't even related to fucking Rima's video. This is just something we discovered along the side because, hey, this screenshot looks weird.
No, honestly, Dana, I'm an idiot. Just an idiot that just has time on his hand. And years of experience, so what do I know?
Now, alright, let's continue on with this.
Simply chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses.
Anycat, you are noticing Sparky. Didn't you know you're not supposed to notice? Well, I'm sorry. I don't get jokes either. I take two in a shotgun.
No, he takes them out and plugs them in the back, and yeah, they die.
Yeah, I don't get jokes either. But I get a lot of shit that just flashes in front of me. It's a little skill I picked up in the last 2 fucking years because of bullshit I've been through.
I know, right?
To save your ass when you realize you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the
Any
sole
cat's
reason
okay.
you even have these
I know
opportunities
any
and
cat.
platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business? Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro Pups deserve better. Then came Aru's testimony. We've talked about Aru on this channel before. She's no stranger to being taken advantage of. In the past, she was involved in a similar situation with another VTuber, Yakurisu, who allegedly used her to climb the social ladder while bullying her behind the scenes and badmouthing her to other creators in an effort to sabotage her career. So when Aru saw Cinder's apology, it all felt eerily familiar, and that's when she spoke out. Not because she was as directly affected as others, but because the patterns were impossible to ignore. It's clear now that I was lied and used, not treated as a friend, but as a tool. From being pushed into facilitating a collab with Silverveil, to later realizing that the entire connection may have been orchestrated, Aru's experience is another damning example of how Cinder manipulated relationships to get what she wanted, and discarded people when they no longer served a purpose. At the time, Aru thought she was just helping a friend. She attended Silverveil's meet and greet with Cinder, something that to her felt like a heartfelt invitation. As someone who didn't grow up with many social invitations, that gesture felt special. But in hindsight, it became clear that the invite wasn't out of friendship, it was strategic. Cinder saw her as a bridge to Silverveil. After the introduction, she even pushed Aru multiple times to ask Silverveil for a collab, despite Aru being someone who rarely initiates collabs at all. Now I know that wasn't true, and realizing that she actually harbored resentment the whole time against Silverveil makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Aru noticed Cinder no longer treated her like a real friend, and even hinted in person that she didn't like her. Aru believes this coldness may have been because she didn't push hard enough for that collab with Silver. By 2023, their friendship had all but disappeared. Aru admits she didn't know how to set boundaries at the time, but she's since learned. Cinder's apology in her eyes felt
This is the point where I'm probably just gonna let the video go through, because there's really not much I want to add to this. Like I said, I really don't care about this portion.
performative, especially towards Silverveil. And beyond just this situation, Aru reflects on how certain figures in the community made her feel isolated and unwelcome. People like her, Yaki, and others made me feel that the best choice for myself was to step away from VTubing entirely. She ends her message by echoing the feelings so many shared during this controversy. What I went through wasn't nearly as intense as what Nanolith's experienced, but I do understand how hard it is to say no to a friend, especially when they make you feel like you're the only one who can help. The next day, a few of the girly pops go live to talk about the situation. Bao starts first by sharing her side of the story, and honestly, just sounds completely defeated.
Yeah, Aura was the manager, I believe, right, for Silver. So, and she lied. Yeah, that's another thing too. Again, the Silver stuff, unless it's talking about the cancellations and stuff, I really don't care. Collabs, I don't care. The creepiness, I don't care. It's nitpick petty shit. I really don't care about it. I'm focused on the main shit. That's it.
You know, I think the point of the stream is so I can return to some semblance of normalcy after everything.
She explains that the Thursday before everything blew up, Shy Lily messaged her asking to talk about something important, but Bao told her she was scheduled to have her IUD removed that day. Knowing how anxious Bao already was, Lily chose to wait, not wanting to add more stress before surgery. It's an important detail, because Bao has been struggling Lily chose to wait important, but Bao told her she was scheduled to have her
She said Thursday, I think.
Thursday before everything blew up, Shy Lily messaged
Thursday before everything blew up is not a week before it happened. But, it was a week. We know it was a week. They said a week. I'm taking a week as 7 days. 48 hours is 2 days. It dropped on Saturday and Sunday. So 48 hours. You're already getting timeline messed up.
Messaged her asking to talk about something important, but Bao told her she was scheduled to have her IUD removed that day. Knowing how anxious Bao already was.
Rogue, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Type in chat to me in Discord so I can copy and paste it. I put this in UTT. Explain what they're looking at. I sent them all 6 images. Cinder's, okay. I sent Cinder's screenshot, the looking at version, and then the 2 we made and 2 you collabed. Just explain what you're looking at.
I will high contrast, extra bright glow. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah. No, I mean, send an explanation to me.
In Discord, got it.
Yeah, and I'll copy and paste that and put it in UTT.
Was Lily chose to wait, not wanting to add more stress before surgery. It's an important detail, because Bao has been struggling with severe PMDD, a condition where her menstrual cycle causes debilitating pain and emotional distress. She's tried multiple treatment, and the IUD was supposed to help, but then it didn't, which is why it has to be removed. Bao describes going through some very difficult moments at the time.
Basically just have very bad PMS times a million. I spend half the month very depressed with a lot of feelings of worthlessness. Sometimes it is so bad that I question whether or not I want to keep living. And I've dealt with that my whole life, and so have a lot of other girls. And I'm glad that when I made my tweet, so many girls spoke to their own experiences. It's very lonely having chronic illnesses.
The surgery was then rescheduled once again, and Bao had to tell Lily a second time that they need to postpone their call. Finally, after the procedure, just 48 hours before the nanoless Google Doc dropped, Bao got on the call with Lily, having no idea what was coming. What she learned went far beyond anything she could have imagined.
It felt like my world exploded in the most purest emotional and physical form I could imagine. I feel like, well, I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like, because I was just in such a state of, it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I cannot sorry, I just remember seeing the screenshots that just when Lily told me, I immediately drove to Tara's house, and that's when we had the phone call. I didn't want to be alone.
That work for
I just
you?
remember crying my eyes out on the floor. Just there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group
Nah, it works.
be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you, and not knowing what you did, or if it's your imagination. You don't know if you want to say anything, and so you keep it to yourself, and you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the realization hits that it wasn't.
Once I see something, I can't really let go of
I
it.
could have ever imagined. And I keep thinking about how my friends waited for me to come home from the hospital before they told me, and they had to wait on all of that. They sat on that information and had to hold it in for almost a week, because they waited for me to be well enough to tell.
One apples. Go into one of the videos in the description, and my phone just died.
Yay.
Okay, so that means I go to Boogie Tech. Cool. Nope. Yep, I want that way. There we go. Alright, now I get rid of this and save some computer space. Okay. Continue on with the emotional blabbering.
Tell me. And even
Emotional manipulation.
Yep.
I don't think there was a good time anyway. Why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like, how could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend, even if he took an exclusivity deal with you. And it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel, and they could not even spare the same thought for me. Like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc.
I'll DM them to you.
You had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in, because I knew what that would do to your reputation, and you could not spare that same thought for me. I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice. And
all this over a bickering for an editor, and
Oh no, they would just be left with 2 editors if an editor is taken away from them. Oh.
Well, no, all that over an editor, and supposedly Sinder redacted canceling a model on Val, which again we have not seen. Just clarifying that. We've not seen an actual, we want you to cancel Val's model. Now we see after the fact of, yeah, we want an exclusivity deal. That's different. Exclusivity deal is different from, we want you to cancel a model. Just saying.
I hate it, but I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong. But
Wait, why were you being the only one put in position to have to say anything? Again, manipulation much?
Yeah, but this entire sawback feels put on.
Yeah. Well, it's like manipulation much? We're talking about manipulation here.
I mean, they
It's the
are
fact
a slightly decent actor.
I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know
They're not going to win the Oscar
Never.
anytime soon.
that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place.
Bao then revealed shocking new information about what really happened during Numi's New Year concert and Cinder's role in it. According to Bao, Cinder cancelled on Numi at the last minute, backing out of a concert they had been planning together for over half a year. With everything on the line, and although she was in pain, Bao rushed to help her friend, taking a 6-hour flight just to fill in and make sure the show could go on. Bao really is a ride-or-die friend.
Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert, that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was. And no, at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person and a good friend, you chose not to be. And no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't, because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared.
When Numi goes live, however, she gives us additional details about the concert Bao had mentioned during her livestream.
I want to talk about it.
Okay, hang on. So, collab dodges. I want to bring this up. First collab dodge after the 4th of March. That was the dentist. Second collab dodge was 15th of March. Third collab dodge was 21st of March. So, it was either the 3rd or the 4th collab dodged that Lily said she knew everything. So, that puts that conversation that Redacted and Nano had on 4/15/2025 as Nano at that point had already talked to Lily. And from the clear answering we've seen of the conversation, it clearly Redacted was answering something back to Nano about Lily and asked another question. I'm convinced that was baiting. All right, continue on.
It's uncomfortable, but it's something that I always want to do. And there was something that happened between us a couple months ago that I had talked to her about for months that she agreed to and was super excited about. But any other things that I heard about were not from herself, but from Red. I think people can connect the dots on what happened. If you guys are a Numba and you were going to a concert, you probably were able to fill in the blanks with what happened. I was not upset about the fact that she couldn't perform because a lot of the things that come with performing take a lot of courage to get out on stage, and it's not something that's for everyone, especially if you're a VTuber who's used to being behind the screen. My issue was never with that. My issue was the fact that I never knew how she was feeling. Anything that I was told was from Red, and I just had a bunch of different reasons for why potentially they weren't going to be able to do it. It was very, very close to the date, a week and a half before, when I got told about that. And I think the thing that sucks the most about it was because from her perspective, she was talking about how excited she was, and then it was that same day from him that he said they're not going to do it anymore. And I have my music friend, Holmes, who spent dozens of hours working on the set list for me, Office Drummer, to perform, and we put a lot of time and effort into putting this together. And I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. And even after that, I still didn't hear anything about how she actually felt. And I was super sad, obviously. And Bao, even though she wasn't doing good, immediately said she would fly to New York with me and do the concert with me. And she didn't have to, but she did. And I think it's been said many times that how she's my best friend, but she saw me in a state like that. And even though she was hurting, she put all of that aside just to be there for me, and to be there for me when Cinder couldn't even tell me herself how she felt. And I feel so fucking mad.
Yet even after Cinder cancelled on one of the most important dates of her career, Numi would have forgiven her, granted if it was for any other reason than business. But Cinder let her down.
I get a message from her a couple days after my concert saying that she...
Okay, here's the thing. Again, I'm going to hop on this point. You're having a concert. What is a concert? It's entertainment. What does that do? It generates money and revenue. How's that? Because it's business. Yeah, it's something special. Okay, I don't care. It's business. And if I remember right, this was canceled because of a commitment that Cinder moved, but Lily joined in on. Lily didn't know about Numi's concert either? And didn't know any of this? Because she certainly fucking spoke like she did. So, Shy Lily just accepted the fact that, yeah, no, go ahead and cancel this. I'm doing this date because she wanted this. Again, double fucking standards here, folks.
She couldn't go because she felt responsibility as...
Shy Lily's the one that set that date. I thought Shy Lily said that she changed that date.
I said that the number one thing that I didn't want to hear was if she talked to me, if she put business above her friends. And I would have literally accepted anything else, but the reason that she gave me was putting business above me, over her new position and how she felt obligated to do this, a stream that she said she had to do. And I said, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. And I think at that point, that's when I kind of felt like my view started to crumble a little bit. Then afterwards, after I didn't reply, sent a message saying maybe they can make it after all. And then getting a message from Red saying she felt really guilty she couldn't go and we want to make it so that we can be there for you. And I think that's what really caused me to want to say something. And I did. And I messaged Cinder and I expressed my disappointment. And she apologized and told me all of the reasons that she should have said instead of bringing up the business. And I forgave her, but I saw that she brought up a collab that she said she couldn't miss. And I didn't believe that, because if there's one person outside of Bao that I know would not put business over me, it's Lily. And I found out that I was lied to and that this was something that could have definitely been changed and didn't have to be on the day of a concert.
We can see here that Numi's concert was dated February 1st, and Cinder's post announcing the collab she ditched the concert for on February 1st as well. So the dates line up. Nevertheless, Numi still believes there was real love between all of them, and at the end of the day, she's mostly just deeply hurt by how it all unfolded. She ends with a line that perfectly captures the heartbreak.
Okay, so if it could have been changed, why didn't it change? Shy Lily knew about it, right? Then why should they change the date to a concert date? Always neglected. Yeah, and that's the deal too. We only got hearsay. These dates can be changed, but so Cinder canceled on Numi's concert to do the VCOD deal because the VCOD stuff was collaborated by Shy Lily and Cinder. But Cinder's also a good friend to Numi. Numi said, oh, well, the dates could have been changed. Even if Cinder neglected to say that, didn't Shy Lily know? And why wasn't Shy Lily there cheering her friend Numi on?
Well, this is a clear indication of poor management.
Yeah. from all
I mean,
ends.
it's not the.
Not just Cinder.
No, it's just a clear indication of poor management. If this concert was a mythic responded concert
Bao's
that
not a
Top
mythic.
Dog.
Well, no, it's
Again,
actually no. Bao's. It's not Bao. Numi. Is Numi a mythic?
yes, if I remember correctly.
Hang on.
Because the majority of these
Actually, hang
girls
on.
are part of Mythic.
What mouse? No. No, Numi's not part of Mythic.
I said, well, again, like I said, the majority of these girls are part of Mythic.
And I don't know if Cinder was a part of Mythic at that time or not. I don't think she was.
That's kind of the question.
Because it would have interfered with Shy Lily's business. Well, I mean, that's
Right.
possible. See, I never really looked into the V card stuff and the concert stuff because I just look at it as I don't care. Why the fuck? Why here's the thing. You
have
guys
to look at it from a business perspective.
Well, I'm looking at it like this. You guys are VTubers. Why are you flying to fucking New York to perform a virtual fucking concert?
I get it. It makes no sense. But it's the business aspect of it. For a VTuber who's also a real person who has a decent body and a gimmick, because that's where it comes back down to the question. If these people were up on a stage at one time and they all have good-looking bodies or decent bodies and masked up or whatever, portraying their character, then that means that they're not just a VTuber. They're a full-fledged voice talent and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So they would qualify in a separate category as artists. So they're not just a VTuber, if I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah, non-mythic. So, I was rechecking for chat.
Yeah. So when it comes back down to if the good majority of these girls are a part of Mythic and they have a certain amount of contract that they have to fulfill, like for example, let's say these V card things were part of a promotional thing, then they would be obligated to deal with that promotional thing.
Oh wait,
they're not obligated to do something else.
Oh wait, Lily couldn't fly out because she was in Germany too.
See, there you go. That's a huge commitment in travel to go. That's like going from here, actually going from your neck of the woods to Japan. How long do you think it's going to take you to get there? About 16 hours, give or take. So depending on where the concert was for Germany, that's the same amount of hours being flown around. You can't really do that in a day.
Hang on. I just got shown something.
Right.
I'm making a new document for this one. Save that. And save that. Okay. We have another instance of what looks like tampering.
No, thank you. See?
But not in a sense where you need a program to find it.
No. Most of the time, you really don't. You just have a good eye for these things. Yeah, no, as was pointed out, the V card matter because Sinder and Shy Lily were the main promoters. So they would have to promote their shit. See, you kind of, you saw it there. Yeah. Yeah, the names have been replaced and indicating of a gender.
get into? Bow has beginning. Bow. Okay.
Yeah, because you've got bow, which is the or that redacted, that white spot there. Also, hold up.
And it's also cropped down the bottom with us.
Yeah, it
Again, this
is.
is all secret talk. La 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 la. And bow stop.
No, dude. You see that spacing for the Nanless doc?
Yeah.
Could you look at the other spacing for the bow dock? So where it
Yeah.
says 3D lately, and plus she's gone 3D lately. Do you see the space in the Nanless spot to go from the end of that sentence to the beginning of bow?
Blank hurt one of our friends pretty bad.
But
Bows.
do you see the spot that
It's
there's a
missing.
gap? There's a good gap.
The blank hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into.
And then you can see on the bow dock there's...
Oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ! The analyst actually removed a message from redacted.
Well, yeah, you could tell it's clearly been edited again. Like I said, this is not my dog and pony show. This isn't my. And also, chat. Did you see how quickly I saw that?
The left
that
side.
There was a gap. Did
yeah,
you see
I know.
how quickly I saw that?
Yeah, this
So-
line right here is missing. The blank hurt one of our friends. So, and plus she's gone 3D lately. Blank hurt one of our friends pretty badly, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get to. Blank has been on our nerves. Goes to. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Bow has been getting on our nerves. That entire fucking sentence is removed.
Yeah, see, I know. See, these are things I notice. These because Mighty. This is because I did this for a living for a brief moment in time.
I honestly didn't notice that. I didn't go through the
Sorry,
differences.
I like I said, this is not my dog and pony show. You only want to invite when I have something good. So I have things that are good.
So we got
So
two. We got two
Yeah.
fucking instances now
You may
within
have
nanos.
more. Honestly, you may have more, Sparky. So Nautilus is clearly trying to create a narrative here. Bao, unbeknownst to them, has unleashed the narrative in a way. So it's just showcased that Nautilus information, their doc, cannot be relied upon, cannot be trusted. If this is just two clear indications that I've noticed of tampering or creative editing, then I can't trust that portion of documentation, which is why I would need others. And luckily for us, we have Bao's documentation here that clearly indicates that there's more to this than what meets the eye. There is a degree of context that's here. Yes, I would like to know who they're actually truly talking about that they've decided to white out here. There is more to this than what meets the eye. Problem is most of these VTubers are just like the furries. They like to lie and make an entire drama just for them. It's an entire show about them. And it's all about the clicks. It's all about the attention. So if you went through all of these documentations, all these drops, these screenshots, you'll probably see more that especially on the Nautilus side of things, probably see more that are questionable.
And you know what? What better way to have an artist doctor fucking screenshots?
Well, no shit. Not again, a very talentless artist to try to doctor the screenshots, because if the artist was talented artists will be able to doctor greatly. A talentless artist who is just a commercial artist just knows how to move a line.
My infinitum says, and that would call into question the rest. Everything in this situation begins with analysts, and then that it crumbles. That's the reason why I've been hitting analysts hard and heavy. I've been laser focused on Nano from the very fucking start on this. Hard second to that is Shy Lily.
Yeah. See, until I actually got to see this side by side, I really kind of just glossed over it like most people would. But the moment you see it side by side, you kind of go, there is something. But yeah, no, the first time I saw it, yeah, it was there, but I kind of went, whatever. But now here I am, looking at it, kind of going, yeah, this is a.
I sent you the screenshots.
Thank you. But yeah, no. And I bet you anything if I throw it to an editor, it'll probably show me exactly the same thing.
Guys, I really don't care who they're talking about. The context is, I'm not even looking at the context of the message. I'm looking at what's altered. Okay, here's why this is disturbing. And let me open this up in Paint. Oh, come on, where's it? Open web, Paint. Hit. Oh, here we go. Here's the reason why this is disturbing, okay? And let me do a box red. That's an analysis document. I don't want that one. There's the reason why this is disturbing. This entire line right here is missing. This is why this is disturbing. This is not, okay, out of context screenshot. This is not missed the back end of this. So there's two things within Nano's deal. That's missing right there. This is secret talk. That's not there in Nano's. And this entire line is missing. It's one thing to say it's an out of context screenshot. It's one thing to say it's out of context screenshot. Okay, they just, you know, they cropped out ending portion of the message. Okay. That's one thing. No, this is, they've actively went in there to doctor this. They've actively went in there, removed this message, moved the message up. That's what that is. This is active manipulation. Along with what we just found with, hey, this image is added in. Well, this right here being pretty fucking crystal clear, we can see side by side from analysis doc and Bow's doc. Pretty fucking crystal clear side by side. I am 100% convinced that other message, that fucking screenshot is added in. I am 100% fucking son of it now.
Oh, see, you're welcome. But yeah, no. Like I said, if you take your time, look on all the different screenshots. Don't pay attention to the words. Just the way how the words are structured out. The sentences, the paragraphs, the spacing in between. You'll be able to see clearly that there's something wrong.
I have to ask why the context changes very little, but then why edit it? Exactly. Why edit it? If they're willing to edit something out like that has no relevance, what else did they fucking edit? I already noticed other screenshots with, guys, I'm gonna say this right now. Every fucking screenshot in this doc, you yourself, anyone else, examine that motherfucker with a fucking microscope. All the fucking tools.
Yeah.
Because if they edited that one single fucking portion, what else are they fucking editing and hiding?
Well, This isn't
God
this
damn.
isn't a subnormal practice when it comes down to these types of companies, unfortunately. Mythic is not the holy grail, or the better out of VSoja or whatever. It's just the same. It's following the same multi-level marketing scheme that YouTube had and a few other different. This is just found on Twitch. So all you did was take the YouTuber version of who owned Rooster Teeth and on the YouTube side of things, I can't remember, but their organization just strip the name, put it on Twitch, call it Mythic, and you just called it a day. You just roll in the money. Don't pay attention to what the artists are doing. Let them rule. Let the let them rule the have the inmates run the asylum kind of situation, and just separate yourself from people that may be causing a problem, like Sinder or whomever.
Yep.
Pretty simple. Pretty simple. It's a rinse and repeat tactic. Because Fruit, when the issue with Fruit came out, how many people came out to defend her? Quite a few, if I remember correctly. And probably all within the same group that she belonged to. But you really have to pay attention to.
I see it. I see. You found that out May 5th. If you haven't put this on the doc, you never noticed Nano straight up cut out a message. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I see that. Never seen that. Sorry. There's so much shit going on with the whole deal. I'm sorry. There's a lot of stuff. But that coupled together with the artifacting we found with what looks like an added-in screenshot.
Yeah. Yeah, but like I said, not my game, not my I just kind of looked at the other things quite interesting, because if this is an entire group of girls under a Asmongold and Friends collection, I don't trust anything that Asmongold has put together.
All right, let's continue on. We got 20 more minutes.
I've never seen somebody shine so bright, ruin themselves, and the beauty they emitted like that. Now, the next day, Shy Lily went live to express her thoughts on the apology, and she's pissed. She explains that it all started when she found out she was being slandered, learning that Sinder had been making all kinds of accusations to Nanoless behind the scenes, painting her as a problematic and difficult individual to work with.
The actual starting point, the dominoes fell, when one thing leaked. One singular thing, like 5 or so days ago. It was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic.
That's when the group realized this wasn't just isolated incidents, but it was a year-long pattern of constant slander.
Those weren't isolated incidences. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years.
Lily explains that she was willing to let it rest after Bao and Nano had spoken up and shared their experiences. But then, the apology dropped, and the lack of accountability and the fact that she found out she was used as an excuse to let Numi down during her concert made her furious.
For her to claim she has no knowledge, and I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay, it reminded me of that one fact, the one receipt we do have though, where she herself personally throws me under the bus. And I made sure to quote her own words, because again, that screenshot isn't public. She'll know what we're talking about. And the fact that she only took accountability for stuff that's been published and not the stuff that was kept hidden, says enough for me. To have her...
Yeah, why state stuff that hasn't been mentioned? Show the screenshot. What she did throw you under the bus. I'm not doing a Trust Me Bro review. I am not doing a Trust Me Bro with any of you fucking document writers. You guys are so far down the fucking gutter, it is not fucking funny.
Use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down. That very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work, and effort and received a million empty promises. Just because a couple days before that, she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. People saying, why didn't you handle it private? We did once. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No.
Why is that? Chat. Because my brain's getting fried right now to really look. But I had to make a note to look. 1. Sinder According to this, Sinder asked Lily to reschedule the V-Card collab. I need to know, did the collab get rescheduled? And if it got rescheduled, from what days? So Sinder asked for it to be rescheduled. A whole month later, and still no documentation. And that was the V-Card collab that Sinder went to instead of the concert. V-Card. V-Card.
I don't know if
I need to know. I need to know. I know.
Sorry.
I need to know if that collab legitimately got rescheduled.
But it does kind of explain a lot of their fan base.
If the stream did not get rescheduled, because there's a way, and like I said, my brain's so fried right now, and I don't have those links up because I didn't care about V-Code, but it seems like it's legitimate right now. If the collab never got moved, if Sinder went to Shy Lily, asked for the stream to be rescheduled, and it never got rescheduled, that means Sinder actively tried to change this thing up to try to go to the concert. If it did get changed, why it got changed, I have no idea. That's a question and a slap on the hand for Sinder. But if Sinder requested that change on that date, and we don't know what came first, if it was concert or the V-Card collab. We have no idea when that was. We don't know the back end talkings of that, so we have no idea. Or was it just mismanagement and finally things were said? I don't know.
So, just so I'm clear on the actual narrative that's being spun here.
Mm-hmm.
We have Sinder being obsessive and possessive, being stated that that's where she's supposed to be. Then we have Cinder's manager, who's the real puppeteer when it comes down to the Nanolist situation.
Well,
then go ahead.
This would be on Shy Lily's side. I need to know on Shy Lily's side if the posted date of when it was posted was rescheduled to that date. Because if there's a clear change or stating of it was this date and it got changed to this date, and Cinder asked for rescheduling, and it was this date to this date, then yeah, Cinder fucked up. If there is no rescheduling from that V-Card collab at all, and we don't see nothing, and Cinder requested a scheduling, that means Lily did not go along with the request, and Cinder had to decide between V-Card and the concert. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Anyways, considering Cinder ended up coming, it was likely that Cinder wanted to reschedule it earlier to be able to come, but couldn't if there was rescheduling.
So I mean,
honestly,
so I mean,
but
if this is true, what she was saying right here, and she fucked up, I mean, Cinder did try to reschedule.
Probably. But so let's see. We got Cinder who's being obsessive and possessive. We've got Cinder's manager being puppeteer when it comes down to analysts. Questionable. You have your victims who are involved somehow who are silenced and now brave because that's Bal, Analyst, Silverdale, Spite. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
Who have decided to come out of the woodwork to dropped their tell-all and how they were being manipulated and all that kind of stuff. Yet the main company that holds these people say nothing.
I just checked. The first mention on the stream was Saturday, February 1st. So there was no rescheduling then. So, Zane, are you telling me that there was no rescheduling? It was, oh, sorry, we had it for this date, but we had to move to this date.
It feels
If that's the case, again, this is another bullshit narrative. Because that means Sinder actively tried to change the V-Card collab.
Yeah.
So we're able to try to be able to make it to the concert.
Yeah, this is why I said there is someone saying no. This is why I say this is very carefully.
Oh my god!
Dude, like I said, this all feels carefully constructed. Didn't you see the way how this is all dropped automatically? It started with Nanless.
I know. The more we look, the more it clarifies that the more, yes, this is all orchestrated, this is all bullshit. But the notion that my head.
That's why I always say context matter. Anyways, can we?
Yeah, I know. I know,
I
it's late.
No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught, because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of up and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. People say, why didn't you handle it private? We did once. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught, because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Because if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies that matter to her.
That's
she wasn't
new
sorry
me.
because she fucked over her friend's opportunity.
Dana,
date
you're
that
never
she
going to
thought
make
she'd be
people
there. She
believe
was just caught
anything.
in true
You have to
narcissism.
let them figure it out for themselves. Just show it to them.
Dana, this right here was in Rima's video. She never put two and two together. Dana, have you not seen the entire stream? I've been beating my head against the wall. I've got a fucking whole dent in my wall. I've been hitting my head against the wall.
I mean, you can't repair it.
We have been tearing this fucking video up and these notions up. Again, this is like the 4th time we've teared these fucking allegations up. And we're doing it on a video that Rima put out. And remember, she's supposed to be a good investigative journalist. She looks for the information. She tells relative facts. And she's unbiased. That's the way she portrays herself. This is anything but that.
I'm a better, unbiased investigator.
Yeah, you hate them all.
Full of bullshit. Yeah, I hate them all. And I could care less if they live, die, or whatever. I have no stake in this. And I call bullshit from the beginning.
Zan, best thing I can tell you to do, take screenshots.
Pretty much.
Take screenshots of that. And then the next thing we need to do is find out when this concert was scheduled for. Because if 1/20, 25 is whenever VCard Club was set up, when was the concert? Was the concert set up before or after that? So that's the next question. It's like, when did that concert get first announced?
Selfish, egoistic fashion.
Indeed, quietly cutting ties in a situation like this wouldn't have fixed anything. It wouldn't discredit the lies Sinder had already spread. If anything, it could actually make things worse. Without addressing it publicly, it might reinforce the rumors to others that Sinder had spoken to. People could easily assume, wow, Shy Lily doesn't collab with Sinder anymore and never said why. Something must have happened. And that's exactly why they decided to speak out. To set the record straight and make sure the silence wasn't mistaken for guilt.
Or to cover their own asses. Like we've clearly seen. I want actual dates.
The Silvervale livestream, however, uncovered what may be the most unsettling part of Cinder's and Red's behavior. She showcased the pattern of bullying and manipulation that stretched back years, seemingly fueled by nothing more than the fact that both she and Cinder were Wolf Girl VTubers. What started as shared team somehow spiraled into a long-standing obsession, one that simmered behind the scenes, completely unbeknownst to Silvervale herself.
I had no idea how much I was dealing with, you know? Like, I just thought I was really unlucky. for the people that don't
Another
like
cry.
me.
Can't give me speed.
You know?
I'm going 1.5.
And to find out that, like,
Oh God.
I've been, like, systematically being torn down for years. Yeah, I don't like drama. I don't want to be in it. I did not want to make that doc. I did not want to put it out. I was
You
really
didn't
asked
have
if I wanted it
to.
censored, and I wanted it censored.
If you didn't like
so
drama,
that
why
people
did you
wouldn't
become
know
a
that it was me.
VTuber?
But when I went back and looked at the doc or the pictures about everything that happened, and I went back to my messages with her, and I saw that one where she was so excited that we shared art and we shared a model, and I didn't think anything of it at all. And then I saw the fucking timestamp on it, and I just couldn't take it, man. It was so fucked up. It was so vile and cruel and malicious for no reason. Like knowing the background behind it, I just really felt like I had to say it because I feel like that was an important other aspect of what was going on because I didn't know her. I wasn't her friend. I was just someone that she beat down progressively over years for no reason.
Silvervale then describes a really weird and somewhat controlling situation that happened with Sinder in the past.
She had this fan art of me and her, and she made a ship tag, Cindervale. She's the one that came up with that art tag. And she talked about how close our designs were and that she wanted to be wolf girls together. And it was so strange because I didn't know this person. Like she just came out of nowhere. And the art was sweet. I didn't want to retweet that. Like I don't want to push a ship tag.
Following this, Sinder actually reached out to Yochi, Silver Model Mama, to ask why Silvervale's real mom didn't retweet a piece of fan art.
And what was really weird is, so my mom retweets tons of art of me, and she's amazing. I love her so much. And she didn't retweet that one. So Cinder's manager messaged Yochi. I don't know why they messaged Yochi.
Alright, one apples. What I'm meaning is when the concert was put out for. Like, there's, like, the first instance of, hey, we got a concert going on at this day. That's what I'm looking for. Like, how many months in advance was this? Was it 2 months in advance, 3 months in advance, 4 months in advance? That's what I'm looking for. Not when we know the concert was February 1st. We also know the V collab was February 1st. From what Zan's put, it was put down 1/20/2025 that the V collab was started 1/20/2025.
Yeah, but I need to know which one it is if they had more than one.
Yeah.
Always start with the beginning of the So basically, the complaint is both of these events started on the same day.
2024, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, 2024. Dates are running together. Trust me, my eyes are fucking blood on the screen.
So if both happen on the same day, on February 1st of whatever the year has been picked, that is the complaint.
Yeah, it's like
and
so.
you have to go backwards on that to see exactly when was the original date placement for the concert, so you can see if there's any confliction somewhere.
Yeah, so we know V collab was going to be February 1st, 2024. We know it got announced farthest back as 1/20/2024. What I need to know is, okay, we know when the schedule for the concert is. When did it get announced? Was it months beforehand or what? Because that's a shit move on Lily then. Because if the concert was scheduled months before that point, and the V-Card collab got put down for that, that's Lily. And if Sinder actively asked Lily to change it, but didn't, that's on Lily. That's not on Sinder. 2024. Nothing 2025, 2024. Now, the announcement for the concert might have been in 2023.
Correct. I was
ending
going to say,
portions of
kind of
it.
go into that direction because usually you want to have enough time frames. So you're looking at about 3 to 6 months, depending on the window. So 6 to 3 months. So 3 months before the actual event, or 6 months before the actual event.
Yeah. But the notion is, if the concert was set up beforehand, and then Cinder got with Shy, and they did this V chord collab, which we don't know when it was scheduled for. And we don't even know when they planned it for. But if Cinder asked for it to be moved and never did, and Lily's going, oh, well, I don't want to move it, that forces Cinder to have to either cancel a Lily or cancel a Numi. And since Numi's is just a concert, and Lily's is a business venture, that's interfering with business, canceling on Shy.
2025 messages was announced, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's the collab. Is that for the card?
That's 2024.
What's this 2025? I'm in chat here.
Lightfire, you're messing up. I think you're meaning 2024. It's going to happen 2025. Got it?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I'm fucking messed up on dates.
It could be true.
If V-Chord was 2024.
No. What was the statement in the... Because you go based off the statement. I wasn't paying attention to the statement.
The Numi concert?
Could you go into the transcript and type in the date? It should pop out when the...
Of this one?
Yeah, so
we'll
actually,
come back
type
to
in
it.
V card.
We'll come back to it later. We'll come back.
Okay.
We'll come
That way
back.
you know
later.
exactly what day it was.
Yeah, because I was thinking V-Chord was months ago. V-Chord was last year. V-Chord was last year, I thought. Game. I don't. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Could you just send me the link to that? I can look for myself.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. A lot easier.
I'm saying running on. Wait, no, I'm fucking confused. Well, we're going in circles. Let's stop with this.
Yeah, just send me the link and we will continue. Thank you. I'll send it to you in a moment. Just continue, Sparky.
All right, hang on. Where am I going off of? Why am I basing that off of? I'm so fucking frazzled right now. Around the launch of V-Card, they were talking about collabing, and I don't know what happened. See, I never looked into the fucking V-Card stuff because I wasn't concerned with it. I thought it happened last year. V-Card launched 1/31/2025. Lily and Cinder's collab happened 2/1/2025. Okay. So, 2025. It was this year. Okay. So, if the launch of V-Code happened 1/31/2025, Lily and Cinder's collab happened 2/1/2025. That was the same day as the concert.
Okay, so the concert... Yeah, but the concert and the launch of the V-Carb happened the same day.
Yeah. But what came
the
first?
collab was set... the collab was set to be done between Numi and Sinder was planned months in advance from mid of to late of 2024. That is what's according to the. So.
Yeah, send it to me on Twitter, Sparky's Tech, at Sparky's Tech. Or Discord, at Sparky's Tech. So the concert was set months in advance, and then they set up the V-Quad. Lily clearly said that Cinder wanted to change the date of the collab. But did it happen? It doesn't look like it happened. It doesn't look like the rescheduling happened. That's the problem I have with this. If Cinder asked to reschedule on a set date to move it from the 1st, not on the 1st, to move it from the 1st, that means Cinder was actively trying to do the concert and the V-Card collab too. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, well, I mean, even for this statement here, it looks like the boyfriend manager was trying to. It looks like through the statement here, they delivered the message of cancellation 10 days before the actual show, and then gave no reason, and then everything according to this was dead silence.
So yeah. Oh, you're friended. Yeah, that seems fucking to me. I need to do more research into collab stuff. Proof of the collab being scheduled and no mention of it being rescheduled.
Yeah, I mean that's but yeah, like I said, the statement is
V-Card launches this Friday at 3 p.m. Thursday, January 30th, Mario Party collab. Friday, January 1st, V-Card release date. Saturday, February 1st, V-Card unboxing with Lily. And when was this? When was that? When was this post made? It had to have been that week. And then 2/1/2025, PPGG Rising, Cinder's heating up. Collab of Lily. Charizard and Blastoise of V-Cord. Okay. And Shy Lily was dodging DMs. Alright, so regardless or not, here's the thing. If I think it's pretty safe to say at the card game launched, weekly schedule, V-Card launches at 3 p.m. If the schedule is why can I not? That's being stupid. I don't know why that's being stupid. Oh, you sent me another one. Okay. That's why it's being stupid. The date on that was posted 1/30/2025. Weekly schedule 1/27. Okay. V-Card release January 31st. Unboxing February 1st. Numi released the album for the tour 12/10. I can't find what tickets were online, but V-Card was supposed to launch around 1/17 on the 31st. So VCon moved. There's something fucky with that date. Guys, put a pin in that, look for it. Search information for it. I'll remember to try to look for some stuff on it later. There's something fucky on that date. I need more date information of when things were set, when things were scheduled, when things were put in place, posted publicly on Discords around the Numi concert and VCon. I need those dates. And I'll look for them myself, but if you guys find them, I'm more than glad to post them on Twitter, tag me, send me a DM, send me on Discord or Twitter, whatever. But there's something fucky with that whole deal. And again, I sense foul play, but not on Cinder's end. So I need more clarification on that.
Is your autism unhappy? I'm sorry that your autism's unhappy.
This VTuber who goes by the name Cynical had no reason to comment on the Cinder.
Ron one. Okay.
Yochi, maybe because I didn't want to message my mom, but they messaged Yochi asking why my mom didn't retweet the art, which is such a weird thing to do. Like, what? So that was the first thing. And a whole slew of things where it really just felt like this person does not care about me and is not genuine, and I don't want to deal with it.
Silverville then elaborated on the whole meet and greet photo situation, clarifying that at conventions, it's generally expected that pictures will be taken of you. That's part of the...
Okay, hang on. Time out. There's a difference there. There's a difference there. The VCard launch date was moved. Not the collab date. The launch date. So, we have no idea. And we have no proof we reached out to Yachi, by the way. Yeah, we have no idea. We have no idea at all. But yeah, collab is different from the launch of the game. The launch of the game, I guarantee Cinder or Lily probably couldn't influence that. Something happened. So, if launch was moved, if they're doing an unboxing of it, so the unboxing probably had to have been the day after the launch of the 18th. But if the launch was moved, that would move the unboxing. But not by choice of collab. That's the difference. So if the launch date moved, that's on whoever manages the time for VCard. And whoever decided they want to do the fucking unboxing the day after.
Mm-hmm. Business.
Yes. Launch date's different from collab date. So that means the launch date went from the 17th to the 30th. I don't know. She's not the main one of VCard. Lily is. Lily's the main one. What we've heard him say is the collab date changed.
Well, I mean, if you have the launch date that's actually the launch of the actual product has changed and you have to showcase that product on screen or whatever because you're trying to sell it, then yeah, you're going to have it within... You're going to be changing a lot of different things, So realistically, on Cinder's side of things, she is obligated to fulfill on her side of a contract. If she fails, then she could be liable and sued for not fulfilling on her side of a contract.
Yeah, so there's something
101.
Yeah, there's something fucky with that whole VCard deal. And going by Redacted's messages, and this is not going by Redacted's message. This is going by just the dates not lining up. The dates not lining up and shit like that. Something's going on.
I mean, at the end of the day, like it or not, Cinder was caught in a crossfire on this one.
Yeah.
Do you have an obligation to keep with a friend who, I don't know if you've got a contract with a said friend, or are you obligated to maintain the contract that you have for this card thing that could make you potential business, major business and money?
Okay, so I got added with this. As seen, VTuber Awards, collect your favorite VTuber cards. 1/17/2025. That is the launch date.
Yes.
Get ready to get my V card. I'm so happy this project's releasing soon. Lots of love.
Still a strange name, but okay.
Wow. So the launch date was moved. Not collab date, launch date. Who has influence over the launch date?
I would probably put it whoever produced the cards.
V cards, yeah, V cards seem to be a hard match. But when it comes to Lily and Cinder, that yes, it is. Don't know why. The launch date got moved the day before the concert. Shy Lily, most likely. Exactly. So why did it get moved? It's Shy Lily's project. It's not collabs we're talking about. This is launching of a product.
Either way, if Cinder doesn't fulfill on either side, she is a selfish traitor, no matter which way you swing it. If she wasn't there for the V card, she's, held up somebody who they already suspect her of being jelly over. If she fails on the other side, then she's the bad guy. You see how this works?
Yeah.
Like I said, all this narrative is fishy from the beginning.
Yeah. Alright, let's continue on.
Experience. But what caught her off wasn't the photo itself. It was how Cinder posted it.
Maybe that's why she made up the bullshit about the ticket prices. It doesn't matter.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It comes back down to...
She made 150,000 fucking bits that last year. Not including anything else. She can afford the fucking ticket prices. She can afford a 10,000 plus fucking... So, her model... Okay, $10,000. If she got from Nano, $10,000 for the model. The two little fucking animals she has in each arm, $5,000 fucking dollars a pop, just for the little fucking deals. I think she can afford a fucking ticket.
Framing it like they were close, when in reality, they'd barely spoken.
The fact that it was like a candid picture from far away at the perfect angle to make it look good, and then insinuate that we were closer, like, well, if we're all together, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know you. I want you to leave me alone. Like, leave me alone. And that's the reason I haven't done any meet and greets since then, because I've been so scared. I know it's really, really fucked up and stupid, but I didn't want to deal with it again because you're trapped. And I could never say anything because, like, if you talk about how someone gives you weird vibes, like, then you just come off like petty or something. But like, she made me so fucking uncomfortable constantly. Just wouldn't leave me alone, and I don't understand why she.
She won't let me alone as I change into a more skimpy outfit on stream.
Pretty much. But, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, put your hair back.
Constantly. Just wouldn't leave me alone.
But at this time frame, wouldn't they be all
working? I don't understand why she was so obsessed.
Company?
Like, I'm sure there were other people that didn't talk to her. Why did it matter so much?
They worked for the same company for a time, yeah, but we're not talking about... So, we have no proof of any of this. We have what she felt, or the vibe and stuff like that. But the only thing that we have are the screenshots that have been provided. And things
I gathered. Yeah.
Yeah. Scared because of a virtual meet and greet, pardon, not the multiple hate campaigns that went after you earlier in the past year. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention that little Val deal that she said, if somebody doesn't talk to you for like 7 months, are they truly your friend? Yeah, and that was the whole deal during her graduation announcement for Soja, I believe. So, receipts, please.
Much that I didn't. And like she kept making this claim that her actions towards me were like fueled by how often she saw us compared. A comparison that she originally
Stop
made
changing your
without
fucking
fail.
hair.
So I don't know why she was surprised. If you are the one that pushed that in the first place, like you were just like a color swap of me, and you said that. You literally said, "Look, we're opposites. We're so cute." Like, why are you surprised? And I heard these same comparisons all the time, dude. All the fucking time, constantly. I saw them in chat. I saw them in Discord. I saw them on Twitter. But I would never do this. Like, if just being compared to me is the reason that you go around telling everyone that like I hate you and you slander me, like when I saw this thing, sure I'd get.
Sorry, there is no such thing as slander in private DMs. Shit talking. Yeah, she said talked you. I love to see your DMs about everyone else and for Sojo.
Like I get fucking sad. Like how can you not get sad when people are calling this other person the better version of you and always asking like, why don't you collab with so and so? You're so much alike. Oh, you remind me so much of blah blah blah. Like I get sad, but I just think about how I could do better and put my little fucking horse blinders on and like be in my little bubble and do my own shit. Like I just focus on playing games and making memories with my chat and be the best version of me that I could be. Like I focus on enjoying my streams and the career that I'm incredibly lucky to have. I would never lash out and try to ruin someone's career. Like, people get compared all the time, but no one fucking does this. This is insane.
But then came another shocking revelation. After releasing her document, Silverveil was contacted by several artists who admitted they had cancelled projects with her because they believed the lie Sinder had been spreading behind the scenes. This moment really crystallized exactly why going public was necessary. Like the others, Silverveil had no idea who Sinder had spoken to or how far the damage had spread. She had feared this would happen, and now she had proof it already had. In that light, putting out a Google...
Nothing's been proven yet. Now, she's gonna bring up an artist that collabs with Sinder. Now, it's very fucking hilarious. Because, hang on, I want to check something. I want to check something for Rima real quick. I'm gonna let this play out.
Google Doc wasn't drama, it was damage control. It was the only logical move left.
And I guess I'm really glad that I put that part in there about worrying that she had been saying things about me, because that was true, apparently. They told me that she had told them that I hated her and I was this malicious person and that I was so mean and I just hated her so much. Like, usually conveniently right after doing a project or art piece or something with me that got traction, and she didn't like it. And they told me that hearing that made them less inclined to work with me again, because they think I'm this evil, terrible person. Because why would she say that if it wasn't true? Like, why would you lie about someone? And that happened so much. Like, it wasn't just Nana, it was so many other people. And like, I wish someone would have told me if this was going on for so long. But you don't think that someone's gonna lie to you, right? Like I understand why people didn't tell me. If you think that I'm like this evil person that just hates everyone, like...
Silverveil then shares how she had been excited for an Oblivion team model that was going to be made by the artist Limebreaker, but out of nowhere, the artist suddenly became unavailable, saying they'd taken on a large commission. Silver strongly implies that Sinder was behind it. Yet, another moment where a promising project was quietly derailed.
Even like...
Implies. Any proof?
Like, I was so excited for the Oblivion launch, and I was like, I want to get another model from Limebreaker, just like my Fallout one, with interactive and swapped weapons, and like we collect stuff over time, and that'll be so cool. And then Lime has a big commission and he can't do it, and then guess who that commission's for? Like, I wasn't someone she interacted with on the daily like her friends. Like,
Was it that they were already commissioned? I need evidence for this. This ain't shit. This is gossip.
As Rogue would say, you need to
I was no one. Like, why did you have to step on me?
Now you might think, surely the situation is over now. But wait, there's more. Because then came another Google document, this time from the artist Nixu. If you've been in the VTuber or
This is funny. This one's gonna be funny.
fan art space, you've likely seen her work. She's known for her gorgeous, ethereal-looking illustrations that seem to glow off the screen. She's instantly recognizable and deeply admired. But in this case, her post wasn't to share new art.
Now, here's a question I got for everyone. Not you guys, but chat. Tell me what you think Rima's thoughts on AI is. I don't honestly know what her thoughts on AI art is. So yeah, I know she deleted it too.
Streaming?
Huh?
Why the hell are you streaming this late?
Because I'm trying to finish this. How about leave? Anyways. This person got instantly shut down. Yeah, well, I wonder why. But I want to know what you guys know of Rima, her take on AI art. Because I'm going to tell you right now, this is AI. Negative? Okay. So, Rima's bringing this in and using it. Wow. The person has unfairly accused me and wants me to apologize, but apologies are worthless when you don't bother to check that I was an artist with the style years before AI, that they did AI models with me, that I have videos, rips, and I use them as tutorials in my stream. So she's an artist. And she does use AI a lot. So, there's that.
To blow off the screen. She's instantly recognizable and deeply admired. But in this case, her post wasn't to share new art. It was to share an experience one meant to warn other artists about valuing their work and setting clear professional boundaries. The only attention I want is from people enjoying my work, she writes. Nixu explains that due to long-standing visibility issues and shadow banned main account, she had created a collaboration system for her new Twitter account. She would offer free art to VTubers she admired in exchange for Patreon shoutout. A simple visibility for value trait. You get a free artwork with commercial rights and they get a shoutout. One of the creators she reached out to was Sinder. At first, the exchange seemed promising.
Hang on.
Rights and they get a shout out. One of the creators
I'm Nixie, a digital artist specializing in semi-realistic art.
she reached out to was Sinder. At first, the exchange seemed promising. Red responded on Cinder's behalf, confirmed interest, and agreed to the conditions multiple times, including the Patreon credit, and even a not safe for work variant for Cinder's fansly. Excited and hopeful, Nixu streamed the process, tested compositions, and put weeks of work into the piece. But partway through, something changed. After reiterating the agreement a third time, the tone of the responses shifted. Eventually, Red messaged her and said, Nix, I spoke to Cinder, and there must have been a miscommunication on my part somewhere. She's okay with retweeting and commenting on your art when you post it, but is afraid it'll be viewed as unfair to other artists who draw her if she showcases the art and your Patreon. So she's okay with forfeiting the commercial rights and ability to post it that you've offered. But to Nixu, that was devastating news. The Patreon visibility was the entire reason she offered.
I haven't seen the DMs though. I believe it's in the document, which I found a document. It's I don't have it pulled up, but I found a document beforehand.
Offered the art for free. She had emphasized those terms repeatedly, and they had agreed every single time. Pulling out at the last second from the
4/8/2025.
One thing that made the deal worthwhile left her feeling heartbroken. After reiterating her conditions, Redacted responded saying they will likely be able to fulfill their end of the deal as originally planned. She then finished the piece and sent over all the deliverables. On stream, Cinder briefly showcased the art, but made no direct mention of Nixu's Patreon, despite that being a clearly agreed upon part of their deal, and something Red had reconfirmed earlier. Instead, she only vaguely insinuates that they can check out the silver letters at the bottom of the art. The word Patreon is in fact never even spoken. It was like she was afraid to say it.
This super pretty art piece is by Nix on Twitter. Nixu Art is their at on Twitter. But yeah, it's so pretty, and I'm actually going to be retweeting it on Twitter right now, so you guys can also head over to my Twitter to see it if you want to check out her Twitter. And there's some silly little letters on the bottom of the image for other things that you can see from this art, and to support Nix and check out all the other cool stuff that they got going on over there.
She also didn't show the censored, not safe for work art variant that Nixu had done, which was meant to generate interest in the uncensored version and drive traffic to Nixu's Patreon and Cinder's fansly. Instead, she made a vague gesture toward the art and told viewers they could find the artist through an old art retweet. Yes, she showed my art, but there's a big difference between showing it and honoring the deal. The worst part, Nixu streamed the process with her fans watching and cheering her on, all while pretending to be happy, even though she was falling apart inside. She ends her document with one request. An artist is a person too. Please treat your artist well, honor your professional.
Now, here's the question I have with this whole deal. It's like, we do know she uses AI in this. We all know about AI being a pain for artists, but it can be a good tool if you use the support, works well for real work. And there's nothing wrong with what she does. That's completely fine. I don't want people to think I'm a dog on her for using AI. I'm completely fine people using AI. But you also gotta look at the stigma around it. A big especially with what happened to Banana Juju.
Mm-hmm.
You really gonna shell out artists that uses somewhat AI tools to make art?
Yeah, you become extra careful with that, especially if they have not safe for work stuff that can be easily manipulated to become not safe for work.
Yeah.
But anywho, I'm going to end my side of this
Okay,
conversation.
I'm almost done with this anyways. You have a good night.
I will. Chat later.
Later.
Adios, Rick.
Yeah. Anyways, all the interruptions out of the way. Sinder went for everything. It's like, look, it's whatever. AI is okay, but if you're selling something you haven't made, then is it really fair? And that's the deal. She's using AI to alter it. Does Nix even know what Twitch TOS means? I don't know. I really don't see this as an issue. Sorry, Pin. I only was in there so Ro can explain the AI generation stuff for the pictures we found. For the screenshots we were testing. Showing nudity was to yeah, I don't think showing nudity is not, you cannot show nudity on Twitch. But regardless or not, I don't know what full context is, and the Banana Juju stuff, let me look in the threads. If I remember right, I should have been in bed in 30 minutes anyways. Okay. But if anyone remembers the Banana Juju stuff, I think it happened around January, March, April. March and April is when the AI stuff was happening with Juju. And she was getting blamed for selling or redistributing or using AI, for liking AI art. Okay? Nixie makes a lot of false claims. Yeah, well, she showcased it. She probably not shouted it out. and like I said, I'm trying to figure out exactly when this fucking happened. Which that drama, that drama, that drama, that drama, that drama. I can't find it. Where is it at? What section is this in? I have a friend who does art, and she does art. Yep. Anyways, I can't remember when it was exactly. It was sometime within the last 2-3 months from this point. I know it's like sometime the last 2 to 3 months of this whole time. Actually, I could probably do one better and just go to Banana Juju, because this is easy to fucking prove. When is it? It was March, January, February. It's like February, March, I think, when it happened. I wish I had an actual date. I don't remember when the fucking actual date was. But there was a VTuber by the name of Banana Juju. And they got into a lot of controversy with the fact of the model having dreadlocks. Well, after that, got into another controversy with her shilling out fan-made AI art of her, and had a really big hate cancel mob going after her. And from what I could tell, it was around end of March, beginning of oh, it goes on. Blah, 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 blah. Nope. Yep, nope. Anyways, she was getting canceled by a lot of people. In VTuber community, most of the VTuber community hates fucking AI art, even AI assisted art. That's the way it goes. Yeah, she posted up a pic of AI art. Here's the thing.
Deals and respect people.
I don't know when that stream happened. 4/10/2025. So this is either before or coming right up whenever that happened. So, what do you do? What do you do? Do you look at the cancel mob that's out there canceling people for shilling, promoting? And this is not using AI. This is not making AI. This is promoting. This is just promoting AI art. Now, there's even an artist that got slandered for using AI when she drew it herself. She just drew a fucking extra digit. She didn't catch it. And she showcased her entire process of making it. So what do you do? Well, a whole cancel mob of VTubers, and this got big up. This got noticed by bigger people. What do you do? Do you give a brief look of, hey, yeah, this is something cool. Don't really make any mention of it. Don't, show it, get it off screen real quick. She did the thing. Get away from it. Really got no, hey, yeah, go do this. Or do you promote it and take a chance of having a hate cancel mob come after you because, well, she's a bigger VTuber. It doesn't matter if AI assisted or not. It looks like it. She's used it. I can make that claim pretty validly. So, I can see why she didn't really linger on it. And I can see why she probably didn't fully post it, but she tried to commit as much as she could. So to me, this is a non-fucking claim. I don't care. I can get why she did, especially if you look around that same time. Which is funny. It's funny. Because I don't know why I didn't do this. I could just go to her fucking channel and look. Because I know she probably live streamed about it. No, I don't think she did cover the Juju stuff. Yeah, no, she didn't cover the Juju stuff. Okay. It also doesn't help that Nyx didn't give any specifications on how long the image should be up. I mean, yeah. I can come to that conclusion by just the dates of when this happened in interaction. Because there's, like I said, VTuber community, AI, not really a real mix. There was a big hate cancellation mob for a new VTuber. And the only thing they did was share a fan-made art piece. And that's all they did. I don't blame Sinder in the slightest. So, again, this is just, yes, and people are right. This person's post for the Google Doc, it got deleted. Yes, I know I'm getting tired. It got deleted. But if I remember right, what was the post name? I can actually look it up like this. IOMA. So she deleted the tweet, but here's the glorious thing about the tweet being deleted. And this is where you guys are special members of my chat and you get access to this. She deleted the tweet, but once it's been posted in Discord, the link that's for that tweet, even the tweet's deleted, it's embedded. So, this is the Nixie doc. You're welcome, chat. Have fun with it.
To fulfill their end of the deal as originally planned. She then finished a piece and sent over all the deliverables. On stream, Sinder briefly showcased the art, but made no direct mention of Nixu's Patreon, despite that being a clearly agreed upon part of their deal, and something Red had reconfirmed earlier. Instead, she only vaguely insinuates that they can check out the silver letters at the bottom of the art. The word Patreon is in fact never even spoken. It was like she was afraid to say it.
This super pretty art piece is by Nyx on Twitter. Nixu Art is their at on Twitter. But yeah, it's so pretty, and I'm actually going to be retweeting it on Twitter right now, so you guys can also head over to my Twitter to see it if you want to check out her Twitter.
Yeah. Almost like she's afraid to say. Why is she afraid to say it, Rima? Why is she afraid to say it, Rima? Because around the same time, beforehand, and they reached out way beforehand. They reached out, I believe. God damn it. I can't see the fucking date. Q26.
If you've been in the VTuber or fan art space, you instantly recognize to warn other work she writes for her new Twitter value traits. The exchange seemed promising. Red responded on Cinder's behalf.
So, they reached out February, and between February and whenever it came out, that's when the whole fucking drama happened with Banana Juju. Nice thing about the Nixie doc is that Red and Cinder don't always talk about business like why Nixie deleted it. Lily asked her to, just to guess anyway. I don't know. I don't know if she did or didn't. But between asking this, because Nixie reached out, between that, them doing this, and before the art was released and showcased, and why the deals changed, was the whole Banana Juju bullshit. That's my That's my inkling. And that's my guess. Tinfoil hat, guys. Of why Cinder's afraid to chill it out or say it. That's just my guess. Journalist, my fucking ass. You really are bad at context clues.
It's so pretty, and I'm actually going to be retweeting it on Twitter right now, so you guys can also head over to my Twitter to see it if you want to check out her Twitter. And there's some silly little letters on the bottom of the image for other things that you can see from this art, and to support Nyx and check out all the other cool stuff that they got going on over there.
She also didn't show the censored, not safe for work art variant that Nixu had done, which was meant to generate interest in the uncensored version and drive traffic to Nixu's Patreon and Cinder's Fansly. Instead, she made a vague gesture toward the art and told viewers they could find the artist through an old art retweet. Yes, she showed my art, but there's a big difference between showing it and honoring the deal. The worst part, Nixu streamed the process with her fans watching and cheering her on, all while pretending to be happy, even though she was falling apart inside. She ends her document with one request. An artist is a person too. Please treat your artist well, honor your professional deals, and respect people around you. And that's where we're at. A community once built on friendship, passion, and trust.
And that's it. I don't need to hear Rima's ending statement. The whole document was bullshit up to this point anyways. The ending statement's bullshit too. I think she has like a blooper clip at the end. I do know this much. I'm gonna put this down because somebody posted in chat for me. So we're going to circle back around to the V-Code stuff. January 17, 2025, original release date for V-Code. January 31st, 2025, V-Code release to the public. February 1st, 2025, Sinder and Shy Lily do a collab with V-Code. February 1st, 2025, Newbie has a concert in New York City. From there, what I need to know is... Well, actually, I don't need to know it because pretty much it's like this. We've heard Lily state herself, Cinder wanted to move to V-Code collab. Why does she want to move to V-Code collab? Oh, maybe because she wanted to go to the concert with Newbie. Maybe, just maybe, you know, let's give hindsight benefit of the doubt. Who moved V-Code release date? Who did this? Who moved it to the 31st? Is what I want to know. I'm pretty sure Cinder doesn't have that influence. There's no way. Especially with it being Lily's pet project. There's no way. Does Lily have the ability to move it? I have no idea. No fucking clue. But the more, and this is a bad thing. This is supposed to be a video to showcase the truth of everything. However, I beat my head against the wall and fucking debunked most damn near everything in this fucking vid. Add who moved it. Yeah, who moved it? Anyways, this is supposed to be telling people out there, hey, this is what happened. We pretty much picked it apart. I think, I'm not gonna use the I'm not gonna use the horse bit. That's low hanging fruit even for me. I want to, but that's low hanging fruit for me. The more I look into this, the more I fucking dig, the more I'm fucking convinced there is an active fucking role to remove Cinder. Just because dates, times will line up, narratives fucking shipped, edited fucking screenshots, it's all there. Everything, every fucking red flag possible that could be in any kind of a fucking allegation is fucking here. And everyone is intentionally fucking missing them. I don't think I missed anything. Well, there's a couple things I missed. But I don't think it was that hard to go through and point this out on stream. And I didn't have to have an editor take 10 days to edit a video that clearly does not own a fucking calendar. But why? I don't know. I don't know. I got a hunch. Just maybe. You know, just maybe. Just maybe it had something to do with a 300K follower Twitch channel doubling the amount of bits than a 1.5 million sub or follower Twitch channel. Just maybe. I mean, yeah, I'll say conspiracy right there. I'll say tinfoil hat right there for sure. But maybe. I mean, it's not that hard to fucking reach. I can believe this more than the fucking narrative in fucking Nano's documents. I haven't been paying attention last I'm sorry. Rewind the video once done. I'm almost done anyways. I don't know what I mean. Patreon is written quite clearly, and you know, like I said, it's a bullshit claim. Not shilling the only thing it was is meant to shovel more shit on Sinder. That's the only thing this video is made to do. For whatever reasons, I don't know why. I don't know why Rima made a video like this. It is not like her. Here's what I'm gonna give a little bit of a confessional. I respected Rima. And I respected Rima for a long time. I thought she did good work. I thought she did really good work with the Dokibird stuff way long ago whenever I first saw her on Legal Mindsets channel. That's how I fucking discovered her, was on Legal Mindsets channel. And the way she was described was, she has integrity, she has values, she has standards, she has morals, she puts out the truth, she does investigations, she looks for the stuff that everyone else misses. That is the impression I got from Rima. This is anything but any of those. And the only reasons that I can come up with, the only reasons I can justify any of this, is one of a couple. One, some sort of a tie with Mythic. That's the first one. And that's not stated and known. Remember, Lily's also in Mythic. Sinder used to be in Mythic. That's one. That's speculation on the highest. Keep that in mind. Speculation on the highest. Two, whatever a fucking collab is with one of the other people involved with Nano that got released on yesterday before this video came out. One of the quote-unquote victims within this document. Again, highly speculatory. Putting that out there. Very fucking speculatory. But a possibility. Those are conflicting interests. Those are highly conflicting interests. And it puts very fucking bad optics into it too. Because it doesn't fucking look good. 3, she's just following the narrative because, well, it looks like Sinder's bad. These documents, well, it looks like it. So I'm going to go along with the narrative because all the bigger YouTubers are doing this. And I want to get in good with them. Also, no, like I said, sounds like she's spoken to Lily a couple times. So, Pin, quote, could be talking to her. I don't know. I can't prove that one. Or, here's a fourth one. She just fucking believes it. Which, if that's the case, wow. That's all I gotta say. But those are the reasons I can only come up with. This is not like any of her style of videos that she's done, and I really think she's really dropped the ball in this whole deal. Honest opinion. That's me being as fair as possible. I know I've dug into it pretty fucking hard. And I know we went into side tangents on other things, from discovering more doctored fucking screenshots to other different things, to the whole fucking the whole V card releases, and when stuff was moved, when stuff wasn't moved, who asked for moving schedules, who didn't move schedules, business contracts compared to friendships. I mean, we've been all over the place. I get it. And I think I've been as fair as I possibly could. I've been very fucking annoyed. Also. With just how this whole fucking video was. And I think, in the day, this is the one that takes the cake the most for me. Is this one. I just noticed my Foogie Tech models on screen because I'm not in Discord no more. But this one right here is what fucking buns me the most, especially 17 fucking days ago. She's been shown armchairs. She's been shown tuxes. She knows who the fuck I am. This dump is to make videos or live streams easier narrative. Navigate. Honestly, there's just so much I can't even use it anymore. For future threats, I only add videos that add something to the narrative from now on. Well, what narrative? I'm sorry. I can take that a couple of different ways. What narrative? The narrative that Cinder's bad? Then what narrative? The only narrative is Cinder's bad. Actually, I can't take that. There's only one way I can fucking take that. Avoid small channels and commentary. Well, that knocks out Tux, that knocks out Armchair, that knocks out me. We're all below Rima. We're way below Rima. Way below Rima. And only the bigger channels are the ones pushing this fucking narrative. Not the small. The smaller channels are the ones picking this shit apart. Large creators commenting on it, I can use, like Asmongold and Moist Critical. This topic is pretty over anyways. I don't know. I think we chat. I'm gonna put up a poll. How's that? How does people in chat want to do a poll? Yes and no. Did we find anything new tonight with the Sinder drama? There you go. Did we find anything new tonight with the Sinder drama? This topic's pretty over anyways. I don't know. I feel like we found a lot of shit. Yeah, no. What about the screenshot? Review of the I'm covering not with the Rima video. Not with the Rima video. This topic, well, answering the question down here that Rima said on 5/17/2025, addressing on how she only wants videos that correspond with the narrative, no commentary, small commentary channels, only larger commentary channels talking about this, only that. Only that. This topic is pretty over anyway for now. Is it over, or did we find anything new? That's the question. Alright, we got 21 volts in. It is 76 yes, 24% no. I think that's pretty much it. I think the other 10 or so people are just looking. What are my summaries of this stream today? You hear that? That's a Tylenol bottle. I think during the stream I popped 8 of these. I think that's my conclusion for today's stream. A fucking headache. A Ted Tone says it's apparently true. I doubt that. So here's the thing. Reactionary channels. That's what Ted Towns. Ted Towns does not put anything new into this whole deal. He read a document and he reacted to it. That's the only thing Ted Towns has done. That's the only thing a lot of these people have done. That's what Rima done. She read a document, she watched videos, she reacted to it. And then she made this video. It's what a lot of bigger channels have done. Oh my god. You see what's going on? This document said Sinder did these bad things. It must be true. Sinder's bad. That's what a lot of fucking channels have done. That's what a lot of fucking content creators have done. And that's what pisses me off the fucking most. And one thing that I've ever learned anything on the fucking internet in the entire time I've been on here, and I've been on here since around 2004, 2005. If there's anything I have fucking learned, you don't fucking trust narratives without corresponding screenshots that accurately portray what the narrative is fucking pushing. We don't have that. You don't trust documents that have out of order, unarranged fucking screenshots. That's what we have here. You don't trust fucking documents with fucking dotted evidence. That's what we have here. You don't trust fucking documents with corresponding drops and narratives what looks sus as fuck. That's what we have. A lot of people just read the document and took it at face value. Nanolis has to be fucking telling the truth. Nanolis is a poor fucking pitiful baby that can't fucking take care of herself, that was bullied by Sinder because she is so easily manipulated. Whenever Nano... Where the fuck is it? Whenever Nanolis, back July 31st, 2024, posted up about the, oh my god, Quebec's art. Quebec's art just changed my fucking model. Oh my god. I clearly said I offer free fixings. Oh my god. Let's fucking cancel Kevin. Let's go fucking cancel Kevin. Quebec's art. Yes, let's go do that. There's a whole fucking deal over this whole thing. Quebec's took in strides. And I'll show what I mean. Because I captured this on Akko stream. So we got two chats here from Akko stream. The one on the left is the first one, the one on the right is the second one. These are only messages you chat in stream with. Lol, Nanless wouldn't show the DMs between me, her, and versus the management because... ... Kevin also, unfortunately, social media is a game of belief, popularity, emotions, and exposure. Like a chess game who makes the first move. But I'm chilled out now. I don't know, we might end up seeing something from Kevin in the future. I think he's kind of upset and pissed over this whole fucking deal. Nana was a helpless little fucking baby to Kevin. And he's one of the fucking riggers that she went to rig up the fucking models for a model. And he's pretty fucking well known also. And he almost got canceled over this shit. So I don't know. I think we found plenty new. The more I fucking view this, the more I think Cinder's been set up. I still think Sinder and Redacted did a lot of stupid shit. Yeah, I'm not a fan and I'll never be a fucking fan. And I'm never gonna be a fan of any of these fucking people. And as far as I'm concerned, this whole fucking deal, looking at it with the lies and shit like this, every one of these motherfuckers is not a victim. None of them are a victim. Not even Bao, not even Numi, not even fucking Silver. Not a fucking victim in my book. All shit hill people. Is this why I am Mouse never come in there and send an apology? No, the best way you can do is shut the fuck up. You don't want to comment on this shit, being big of a VTuber. If it doesn't, there's one favor me commenting on it, because I want to put it out there. It's what I believe. I also don't do this for a living. This ain't my fucking job. I don't have to worry about, oh my god, Tectones is trying to ratio me like he did with Mizu. I don't have to worry about that. If everyone fucking hates me, oh well. Everyone fucking hates me. I don't care. My living does not depend on this. I have a real fucking job. And I work 50 to 60 fucking hours a week. I don't know. Explain to me how a fucking person, a fucking mechanic, working 50 to 60 fucking hours a week can do in one night than one fucking VTuber can do in 10 days with an editor and still fucking miss it. I don't know. Explain that one to me. I don't have to fucking answer that one. I'm just frustrated over it. Yes, it is a set shamage and everyone needs to fucking take a bite of it. A good, big ol' helping bite. Nobody in this is fucking innocent. Nobody in this is a victim. Everyone had a hand in something. Okay? We're gonna hold standards to the same standards as to a manager. Then we need to go back and we look at all the times that Bao got fucking scammed by her manager. She still has a manager. She's still under. He is still under her. It's her responsibility, folks. So all the shit that manager scammed Bao for and that other people for, guess what? That's Bao's responsibility. Are we gonna hold Bao to that fucking standard? Fuck no, we're not. Are we also gonna hold Bao to the fucking standard of getting exclusivities with like other other artists, or not artists, but like editors and shit like that? Even though you look at the situation, still the same vein. It looks similar. I don't care who asks for it. It's a two-party deal. Both have to fucking agree. Are we gonna hold Bao to that standard? No, we're not. Are we gonna look at the whole fucking situation? Oh, all this manipulation we see with shocker, no manipulation between the Redacted or Sinder to Nano. Oh, all this manipulation. But we're gonna miss the whole, Everyone called me stupid because I didn't put this, and everyone told me I needed to put in there that I needed to do this, and it feels like everything was on my way. It feels like I'm the only one that had to fucking put the document out there. All this burden and responsibility was fucking put on me, and I just got done with surgery, and they know this, and I'm being forced to put into this. What sounds like fucking manipulation to you? Redacted and Sinder to Nano? Or Lily and everyone else a fucking bow? I'm sorry, until I get fucking answers to questions, anyone fucking naysaying this, get a fucking education. Go buy a watch. Go buy a fucking calendar. Learn how to fucking count. Learn how to fucking put puzzle pieces together. Stop eating goddamn fucking crayons. Oh yeah, 48-hour deadline too. Don't want to forget that one. What sounds more like manipulation? I'm tired, guys. I'm gonna hit outro music. Well, I gotta listen to Megas again. I'm not the break man. Everyone have a good night. 7-hour fucking stream. Jesus Christ. I know no one's gotta really be reacting to this one. 7 fucking hours. Jesus Christ. Alright. Have a good night, people. Peace.